exposure he has used to boost his political profile. Once the operation began, he appeared on Fox News, praising President Trump and presenting himself as a successor in waiting.
I am leading this transition. I have the support of millions of Iranian people.
A clear pattern has emerged in Western, especially American war coverage. Voices advocating US-Israeli intervention are being given disproportionate airtime. One of the most prominent among them is Iranian activist Masih Alinejad, a polarizing figure.
This is the message that Iranians want me to send to President Trump. Do not leave us alone with this wounded, murderous regime. Finish the job.
The tendency to seek pro-intervention, pro-war voices is not, however, limited to the diaspora. After the BBC aired a segment featuring 3 Iranians in Tehran, all of whom expressed support for the military action, Trita Parsi, an Iranian-born political analyst based in Washington, D.C., had this to say.
Because you had 3 voices from Iran who seem to all be celebrating and happy about the country getting bombed. I'm sure that there are views of that kind, undoubtedly. But to leave the impression that that is the entire viewpoint inside of Iran is getting close to Iraq-level war propaganda and war lies, frankly.
When the United States and its allies go to war, the media ecosystems around them too often fall into line, building narratives and finding voices that help reframe wars of aggression as wars of liberation.
Thanks, Mina. For almost 2.5 years now, the eyes of the world have been trained on the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Now there's the Iran story to contend with. Far too little attention has been paid to another territory where Israel exercises near total control, the occupied West Bank. The Israelis have accelerated their policy of fragmenting the West Bank, chopping it up and annexing more land. Their soldiers have grown more aggressive. The settlers there, shielded by the army, are more emboldened and violent than ever. Refugee camps have been destroyed. More and more Palestinians are being forced from their homes. There are hundreds of new checkpoints and barriers making free movement impossible for citizens and journalists alike. And as in Gaza, Israeli forces have their sights trained on journalists who already do their work under dangerous conditions. One journalist who has covered it all is Amid Shahada, a correspondent for Al Arabi TV. Shahada's reporting is bold, frequently, fearlessly putting him in harm's way. We spoke with Amid Shahada about reporting under fire in the West Bank.
الواقع اليوم في الضفة الغربية من خلال المشاهدات الميدانية وفرض للحكم العسكري الإسرائيلي في كل مناطق الضفة الغربية وتحويل المدى المفتوح.
The end point of capitalism, the end point, the peak of capitalism is the Epstein class. That's it. I'm so sick of all these liberal disclaimers and these leftist disclaimers, not just liberal, but at least leftist disclaimers. People who support Iran, but every time they have to start with, it doesn't mean I support the regime.
America's role as an interventionist has been consistently against this form of human liberation and democracy and women's rights or whatever. They don't care. When they struck, it was Iran the first time, I think, or maybe it was Yemen. It was Yemen the first time. And everyone got like a glimpse into like, this is what world leaders sound like. They're sending like eagle emojis to each other and like fists and like that's the level of diplomacy. And I think that's not like particularly unique to American. Maybe it's like American happens to have an insanely stupid administration right now. But like that's kind of how the world works. The deal is falling apart. You said you were going to come help us, and Iran is like, just watch how good your friends in America really are. Which everyone else in the Middle East, in the whole world really, has learned that lesson already from Osama bin Laden onward of like, you think the Americans are your friends? Just wait until you really need them to show up, and they won't.
There was a story about the U.S. taking THAAD interceptors away from South Korea, which themselves provoked a diplomatic spat with China. And now they're like, oh, you had to pay a price with China, but by the way, we're just going to take those back because we need them to protect Israel.
I'm firmly of the opinion that the Germans have learned nothing. and that they have that they don't have that guilt complex that they're always saying. If that was the case, if they had a guilt complex, they would not beat up Jews that are against the genocide.
But there are historical, social reasons for this high proportionality of Jews in the Epstein files. But there are also theological reasons that I think we also have to talk about. And we have to have these conversations carefully and responsibly, but ignoring it is a disaster. Ignoring it is going to be putting everyone in peril.
Okay, good day, everyone. We are here again with Jay Shapiro, and we invited you again, or we actually all of us said, hey, let's have a chat again already for a while to talk about the things that are going on today. There are so many things: the Epstein files, Iran, the whole debacle that's going on right now with Israel, the genocide, of course. So first, before we start and do a deep dive into all these things, welcome back, Jay. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I think last time I spoke to you, I was in Madrid, but I've since moved to Berlin. So I have a new home location, which is an interesting place to be. It was for friends and family and work stuff with my wife. But yeah, that changes the dynamic a little bit with conversations about free speech and being a little closer to the empire. So we can discuss that as well. But otherwise, I'm good. The world is absolutely madness, of course, and so trying to just find some sense in the noise and some calm. I'm sure, like everyone else out there. But yeah, crazy times.
Yeah, Peter.
So you're in Berlin. I'm just laughing because there was a recent episode of Radio War Nerd where Mark Ames was kind of, I don't know, laughing at or just expressing absolute befuddlement of the situation in Germany regarding Jewish people who are against the genocide. He was like, you know, these Germans are just on another level. Like they especially hate Jewish people that are against the Israeli government because they're like, we have the moral authority. We committed the Holocaust, so we know what's going on. You Jew, you are anti-Semite.
It's very strange. It's very strange. Yeah.
Like, it's the most insane thing. I can hardly believe it, but I've heard that from another friend of mine like 2 years ago who lives in Berlin. And he said basically a very similar thing 2 years ago. Is that who can possibly say like that? Please explain.
Yeah, well, I could give you a little insight. I mean, I'm still new here, so take it with a big grain. But I'm not the first to notice that Germans and Berliners, they love rules and they love following rules. As someone who spent 15 years in New York and has this kind of attitude, they'll stand at a red light and not cross it on the smallest street in the middle of the night and just wait for that thing to turn green. And it's like, it's something everyone notices here as a newcomer. There's a thing about rules and obedience here. I mean, I think as we get into these conversations, you start to, I'm in a place with an incredibly dark shadow of history here in Germany and Berlin. And you're just constantly reminded, at least I am, that the current conversation and psychology and ethos of nations is so much defined by the shadow of their history, including Iran and Germany, everywhere else. And I don't know how, we in the West tend to think of Nazism and the Nazi phenomena and how we sort of take it. But weirdly, it has this dual place in the mind of Germans, that it started as a very disobedient sort of revolt, right? It was disobedience and not following the rules, even though we tend to think of it as this insanely obedient and conformist kind of cult that arrived. And it did become that. So I think they are deathly afraid of disobedience here, and they love rules and they love order. And so I've witnessed a lot of that is, it's a strange psychology. It's a strange mentality where I think they are weirdly obedient to their government because they view their Nazi past as a disobedient child that got out of hand. So I mean, that's just what I've witnessed so far. But yeah, I don't know. I can't give you much more insight than that. Yeah.
I think the Germans. I think the Germans, in that sense, are just very similar to the Japanese, in that they are very organized. In some way, shape, or form, you could say a collectivist people as well. Different than, for example, the Dutch, even though we're neighbors of the Germans. In that sense, we're very different. But I would say, when you talk about the Germans can't stand Jews who are against what's happening in Palestine, I would say there is an equal contender, and that's Muslims. Like the Germans, the Germans are, I would say, equally good as the Dutch, blaming anti-Semitism on the Muslim world. So they will say, even politicians will say that anti-Semitism was imported from the Muslim world into Europe. Okay, so we have our mainstream politicians saying that. First I thought this is too ridiculous to even take seriously, but then it became normalized, and now I see it's even happening in Germany and in Britain, and it's become a thing, and it's just it's just this deep-rooted European cultural Islamophobia is something you see, especially in the I wanted to say the northern, originally Protestant colonial countries like the Netherlands and the UK. But on the other hand, the French are also very terrible in that sense, and only the Spanish somehow are a bit milder when it comes to that stuff. But one more thing about Germany is that I was planning to soon have a chat again with Dimitri Lascaris, brother Dimitri, about a case. You should try and see if you can find it. I currently don't remember the name of a German guy, of Turkish descent, but born in Germany, guys. Born in Germany. This is a German guy who has been sanctioned by
yes, I know this.
By the EU, I think, or by Germany, or by the EU. He has been sanctioned. He cannot travel. He cannot use his bank account. And now here it comes. People are not allowed to give him gifts because that is contributing to terrorism or something. So he said, I can literally not eat if I listen to the rules. Yeah. And why? Because he had a channel like you and me talking about what's happening in Palestine. I kid you not.
Yeah, and he was also talking about Ukraine. Honestly, in Germany and the EU, the bigger third rail is Russia and anti-EU
Ukraine,
kind of sentiment.
You're right. Ukraine.
Yeah. And that's really that's the thing you can't. When I talk about the obedience, there is a reverence for the EU that is quite strong here. They think this is the thing that keeps them safe. That is the lessons that they've learned from 2 world wars. That they built this structure, and they, in a Hobbesian sense, they have to be a part of it and obey it and be obedient to it. And this is the thing that keeps them safe from their own shadow. I think they're obviously mistaken about that, but that is, that's the real third rail here, even more so than Palestine, to be honest.
Hold on one second. I just want to ask a clarification question because I'm not terribly informed about European ignorance. Kareem, are you serious that there are people who earnestly argue that anti-Semitism comes not from Europe, but from the Muslim world? Like seriously, like they actually believe that?
Well, yes, it's too baffling for words, but it sounds very funny. But when you live in a society like that, and I remember when I still lived in the Netherlands, and it was daily stuff on the television about Muslims and Islam, and I always say it's a local obsession. But anti-Semitism, indeed, while anti-Semitism is a European invention, where actually the Muslim world took in quite a lot of Jews.
Yes, Iran especially, which is
Iran.
which should be broadcast very loudly right now. Yeah.
And then we have far-right politicians, and eventually it spread, of course, to liberal politicians and mainstream politicians. But yeah, it was Muslims imported anti-Semitism, hatred for Jews into Europe with mass migration and that kind of stuff. And it started out as some marginalized far-right politicians saying that,
So
but
anti-Semitism-
it's become completely normalized. It's become culture to think.
But hold
like
on,
that.
This is like Geert Wilders kind of
anti-Semitism
stuff.
dates to after the war, because that's when the significant immigration of Muslim people to Europe began. So then anti-Semitism wouldn't have existed in Europe until after the war. Make that make sense. Like, how do these people think that?
Yeah,
I mean,
well, that's the problem. That's what smart people do. They refute these claims with facts. But you know how it goes with all these with racism. Racism is motivated. Racism is motivated by emotion. They don't care about facts. So you can come with graphs and numbers, and you can show facts in history books, and they will just say you're woke or you're cuddling immigrants because you don't want to hear the truth. That's just what they say. End of discussion. And that's the way it goes, because racism is so convenient, man. You can just say to everybody who tries to refute something, oh, you're just woke and you're cuddling immigrants, and then you can go back to your racism, because it's just so convenient to stay in that racist mindset, because you can blame everything onto someone else, even anti-Semitism. It's really disgusting.
wow.
Yeah. I wish I could show you guys maybe I can find some videos of our politicians saying that stuff, because it happens a lot, you know, and maybe some English subtitles underneath or something. It's really, really, really ridiculous.
Peter, they really just think they solved the problem and they're over it. They think they learned the lessons from World War II. I mean, my German friends who I meet here, we get into these discussions, they start learning about Nazism and their crimes at like kindergarten. And it doesn't, there's my one friend, a girlfriend of my one friend, I think she said literally every single year there's an entire sort of like semester dedicated to a different aspect of, and they get tired of it. They have fatigue of it, but it really works. It seeps into them of like, we learned from this. We've really repented. We're good with this now. Oh, and now the anti-Semites are the Arabs. It's like, it's really quite convenient to just sort of wipe away history. They feel like they've paid their price, and by doing so, by having this reverence for Israel and supporting it, and but we can get into that, all of that stuff.
Well,
I'm sure
we can actually stay in that. I would say, Jay and Peter, I'm firmly of the opinion that the Germans have learned nothing. And that they don't have that guilt complex that they are always saying. If that was the case, if they had a guilt complex, they would not beat up Jews that are against the genocide. It's just the whole, even the Second World War is being turned into a, how do you say that in English, a stick to beat people with that you don't like, and often in a similar form of racism as what eventually led to the Second World War. So, for example, in the Netherlands, we had, at least when I was still living there, we had this. Every year we have Remembrance Day, okay, for the Second World War and Liberation Day. And that day has become a moment where the far right, okay, tries to block Moroccan and Muslim speakers, you know, on the Remembrance Day. So we had this like poet or something, or a writer, author. He was of Moroccan descent, and then you had far right politicians protesting against that. Why a Moroccan Muslim, and anti-Semitism is a Muslim problem. This is an insult to the victims of the Second World War, and they won. I mean, so the Remembrance Day of the result of exclusion becomes a tool of exclusion in Europe.
Yeah. I mean, I think just sort of psychologically, they do. I would defend a guilt complex. I do see that here, and that word still fits for me. But the way that they want to, or they demand, they expunge and deal with that guilt is on their terms, which is on the terms of we support Israel we've learned from it. And so anybody who challenges them of like, no, that's not truly learning from the mistake or whatever. You haven't really changed your ways. They are, viciously attacked as you're seeing. So I do think there is a guilt or maybe so a fear of what they've done here, but they're going to deal with it on their terms. It's like it's like you're in a relationship with, you're going to marriage counselors, but you just don't like it because they're not giving you the answer that you want as a man or something. So then you just go to like 20 until someone tells you what you want to hear and tells you that your wife is wrong. It's almost like they're just not going to accept kind of the true lessons of World War II. They're going to deal with their guilt on their terms. And this is the way they do it. And I mean, we see the result of it. It's very oppressive in that way.
It's too bad they can't share like that, the excess of that with Japan, which if anything seems to do the opposite extreme of not going anywhere near far enough to apologize for their government's atrocities in World War II. But I'm also curious, you've been there for, I don't know how long you've been there in Berlin, but I'm curious to see what you think the reaction to the new war of aggression launched on Iran is. I mean, I've seen, of course, like European governments' official statements, most of them absolute garbage, other than maybe Spain's. But I would imagine that the majority of the people have a different view, but I have no idea. I'm just guessing on that. So what is your impression? Have you seen any polling on that?
I mean, I haven't. I think it would be disingenuous. I've been here officially living for 3 months. I was temporary before that. So I probably shouldn't speak like on behalf of what I'm seeing in Germany. But I will say just anecdotally, it's like quieter on the streets than when I lived in Madrid as far as like running into protests and stuff like that. It's a much more subdued population. I think, like I said, I think there's a reverence here, particularly for the EU, and they do just sort of follow what Ursula and Merz to a degree. So they're not popular people, but there's just not a lot of like active revolt on this kind of stuff. I mean, the truth, listen, I'm sure we can get into Iran now. Germany is completely screwed energy-wise, and everyone kind of knows this and has done this. Of like, they abandoned their nuclear energy program sort of willingly in order to, become dependent, as it were, on Russian gas, and when that ended, as Putin sort of pulled the plug on that measure, and I think obviously we can talk about America and the West's complicity in that whole system. Germany has no idea, has no plan. Europe doesn't really have a plan here, and so I think it's no secret that they all need Iran. They all need Middle Eastern oil. They're all desperately seeking how to fix this or fill the energy gap. All of these countries, and so. Yeah, they're all going to be completely subservient to this aggression in Iran because the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open for them. It's like sometimes people overthink these things. It's just not that complicated. That these countries are in desperate measures economically and energy-wise, and they're going to support it. And I think from the people that you're asking, I don't know how much revolt there is. I think I would just be making stuff up if I told you that. People, they're certainly not out on the streets protesting, I'll tell you that much. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of looking at the national interest there, though. I mean, if they don't want oil prices to spike, it would probably behoove them to oppose the war. But when Daddy tells you you've got to do one thing, then it seems like all of these leaders just fall in line, and it seems like their fear, in my view. Highly irrational fear of, Russian tanks rolling through Lisbon, next week is a big driver of that servility. I mean, even Mark Carney, of all people, like his initial statement was, Iran, very bad, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hello, we all remember you just 3 weeks ago when you gave that speech where you said that, the liberal international order was a fiction. We all knew it was bullshit, but when it benefited us, we went along with it, but we're no longer benefiting from it. But then, just a few days ago, he's right back to let's pretend like this fiction is real and we condemn Iran. So it's like, what the fuck is going on here?
I think that what the fuck is going on here is the title for everyone's podcast right now, basically. Yeah.
So, and just to jump in on what you just said about Germany and the whole
gas thing, the energy thing. I mean, Germany, Europe in general, by the way, but Germany especially is just giving itself self-blow after self-blow. I mean, it started with the whole Nord Stream pipeline debacle, and now they're just following blindly into, well, and then of course the blind support for Israel. Now I heard the blind support for the U.S. invasion or U.S. Israeli attack on Iran. So it's a like I said, okay, maybe they have some guilt, as you said, Jay. But I think Germany has learned nothing of their past.
Of course.
Especially because you've been there for 3 months. I can assure you, I grew up in that part of the world, right next to Germany. You're going, even though you're an American, you are going to be, I think, taken aback by the nasty racism that you will start seeing in Europe. And Germans are good at that stuff, man.
Yeah, it's the good one, the real classic version. And my wife is not white, so she gets it even stronger. So I have to be careful. Yeah.
And where's she from, if I may ask?
Well, she's from Chicago, but ethnically, her mother was born in Pakistan and her father was born in India. So she's from like historically the Hyderabad sort of Mughal Empire India. So not Hindu India, but Muslim India from ages ago. But she was born in Chicago. But yeah, not a white woman. So she's. I have to remind myself to be particularly sensitive to it, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. So prepare yourselves in that sense, I would say. And that doesn't mean that Germans are bad people. Don't get me wrong. I think Germans, there's a very large segment of really, really warm and open-minded people. In fact, I always said, if I had to choose between Germans and the Dutch, my own people, I prefer the Germans, to be very honest. But culturally, you could say collectively, there is a serious racism problem in Germany and in most European societies.
Yeah.
Well, just keeping on the energy issue, Trump just announced what I would call Operation Energy Futures, which is his claim that the U.S. Is going to offer insurance for oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz and a naval escort. Now, that hasn't really made much of a dent on in oil markets, I think, because people who actually know the situation are laughing this off and saying this is completely infeasible, that you're not going to be able to offer any sort of significant protection. So this is kind of dead on arrival. But I don't know, is there any sort of belief in Germany that you've spotted that, Daddy is going to sort this all out so we don't need to worry, and this doesn't presage a really dark economic future for us because we are part of the U.S. empire?
I mean, I don't know. I can't quite speak on like what I'm seeing in Germany. I probably consume 90% non-German news. I'm not a German speaker fluent yet, so like I'm probably out of my depth there. But I mean, I'll just say from my take, it's everyone's been saying this, and we're not military analysts, but this seems like the dumbest fucking thing that Trump and the Americans have ever done. From every angle, even just the cynical, like he's trying to win some game of Monopoly and get all the chips. Like every angle of this is so fucking stupid. I think he's just a really pretty stupid person, and he's in desperate measures. Who knows what's in the Epstein files, if that's part of it. I think it is part of it. It's that simple sometimes. People talking in his ear. Yeah, people like Pete Hegseth. Like we tend to, I think our leaders have this, information we don't have, and they think differently than us or whatever. Like, no, these are just fucking idiots. Like that moment in this madness of the last couple of years when the reporter, I forget his name, he was some Atlantic guy, was accidentally put in that signal chat between JD Vance or whatever. When they struck, it was Iran the first time, I think, or maybe it was Yemen. It was Yemen the first time. And everyone got like a glimpse into like, this is what world leaders sound like. They're sending like eagle emojis to each other and like fists and stuff. Like that's the level of diplomacy. And I think that's not like particularly unique to American. Maybe it's like American happens to have an insanely stupid administration right now. But like that's kind of how the world works. It's like they're idiots trying to figure out how to send emojis to each other and win a game of Monopoly that they think they're playing, or Risk or something. And even from that angle, this was so fucking stupid that he did this. And we should of course talk about Israel dragging him into it, or however that sort of works, or is there blackmail or whatever, because I don't know if he thought he could just win this easily in a couple days. Like I just had Radhika Desai on there, and that was her sort of take, being like he was convinced it would be like Venezuela and he would get this like, cool image, headline. Like he said he watched that on TV and it was like a movie. Like he thinks he's in a 90s movie. And it's not. Like Iran it's not Venezuela. It knows what it's doing. And Jesus, like as cynical as it is, Iran's response to be like, guess what, all you Arab states, we're going to send missiles your way. Because you've been playing this game and working with the Americans, and everyone knows the kind of post-World War II deal that was made that Iran opted out of, which was basically, everyone knows it, right? America was like, we'll take care of all your security, and in exchange, you don't have to build up your military, so you can concentrate elsewhere. You can have a monarchy. We won't really give you much shit about the religion stuff and like the human rights stuff. You can do what you want in your country. We'll take care of all your security for you. Just give us a cheap deal on the oil and keep the shipping lanes open, and we're good, right? And basically one by one, Qatar, UAE, all these places fell in line, with some revolts over the time and some little suppression, but like they all fell in line. And except for Iran, famously, as we know, out with the revolution. It was the one that got away. The Shah was playing that game, we all know, as the US puppet, but Iran's the one that got away. And it was a big one. It was like, dang, they have a lot of oil and they have access to this really important shipping line. And it's always been the one that America and Israel and the imperialists wanted to get back into the fray. And so now that shit's hit the fan, when it's like it's just not going to negotiate with us the way that we want, even though everyone's reported like clearly it was willing to do a lot of this negotiations. Well, we're just going to try to bomb it and force, I don't know, the Shah's son or this idiot to come back and charge or whatever. And Iran is like, okay, cool. Hey, guess what, Arab states? This was a fake negotiation that the US was doing with us. We were willing to talk to them, and it was a ruse, and they bombed us anyway. We're going to show you how good of a friend the US is when you get in bed with them. Here's a bunch of fucking missiles your direction. And now we see it. They're all running out of the interceptors, right? Like, and yeah, like, let's not be... I'm being cynical here. I'm just like talking in the game of Risk. I'm not talking morally here. But even just in that game theory analysis, they're really smart at it, because now everyone's seeing Qatar and everyone's running out of these interceptors. Well, those aren't their interceptors. That's them being like, hey, America, you said you would take care of security. That was the deal. And we're running out of interceptors. Come help us. That was the deal. And obviously people are fleeing, and everyone's talking about who's going to go on vacation to Dubai anymore, who's going to buy, and that's real. And they're like, holy shit, the deal is falling apart. You said you were going to come help us. And Iran is like, just watch how good your friends in America really are, which everyone else in the Middle East, in the whole world really, has learned that lesson already from Osama bin Laden onward of like, you think the Americans are your friends? Just wait until you really need them to show up, and they won't. And then we'll see what happens next. And Iran is like, that play they're making of being like, of course they're going after Israel as best they can, but that play I think surprised everyone. And it doesn't seem America was ready for that. And now what are they going to do? America's going to go broke trying to defend Qatar or the UAE? How's that going to play with the America First Trumpers? Like, they're already pissed at you. I don't know if you saw Nick Fuentes' crash out on Trump. Like, this stuff really matters. Like, this, from every angle, this is the dumbest fucking thing that Trump could have possibly done if his only concern was higher approval ratings, staying in power, helping Americans, whatever else. The only rationale for it is basically he's panicking because he's being blackmailed, which is totally possible. Whatever 13-year-olds are in that Epstein file, I don't know if this is going to keep it out.
Or younger.
Obviously, people
or
are
younger.
Or younger. I have, it could be yeah, awful shit. People have guessed, well, maybe this now will lead to a troops on the ground war, and he'll try to cancel the midterm elections or something. I mean, the clock is really ticking on that dude. The Democrats are going to win the midterms, and they'll probably impeach him. They'll try to force the Epstein files open. Like, it's really desperate times for Donald Trump and the MAGA people. But this move he made is just so colossally stupid, let alone immoral and deadly. And, we could talk about, this sounds like I'm talking like very about a chessboard here, but I'm not going to forget these are dead girls at a school. Like, this is insane shit. But just on a pure strategic level, holy shit, he is stupid. And this is so insanely stupid. And Iran has played a pretty big card. And now the cards are not in America's court right now. It's in Qatar, Dubai, UAE, Saudi Arabia, all the Abraham Accord countries, we could call them that. It's in their hands now. Because it's like, well, you've seen how good your American friends wipe away history. They feel like they've paid their price, and by doing so, by having this reverence for Israel and supporting it, and but we can get into that, all of that stuff.
Well,
I'm sure
we can actually stay in that. I would say, Jay and Peter, I'm firmly of the opinion that the Germans have learned nothing. And that they don't have that guilt complex that they are always saying. If that was the case, if they had a guilt complex, they would not beat up Jews.
Pete Wilders kind of stuff.
After the war, because that's when the significant immigration of Muslim people to Europe began. So then anti-Semitism wouldn't have existed in Europe until after the war. Make that make sense. Like, how do these people think that?
That's the problem. That's what smart people do. They refute these claims with facts. But you know how it goes with all these with racism. Racism is motivated. Racism is motivated by emotion. They don't care about facts. So you can come with graphs and numbers, and you can show facts in history books, and they will just say you're woke or you're cuddling immigrants because you don't want to hear the truth. That's just what they say. End of discussion. And that's the way it goes, because racism is so convenient, man. You can just say to everybody who tries to refute something, oh, you're just woke and you're cuddling immigrants, and then you can go back to your racism, because it's just so convenient to stay in that racist mindset, because you can blame everything onto someone else, even anti-Semitism. It's really disgusting.
Wow.
Yeah. I wish I could show you guys maybe I can find some videos of our politicians saying that stuff, because it happens a lot, and maybe some English subtitles underneath or something. It's really, really, really ridiculous.
Peter, they really just think they solved the problem and they're over it. They think they learned the lessons from World War II. I mean, my German friends who I meet here, we get into these discussions, they start learning about Nazism and their crimes at like kindergarten, and it doesn't. There's my one friend, a girlfriend of my one friend, I think she said literally every single year there's an entire sort of like semester dedicated to a different aspect of, and they get tired of it. They have fatigue of it, but it really works. It seeps into them of like, we learned from this, we've really repented, we're good with this now. Oh, and now the anti-Semites are the Arabs. It's like it's really quite convenient to just sort of wipe away history. They feel like they've paid their price, and by doing so, by having this reverence for Israel and supporting it, and but we can get into that, all of that stuff.
Well,
I'm sure
we can actually stay in that. I would say, Jay and Peter, I'm firmly of the opinion that the Germans have learned nothing. And that they don't have that guilt complex that they are always saying. If that was the case, if they had a guilt complex, they would not beat up Jews that are against the genocide. It's just the whole, even the Second World War is being turned into a, how do you say that in English? A stick to beat people with that you don't like, and often in a similar form of racism as what eventually led to the Second World War. So, for example, in the Netherlands, we had, at least when I was still living there, we had this. Every year we have Remembrance Day, okay, for the Second World War, and Liberation Day. And that day has become a moment where the far right, tries to block Moroccan and Muslim speakers, on the Remembrance Day. So we had this like poet or something, or a writer, author. He was of Moroccan descent. And then you had far-right politicians protesting against that. Why a Moroccan Muslim, and anti-Semitism is a Muslim problem. This is an insult to the victims of the Second World War. And they won. I mean, so the Remembrance Day of the result of exclusion becomes a tool of exclusion in Europe.
Yeah. I mean, I think just sort of psychologically, they do. I would defend a guilt complex. I do see that here, and that word still fits for me. But the way that they want to, or they demand, they expunge and deal with that guilt is on their terms, which is on the terms of, we support Israel, we've learned from it. And so anybody who challenges them of like, no, that's not truly learning from the mistake or whatever. You haven't really changed your ways. They are, viciously attacked as you're seeing. So I do think there is a guilt, or maybe so a fear of what they've done here, but they're going to deal with it on their terms. It's like it's like you're in a relationship with, you're going to marriage counselors, but you just don't like it because they're not giving you the answer that you want as a man or something. So then you just go to like 20 until someone tells you what you want to hear and tells you that your wife is wrong. It's almost like they're just not going to accept kind of the true lessons of World War II. They're going to deal with their guilt on their terms. And this is the way they do it. And I mean, we see the result of it. It's very oppressive in that way.
It's too bad they can't share like that, the excess of that with Japan, which if anything seems to do the opposite extreme of not going anywhere near far enough to apologize for their government's atrocities in World War II. But I'm also curious, you've been there for, I don't know how long you've been there in Berlin, but I'm curious to see what you think the reaction to the new war of aggression launched on Iran is. I mean, I've seen, of course, like European governments' official statements, most of them absolute garbage, other than maybe Spain's. But I would imagine that the majority of the people have a different view, but I have no idea. I'm just guessing on that. So what is your impression? Have you seen any polling on that?
I mean, I haven't. I think it would be disingenuous. I've been here officially living for 3 months. I was temporary before that. So I probably shouldn't speak like on behalf of what I'm seeing in Germany. But I will say just anecdotally, it's like quieter on the streets than when I lived in Madrid as far as like running into protests and stuff like that. It's a much more subdued population. I think, like I said, I think there's a reverence here, particularly for the EU, and they do just sort of follow what Ursula and Merz to a degree. So they're not popular people, but there's just not a lot of like active revolt on this kind of stuff. I mean, the truth, listen, I'm sure we can get into Iran now. Germany is completely screwed energy-wise, and everyone kind of knows this and has done this. It's like, they abandoned their nuclear energy program sort of willingly in order to, become dependent, as it were, on Russian gas. And when that ended, as Putin sort of pulled the plug on that measure, and I think obviously we can talk about America and the West's complicity in that whole system, Germany has no idea, has no plan. Europe doesn't really have a plan here. And so I think it's no secret that they all need Iran. They all need Middle Eastern oil. They're all desperately seeking how to fix this or fill the energy gap, all of these countries. And so, yeah, they're all going to be completely subservient to this aggression in Iran because the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open for them. It's like sometimes people overthink these things. It's just not that complicated, that these countries are desperate measures economically and energy-wise, and they're going to support it. And I think from the people that you're asking, I don't know how much revolt there is. I think I would just be making stuff up if I told you that people, they're certainly not out on the streets protesting, I'll tell you that much. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of looking at the national interest there, though. I mean, if they don't want oil prices to spike, it would probably behoove them to oppose the war.
Yeah.
But when Daddy tells you you've got to do one thing, then it seems like all of these leaders just fall in line, and it seems like their fear, in my view, highly irrational fear of Russian tanks rolling through Lisbon, next week is a big driver of that servility. I mean, even Mark Carney, of all people, like his initial statement was, oh yeah, Iran, very bad, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hello, we all remember you just 3 weeks ago when you gave that speech where you said that, the liberal international order was a fiction. We all knew it was bullshit, but when it benefited us, we went along with it, but we're no longer benefiting from it. But then, just a few days ago, he's right back to let's pretend like this fiction is real and we condemn Iran. So it's like, what the fuck is going on here?
I think that what the fuck is going on here is the title for everyone's podcast right now, basically. Yeah.
So, and just to jump in on what you just said about Germany and the whole gas thing, the energy thing. I mean, Germany, Europe in general, by the way, but Germany especially is just giving itself self-blow after self-blow. I mean, it started with the whole Nord Stream pipeline debacle, and now they're just following blindly into, well, and then of course the blind support for Israel. Now I heard the blind support for the U.S. invasion or U.S. Israeli attack on Iran. So it's like I said, okay, maybe they have some guilt, as you said, Jay. But I think Germany has learned nothing of their past.
Of course.
Especially because you've been there for 3 months. I can assure you, I grew up in that part of the world, right next to Germany. You're going, even though you're an American, you are going to be, I think, taken aback by the nasty racism that you will start seeing in Europe. And Germans are good at that stuff, man.
Yeah, it's the good one, the real classic version. And my wife is not white, so she gets it even stronger. So I have to be careful. Yeah.
And where's she from, if I may ask?
Well, she's from Chicago, but ethnically, her mother was born in Pakistan and her father was born in India. So she's from like the historically the Hyderabad sort of Mughal Empire India. So not Hindu India, but Muslim India from ages ago. But she was born in Chicago. But yeah, not a white woman. So she's. I have to remind myself to be particularly sensitive to it, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. So prepare yourselves in that sense, I would say. And that doesn't mean that Germans are bad people. Don't get me wrong. I think Germans, there's a very large segment of really, really warm and open-minded people. In fact, I always said, if I had to choose between Germans and the Dutch, my own people, I prefer the Germans, to be very honest. But culturally, you could say collectively, there is a serious racism problem in Germany and in most European societies. Yeah.
Well, just keeping on the energy issue, Trump just announced what I would call Operation Energy Futures, which is his claim that the U.S. Is going to offer insurance for oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz and a naval escort. Now, that hasn't really made much of a dent on in oil markets, I think, because people who actually know the situation are laughing this off and saying this is completely infeasible, that you're not going to be able to offer any sort of significant protection. So this is kind of dead on arrival. But I don't know, is there any sort of belief in Germany that you've spotted that, Daddy is going to sort this all out so we don't need to worry, and this doesn't presage a really dark economic future for us because we are part of the U.S. empire?
I mean, I don't know. I can't quite speak on like what I'm seeing in Germany. I probably consume 90% non-German news. I'm not a German speaker fluent yet, so like I'm probably out of my depth there. But I mean, I'll just say from my take, it's everyone's been saying this, and we're not military analysts, but this seems like the dumbest fucking thing that Trump and the Americans have ever done. From every angle, even just the cynical, like, he's trying to win some game of Monopoly and get all the chips. Like, every angle of this is so fucking stupid. I think he's just a really pretty stupid person, and he's in desperate measures. You know, who knows what's in the Epstein files, if that's part of it. I think it is part of it. It's that simple sometimes. People talking in his ear. Yeah, people like Pete Hegseth. Like, we tend to, I think our leaders have this, you know, information we don't have, and they think differently than us or whatever. Like, no, these are just fucking idiots. Like, that moment in this madness of the last couple of years when the reporter, I forget his name, he was some Atlantic guy, was accidentally put in that signal chat between JD Vance or whatever. When they struck, it was Iran the first time, I think, or maybe it was Yemen. It was Yemen the first time. And everyone got like a glimpse into, like, this is what world leaders sound like. They're sending like eagle emojis to each other and like fists and stuff. Like, that's the level of diplomacy. And I think that's not like particularly unique to American. Maybe it's like American happens to have an insanely stupid administration right now. But like, that's kind of how the world works. It's like they're idiots trying to figure out how to you know, send emojis to each other and win a game of Monopoly that they think they're playing, or Risk or something. And even from that angle, this was so fucking stupid that he did this. And we should of course talk about Israel dragging him into it, or however that sort of works, or is there blackmail or whatever, because I don't know if he thought he could just win this easily in a couple days. Like, I just had Radhika Desai on there, and that was her sort of take, being like, he was convinced it would be like Venezuela and he would get this, like, you know, cool image, headline. Like, he said he watched that on TV and it was like a movie. Like, he thinks he's a fucking in a 90s movie. And it's not. Like, Iran it's not Venezuela. It knows what it's doing. And Jesus, like, as cynical as it is, Iran's response to be like, guess what, all you Arab states, we're gonna send missiles your way, because you've been playing this game and working with the Americans, and, you know, everyone knows the kind of post-World War II deal that was made that Iran opted out of, which was basically, everyone knows it, right? America was like, we'll take care of all your security, and in exchange, you don't have to build up your military, so you can concentrate elsewhere. You can have a monarchy. We won't really give you much shit about the religion stuff and like the human rights stuff. You can do what you want in your country. We'll take care of all your security for you. Just give us a cheap deal on the oil and keep these shipping lanes open, and we're good, right? And basically, one by one, Qatar, UAE, all these places fell in line, with some revolts over the time and some little suppression, but like, they all fell in line. And except for Iran, famously, as we know, out with the revolution. It was the one that got away. The Shah was playing that game, we all know, as the US puppet, but Iran's the one that got away. And it was a big one. It was like, dang, they have a lot of oil, and they have access to this really important shipping line. And it's always been the one that America and Israel and the imperialists wanted to get back into the fray. And so now that, you know, shit's hit the fan, when it's like, it's just not going to negotiate with us the way that we want, even though everyone's reported, like, clearly it was willing to do a lot of this negotiations. Well, we're just going to try to bomb it and force, I don't know, the Shah's son or this idiot to come back and charge or whatever. And Iran is like, okay, cool. Hey, guess what, Arab states? This was a fake negotiation that the US was doing with us. We were willing to talk to them, and it was a ruse, and they bombed us anyway. We're going to show you how good of a friend the US is when you get in bed with them. Here's a bunch of fucking missiles your direction. And now we see it. They're all running out of the interceptors, right? Like, and yeah, like, let's not be, I'm being cynical here. I'm just like talking in the game of Risk. I'm not talking morally here. But even just in that game theory analysis, they're really smart at it, because now everyone's seeing Qatar and everyone's running out of these interceptors. Well, those aren't their interceptors. That's them being like, hey, America, you said you would take care of security. That was the deal. And we're running out of interceptors. Come help us. That was the deal. And obviously people are fleeing, and everyone's talking about who's going to go on vacation to Dubai anymore, who's going to buy, and that's real. And they're like, holy shit, the deal is falling apart. You said you were going to come help us. And Iran is like, just watch how good your friends in America really are, which everyone else in the Middle East, in the whole world really, has learned that lesson already, from Osama bin Laden onward, of like, you think the Americans are your friends? Just wait until you really need them to show up, and they won't. And then we'll see what happens next. And Iran is like that play they're making of being like, of course they're going after Israel as best they can, but that play I think surprised everyone. And it doesn't seem America was ready for that. And now what are they going to do? America's going to go broke trying to defend Qatar or the UAE? How's that going to play with the America First Trumpers? Like, they're already pissed at you. I don't know if you saw Nick Fuentes' crash out on Trump. Like, this stuff really matters. Like, this, from every angle, this is the dumbest fucking thing that Trump could have possibly done if his only concern was higher approval ratings, staying in power, helping Americans, whatever else. The only rationale for it is basically he's panicking because he's being blackmailed, which is totally possible. Whatever 13-year-olds are in that Epstein file, I don't know if this is going to keep it out.
Or younger.
Obviously, people
or
have,
younger.
Or younger. I have, it could be, awful shit. People have guessed, well, maybe this now will lead to a troops on the ground war, and he'll try to cancel the midterm elections or something. I mean, the clock is really ticking on that dude. The Democrats are going to win the midterms, and they'll probably impeach him. They'll try to force the Epstein files open. Like, it's really desperate times for Donald Trump and the MAGA people. But this move he made is just so colossally stupid, let alone immoral and deadly. And, we could talk about, this sounds like I'm talking like very about a chessboard here, but I'm not going to forget these are dead girls at a school. Like, this is insane shit. But just on a pure strategic level, holy shit, he is stupid. And this is so insanely stupid. And Iran has played a pretty big card. And now the cards are not in America's court right now. It's in Qatar, Dubai, UAE, Saudi Arabia, all the Abraham Accord countries, we could call them that. It's in their hands now. Because it's like, well, you've seen how good your American friends are. Are they going to show up? If they don't show up with more interceptors in the next couple days, those missiles are going to start hitting hotels. They're going to, and hey, we're firing them at you. And where is that anger going to be channeled? If you're Dubai or the UAE, is it going to be channeled at Iran, the guy who fired a missile at you? Sure, a little bit. I think a lot of it is channeled at the Americans, because they always knew this was a risk. UAE and all these countries, they always knew that this was a risk, at least after the Shah was ousted. I guess historically, maybe they thought Iran will also play the game, and we're all just going to play this American game. But when the revolution happened and you had a different power there, they always knew this was a risk. And so what are they going to do? Are they like, if I'm Iran, I tell like Qatar, I'll be like, pull out of the Abraham Accords and I'll stop the missiles. Like, it could go that way. Like, who knows the next direction? But boy, like Iran has won already is my point.
I just wrote an article about it on our Substack. I can advise you to read it.
You've been writing great stuff. I'm on your email list. It's great. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah. So have you read the latest one where I talk about the Gulf states?
No, There's been a lot going on.
I would like to hear I would like to see what you think about my argument. I am better at writing it down than to express it under words. But personally, I think even now that the United States is just not defending the Gulf states, because the Gulf states are just slaves. They're just house slaves. And I think that even then, I don't believe the Gulf states would ever turn on the Western Empire and Israel, because we're talking about the Epstein class here. Their whole legitimacy to live a life of depravity and opulence is rooted in the Western Empire, their protection by the whole Epstein syndicate, you could say. And if they would align with any other power like Iran or China, whatever, it creates a completely different dynamic and also expectation among the people. And so it's morally, you can almost say it's morally, culturally, ethically impossible for these depraved pedocracies to align themselves with a society like Iran that is actually has these kind of moral and religious values very high, and revolutionary thought very high, than to even they're getting bombed, they're not protected, whatever, but these guys like MBS and stuff, they're so addicted to their palaces and their little harems of little girls that I think that they would rather see their whole country burn as long as they still have their palaces and their harems. You know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right, but that's the play here, and Iran can display that for the whole world. If that's the next step of this, it's they're outnumbered. The thing about always creating an elite class in a society and counting on them to play the game and take care of whatever propaganda you need to keep the population generally subdued is they're always outnumbered. So it's almost like it's this funny game where America's like calling on the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow their government. Well, Iran is almost asking the same kind of thing in the places you just mentioned, being like, you see the people that your elite leaders have got in bed with and got in jail with? Yeah. And, the religiosity is complicated because of the Shia Sunni, like who's listening to who there. People have pointed out in Bahrain, of course, there's a huge Shia population, which is somewhat spiritually loyal to the Ayatollah who's rising up. And but yeah, you're dead on. I'm not expecting those countries to like fold and suddenly, I don't know, change course. They're quite addicted to building these buildings. And did you call it the pedocracy? I quite like that. I think I know what you're getting at there. that says enough. That needs to be said. Yeah.
I have to give credit here to what's his name again of the East is a podcast. Nima, I forgot his name. He was our guest, remember? He called it Pedocracies of East is a podcast. Come on, Sina is his name. Sorry, my apologies if you're watching. Sometimes I'm really bad with names, but he actually called it Pedocracies, and I was like, that's such a good name, man. So I copied it from
that's
him.
Where we're at. Yeah.
And he calls Westerners Westoids. That's also a good one.
Good. Well, I don't have too much to add there, so
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this is going to depend on just what Iran's missile stockpiles are, and that's something that no commentator on YouTube or any other place has any real idea of. And so, just as an annoyance, I can't stand the Monday morning quarterbacking like, oh, Iran should have done this and should have done that. It's like, bitch, you don't know what the fuck their capacities were. So just sit this one out, shut the fuck up, and you can talk about other things, but when people are like, oh, Iran should hit them harder, it's like, what are you talking about? You're not a general. You have no idea what capability they have. Just But so far, that all being said, this is all of the reasons why for the past, since, 2006 when George W. Bush, that administration was talking about waging a war of aggression on Iran. All of the reasons why that made no sense whatsoever, like all of the negative effects that would provoke. We're seeing all of that right now. I mean, even just last week when I was talking in class to my students, I was like, there are a lot of good reasons why you might think that Trump will attack. The potential blackmail, the fact that his brain is he's like Biden too, and all of his advisors are pushing him toward war. There's a very strong case to be made that he will launch a war. But on the other hand, there are all of these rational reasons why it would make no sense whatsoever, from the massive disruption to all of the Gulf state allies, to the lack of interceptors for both Israel and the U.S., and all of their allies, and pissing off their allies by taking away, like there was a story about the U.S. taking THAAD interceptors away from South Korea, which themselves provoked a diplomatic spat with China. And now they're like, oh, you had to pay a price with China, but by the way, we're just going to take those back because we need them to protect Israel. So, and we haven't even talked about, all of the negative consequences, but as of now, it's really just kind of mind-blowing to see it. Unless the Trump administration is able to get a ceasefire, or Iran just simply does not have enough missile stockpiles,
All right, folks.
then it really seems like they're going to have to get a ceasefire one way or another, because the damage to just the U.S. empire economically, and I'm including its allies in that, just seems far too much to bear. I mean, we're talking about Taco Trump. He pussies out every time the markets dip, and so far he's been lucky with the market reaction. But this goes on for another week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I mean, I don't know.
I think we may assign a little bit too much power to Donald Trump in this sense. I think Donald Trump is just a decoy. I think the bigger powers behind him are the ones who are pushing him, such as, of course, Netanyahu in Israel, and probably other big billionaire players and corporations that we often just don't hear about, because I don't believe that guy who hardly reads, Donald Trump, is very much the organizer of all the stuff that is happening right now. And you know what I think personally what Iran is doing, and that relates a bit to what both of you also said. I think that Iran came to the conclusion that both Israel and the US can take a lot of hits and recover and deal with that. I mean, we got to be honest. Israel has taken a lot of. It's been, even though it's committing the one of the worst genocide in modern history. It just keeps going, man. I mean, the population is still going. There's no uprising. There's it's a war. It's a war people. It's a war economy. It's a war-like people, and they thrive on it. You can see it. So I think the Iranians made probably the correct decision. Okay, the U.S. and Israel themselves can take a lot of hits. And they have probably already calculated that into their actions. But if Iran was probably thinking, if we are attacking the things that hurt Europe and that hurt the vassal states, their oil, our supermarket prices, gas, you name it, then the pain is going to spread. And when the pain spreads, that's going to be pressure onto the United States and onto Israel. And I think that is part of the calculation. What do you guys think?
No, totally agree. Yeah, that's what I was saying of going after all of their friends and buddies and assets in the whole region. They're, like I said, there's only so much you could do hitting Israel directly. But no, it's smart. It's really, I think it was a surprise response, and it's we don't, like Peter was saying, we don't know. We're not military generals. We don't know. There's a lot of posturing about how much we have. Everyone says, oh, we still have more to come. And who knows? This is all just total madness. It all seems completely, from a really broad, zoomed out perspective, a predictable story of whatever stage of, Radhika was calling it senile stage of capitalism that we're at, where it's just kind of on autopilot trying to survive, and it can't. It just needs to. It needs continuous, endless war. Hopefully, people have had enough of it. It does seem. I do think, like, where my mind is at, is I'm really trying to keep a close eye on the trajectory of the right in America, because that fracture is legit, is real. For probably many of us have seen Tucker's continued whatever. Mental track that he's on, which has been fascinating, and it's like it's really he's doing a useful service doing this so publicly, to be honest. Even though I think he's like deep down.
And Candace Owens in her way as well.
Candace Owens, absolutely. I mean, and you could see, and I like these people, even though like you see where their brain hits the wall of racism, and they can't, like, you see all the times where they go too far, and they can't, like, but I like and appreciate and respect this like openness that they're doing this with. His conversation with Mike Huckabee was fascinating. To a degree, people like Nick Fuentes, this kid who just, you should watch the clip of him just, saying, fuck JD Vance, fuck Rubio, fuck this, he's out, vote for Democrats. I mean, it's pretty wild. And you remember, and he says he was 18 years old when he voted for Trump in 2016. He's basically a child. And I give these kids some leeway of some mental growth here. But what I just sort of to zoom back from the conversation, but Iran is the break. Like, we're done. I think Trump is done. This is the end of whatever MAGA was, and I think him personally is done. Like, I won't make bold predictions on your show, but I don't know if he's going to finish the term, because this is like, if the Democrats take over, they're going to impeach him. This is obviously a violation of his war powers. I mean, so many things you can get him on. Maybe the Epstein files comes out. Like, he is done, and I don't think his base is solidified enough to come help him. Yeah, he's never going to dip below 25% or whatever, even on a bad day. There's just a certain amount of psychology that people are will worship the king as it goes down. But I think he's done, and I think he's over. And so what I worry about, like, is we've seen this trajectory. Let's just like zoom back to October 7th, or even like COVID, and if you really zoom back, like 9/11, like the conversation of the world since 9/11, we're still in it. A historian would obviously compress this to, we're still in the post 9/11 conversation somewhere like America. The America First ethos, which people should remember. If people think that's new, right? It's not. There was an America First committee before World War I, which was Lindbergh, and it dissolved the moment that Pearl Harbor happened, which is fascinating. And that's where you get a lot of the conspiracy theories of false flag or whatever in order to dissolve it. Like, literally dissolved like the next day. Gerald Ford was a part of it, and then he becomes a huge war guy. But America First as this isolationist, we don't get involved in foreign entanglements. They always go back to George Washington, like with his initial sort of warnings. And this idea of just ending foreign wars and, Trump being the anti-George W. Bush and all that kind of stuff, that is great that they have that kind of feeling. And I'm always talking about sort of, people bring up the horseshoe theory of the right and the left, but there's massive differences in the right and the left that matter, even though we can sometimes kind of sound the same when we rail against foreign wars and foreign entanglement. And it's really, I think, coming to a head now with something like, we're on this channel, I assume all fairly lefty, furious about American interventionism and, whatever. But we think the motivation for that, I'm not sure what the right wing thinks the motivation for that is. If they think it's just, we didn't sign up to be the policeman of the world, why do I give a shit about the freedom of Iranians? It has nothing to do with me, right? They say that kind of stuff, which is like, it's a really weird, ironic thing that's happening, where you almost get, on the Fox News side of the coin here, these like moral arguments, which is strange. You don't expect them from the right, of like, the Ayatollah was a bad guy. This is about women's rights. Like, we're going there to liberate the people of Iran or Iraq. Like, you brought up the predictions of these people. Dick Cheney saying we're going to be greeted as liberators. If people want to see a really interesting piece of video, just Google or YouTube 1994 Dick Cheney C-SPAN interview on why we shouldn't take out Saddam, which he perfectly predicts in this clip exactly what will happen, why you shouldn't go to Baghdad and take out Saddam. And then he did it exactly. Anyway, sort of beside the point. But on the right wing, you're hearing these moral arguments that Saddam was a bad guy, Gaddafi was a bad guy, these guys are butchers, right? Like, it's about the freedom of girls in Iran, let alone we just fucking massacred an entire school of them, but whatever, leave that alone.
Epstein.
But you hear
Epstein, the whole Epstein case.
Yeah, that was a break for a lot. Marjorie Taylor Greene got off the train when that happened. Good for her. Tom Massey, a few other people. But so you hear these moral arguments for American interventionism on Fox, and those people are starting to get, the MAGA movement was supposed to not care about that shit anymore, right? They're like, we don't care about what's happening in Iran over there, or Iraq or whatever. It has nothing to do with me in America. I'm worried about my kitchen table, and I'm worried about my job, and take care of me for once. Take care of me here. By the way, take care of white people too, before everyone else. There's always this tinge of sort of white racism in it. But that's sort of weirdly why they think that we go to war in foreign countries, I suppose. And they were tired of it. Whereas sort of like for you and I on the left, we understand the motivation is not to go liberate Iran, right? If you really, Iran's the perfect example, which now I'm happy more and more young people are discovering the history of 1953 and Mossadegh and whatever, because it's the perfect experiment. You're like, if you think American interventionism is about spreading democracy and liberating people, and you really wish that Iran had a secular democracy because you think that's an ethical, good form of government and it'll liberate people, well, they had it with Mossadegh. And who overthrew it? The West overthrew it in favor of a monarchy that was a puppet of the U.S. and
that was an Epstein. That was an Epstein empire. I mean, that's what the West wants everywhere. I mean, I'm not even kidding you guys. Every puppet that the West installs, whether it's Syria, whether it's Egypt, whether it's back in the day in Iran, who was overthrown, it's always depraved Epstein figures, and people overthrow these guys. And now you have the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they're not bothering me. So I'm like, let them have their own government and their own style if that works. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm also so tired talking about all these moral arguments, Jay.
Totally.
And I have a question for you. What do you think about that? Because I share that frustration. I heard somebody say yesterday in an interview that he said, I'm so sick of all these liberal disclaimers and these leftist disclaimers, not just liberal, but at least leftist disclaimers. People who support Iran, but every time they have to start with, it doesn't mean I support the regime.
Right.
It doesn't mean I'm in support of this style of governing. It doesn't mean that I am in support of the Ayatollah. However, the Iranian people should not be attacked. And I'm like, I totally agree with it. I can't handle it, these disclaimers. First of all, stop coming from that moral position when you come from a society that is in no way better. You know, if you talk about women's rights in Iran, okay, let's talk about black rights in the United States. Let's talk about the prison population in the United States. 25% of the global prison population is imprisoned in the United States. Mostly black people, Mexicans, and indigenous people. We can talk about any right that we want to talk about, you know? And I'm not going to say that there are no women's rights issues in Iran or in any country or in the Netherlands or in Germany or black people rights or indigenous rights. Yes, every country in the world has serious human rights abuses. Every single country. So if we are talking about foreign policies and where our societies, our Western governments or regimes, I should say, are intervening in other societies, we're not gonna use disclaimers to how can you say, to distance ourselves from their political system. We are not in the place to do that, in my opinion. I find it distasteful.
Yeah. I hear you as sort of a strategic thing. I mean, I might be guilty of giving some of those disclaimers at sometimes, but it's mostly, I think, trying to announce to people a bit of confusion. I hear you. I hear you strategically. You're fed up with it, and I totally get it, and I'm fed up with it too. I guess I would say, as far as sort of like the women's rights things goes, it's absolutely true, your point, and I would just put it in the terms of sort of the patriarchy, which I brought up in my last show, and I want to talk about it much more, because anyone on this show should just go ask if they have a wife or a girlfriend or women in their lives what it's like being a woman growing up in Western patriarchy. It's no fucking cakewalk here, and that's something that just needs to be. And now, like you said with the Epstein class, it's almost like the West, in some of these eyes, lost all moral standing when they pulled off a genocide in Gaza and didn't give a shit. Everyone's like, are you going to lecture us about sort of human rights or how to engage in wars? And then the Epstein thing was like, are you really going to lecture us about how to treat our women when you do Epstein Island? I mean, it's all the moral sort of standing is gone. So I hear your anger there, but I guess I do have to say, listen, like, my card's on the table. I'm an anarchist. This is like back to sort of like the difference of the left and the right. Just to like close that loop, because I think it relates, is if you and I, it's totally on your point, because as leftists, we're like, well, we're against interventionism, maybe not as an idea. We could talk about that sort of like abstractly in a philosophy 101 class. I think it's interesting, but we're certainly against Western American intervention or Israeli intervention. not based on at least for me, not based on some blanket principle against all intervention. We could talk about like Star Trek's Prime Directive as a great example from like the sci-fi world here, which is really interesting. But we're against the American-Israeli intervention because American and Israeli intervention, let's talk about American history here, is not interested in the liberation of it's all bullshit. Like, that's why the Iran one is a perfect example. Or I always go, like, post-World War II Africa is a great place to start. If you have this, if people can't get over some of the stuff you just said about sort of the religiosity of the Middle East and they don't quite understand it and they think, yeah, but don't they force women to cover their hair and I have a problem with that, which they don't. People just go like Google some video of Tehran. It's like they're not. It's not like morality police beating women on the street every day. It's obviously a lot of Western propaganda. Although there are problems, right? But if you have a problem with that, go to post World War II Africa and pick a country that was interested in their liberation, and see what America and CIA involvement was there, and who is pulling the plug on this so-called liberation.
Also a good example.
Afghanistan, yeah, I'm trying to pick like a non-Muslim one for the people who might have problems. But I'm with you, totally. It's all the same story. America's role as an interventionist has been consistently against this form of human liberation and democracy and women's rights or whatever. They don't care. As long as you give them cheap shit, really cheap shit, they don't fucking care what you do. And if you stop giving them cheap shit, because God forbid you want to nationalize the oil or something and sell it on a market, well, we got to come kill you. There is nothing to do with spreading democracy and liberation and women's rights and all this kind of nothing. So to answer that, like hopefully that makes sense. It's like I don't have, in principle, in some abstract sense, a problem with intervention. It's like I put this on sort of like a personal level of like if I have a neighbor who I think is getting abused by her husband. Like I hear it at night over, I hear her getting hit and I hear her screaming or something and I feel, oh, this is kind of bad. Should I intervene? Should I not intervene? Obviously the questions that pops up in people's minds is like, I wish I could intervene and stop that. Could I call the cops? Could I do something? But we're always having to do this calculus of like, will I do more harm than good? And then frankly, and this is the sicker part, what's my intention? If my intention is like, oh, I'm actually in love with her, and I want to like get rid of that guy and I want to abuse her and take her over. Well, that would be a huge problem. And that's kind of the analogy I'm putting here of like America being like, you want to go intervene and, help these abused women in Afghanistan or Iran. Do you really? Or do you just want to become their new exploiter? And maybe it'll be a little better. Like here's like as a total gift, and you're not going to like this, Kareem, because it is apologetics to a degree. There's people like Masa, I forget her last name, the one with the crazy hair, the Iranian. She's been all over CNN this week. I used to be sort of connected to her in these like Sam Harris worlds, actually. And she's like, this is great. She's like celebrating. She's like, this is like the fall of the Berlin Wall, just pure excitement. And I got to tell you, like, I have empathy for that position as a woman in Iran who has been harassed by the Republic many times and all this kind of stuff and had to flee, who has made a huge deal out of this idea of just being able to show your hair and get this law off the books or whatever. Like, I do not doubt, because I don't think religion is great. I do not doubt that on an individual level, like a snapshot of life under the Shah for someone, even a woman, and life under the Ayatollah for a woman might have gotten worse, and maybe significantly worse for some individuals who just lived that life. And who am I to tell them like, no, you just don't understand. It's really bad in both regards. The only thing, and this is sort of the like,
but at the same time, these are the people, I don't know this woman, but all these commentators from the West, at the same time, they celebrate the death of their own people.
Yeah. No, I know. It's but
so you care about women's rights in your own country, but you don't care that a school is bombed?
She would call it collateral damage, I'm sure. Yeah, listen, I agree. Like, there's problems with all of these arguments. I'm just trying to go in the abstract, like, philosophy sense here, if that were true. So actually, as an anecdote, after October 7th, when this all kind of was really going off in my mind, and I just kind of decided to jump into the YouTube conversation publicly a little more because, as I've said many times, the people around me, who you all know, just were failing miserably. One of the people who I got on her show is a woman named Yasmin Mohammed, who we used to be sort of friends and close. And she has a really, really awful personal story of abuse. And she was in Canada, and it sounds like her mom was kind of insane and had a bad divorce, but ended up putting her in a full, like the burqa with the gloves and the whole thing. And she was forced to marry this guy who I think was like really involved in Al-Qaeda. Anyway, terrible personal story with her engagement with Islam, and developed, understandably, a huge distaste for Islam, and sort of went on this anti-Islam crusade after she escaped some of that world. She's actually Palestinian. So it was very interesting. And she has a channel, and sort of fell into the Sam Harris argumentation of that the left is propping our refusal to critique her enemies of Islamic religious fundamentalists who have enslaved her is like a huge abandonment of liberal values, and what are we doing? And so she developed this huge anger. We all know that. I think we all know that Sam Harris style argumentation. She's one of them. Anyway, she invited me on her show because I was like, when Israel and Gaza was going on, I was like, you're just making a mess. And we can talk, I don't need to say what I said on the show, but I remember we did like a live call with like a lot of her audience, and there was a couple Iranian women in the call, and they asked me some questions at the end that I was waiting for, which were these kind of challenges, being like, because I was making this case of like, I hear you, Yaz, and I hear the women, a lot of women in that call, of this argument that like, we just need religious fundamentalism out of our lives because we just need that. So like, I don't care who gets it out, Israel, America, whatever. And I was like, I hear that argument, but just consider my take that I too would like to see the liberation of women. And I too think that fundamentalism of any kind, of any religious, we can talk about Jewish fundamentalism later in this call, but fundamentalism of any kind, including Islamic, is probably not great for anyone, including women. I'm not a fan, okay? So if I wish to see a world where that is no longer a huge operative force in the women's lives who are on this call, well, my argument is largely, especially in Iran, that revolution and that problem was a reactionary result and a sort of resistance, revolutionary result, as you used the word earlier, Kareem, to American imperialism and Zionism in particular in their neighborhood as an outpost of American imperialism. And so the domino that needs to fall to get to the world where that is no longer an operative force in Iran or Afghanistan or everywhere else, the first domino in my analysis is Zionism. So like, I'm on their side, I'm on your side. We want to get to that same world one day, but Zionism is the thing that needs to fall. If you're begging for Zionism to come in and save you from the Ayatollah, like, it's not going to work, and it's a disaster. So it's almost,
but it's also, if I could shortly jump in, Jay, sorry, but I'm so frustrated sometimes by some of these arguments from these people, because they're so morally inconsistent. That bothers me tremendously, because we have the same types in the Netherlands. We had somebody called Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and she was a Dutch politician, and she was a very famous Dutch politician. And eventually she was kicked out of the country by her own far-right party, because she joined that far-right party to hate on Muslims. And she was doing the same thing with Geert Wilders about Islam, and they're so bad for women and all that kind of stuff. And then I'm like, and then at the same time, you support governments and people like Donald Trump, who are not religious at all, but one of the worst treaters of women and girls you can imagine, and you think that's gonna save you from bad treatment of women? It's such a moral inconsistency that frustrates me, because you're not gonna tell me you care about women's rights by becoming a rabid right-wing fascist. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Just think of this. They're asking the grab him by the pussy guy to save women. Like that's where we're at. Anyway, I've interviewed Ayaan a couple times. She's now, but I don't know if you followed her trajectory, she's converted to Christianity and become a full-on Christian, which you need to keep an eye on, which I think is an interesting personal trajectory, because I'm going to hold out some charity for her that maybe she bumped into some of these inconsistencies and maybe has found refuge in something like Christianity, because she's full on. If you YouTube like Ayaan Hirsi Ali about Israel, it was like 2 years ago. She's like, read the holy book, Christianity, the Bible tells us we have to be in line with Jews, which, by the way, for some other people that I know, like Yasmin, they were devastated by her sort of becoming a religious fundamentalist of the Christian stripe. So yeah, she's had her own trajectory in that. But yeah, just to close that loop, when I presented that argument of like, basically, listen, if you're no fan of Islamism and fundamental sort of theocracies of the Islamic stripe, well, they propped themselves up as a bulwark against U.S. imperialism and Zionism running rampant in their neighborhood and in their societies. And so if you're interested in having them decline, well, then maybe we should think about how they got here in the first place. But it's very convenient for these Westerners just to completely erase any of this history, to not talk about Mossadegh, just to just move along with this crazy idea that these Muslims, as we started this conversation, were just always rabid anti-Semites, and we're just waiting to sort of come out of the woodwork and do this kind of thing. So, I don't know if I convinced any of these women, but they should keep it in mind, as we don't know how this will unfold in Iran. But if there is some sort of boots on the ground, ridiculous kind of ground war, regime change, I don't expect that to happen. I just don't think even Trump has the appetite for that, as Peter brought up the taco syndrome already. But if there is, and you do get a kind of like, I don't know, puppet Hamid Karzai, whoever the hell they put in to, like, it's just not going to happen. But if they did, like, you're going to have Syria, Iraq, Al-Qaeda times a million there. And then maybe 10 years from now, those women on that call will come to me being like, I think you maybe had a point. Like, I don't want to see any of that happen. So, like, I'm going to try to remain philosophically and morally consistent here, Kareem. I hear your point. I think it's more of a strategic one of like, let's stop just sort of caveating, I'm no fan of the Ayatollah. But I will say, like, that's not my vision of liberation for women. So I do empathize with women who, or not just women, men, everyone. But I do empathize with people who want him gone or want to see a change happen. But it's just like, guys, how many times do you have to learn that America doesn't give a shit about that vision that you have? They just want your cheap shit on the market at the price that they want to pay, and they want their boats to move freely. Like, that's it. And so they're not your friends here. So they could be your friends today, but as Iran's pointing out to all of their friends or the Gulf states, check back in 5 years who you're fighting against. Because, like, and just one more thing to put this in, just because this is important, is like, that school, it's so fucking crazy to me that we're in a place where they bombed a fucking elementary school, and we haven't even like heard any apologies or investigations or anything. Like, how far have we come in just a couple of years? Where even Israel at the beginning, after October 7th, was like, we hit a hospital and now we need like a week of justifications, and obviously it was all bullshit, but at least they felt they had to like be like, we didn't do that, we didn't mean to do that, it was a mistake. Nothing. Like, what the fuck? You bombed a school and like nobody said anything.
And that's
and then, sorry,
result
I know I'm going on for a while, but just really quickly, people have pointed this out. Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker from September 11th, the day after a school was bombed, and I don't remember which one this was, Naftali Bennett was the one who pulled off the thing. That was the day that he was like, fuck this, I'm going to go join Al-Qaeda. And 5-10 years later, I don't even know the timeline, flies the planes into our buildings, and we could talk about all the reasons and other things around 9/11. But I'm not even, this is maybe inflammatory for your show, but I'm not even using the word radicalized anymore. I'm talking motivated. Like, he was motivated by that event, not radicalized, to be like, this is untenable, I'm gonna go do something. How many people, parents, friends, cousins, neighbors, just saw their little girl completely fucking obliterated in an elementary school they just dropped her off with, who did the same thing? And that we won't hear about or know their names for 5 to 10 years when it's gonna be the classic blowback or whatever. And it's like, what have you just done? So Massa celebrating this as the Berlin Wall moment and cheering on CNN. That's the part that is simultaneously, I have moral sympathy for her hatred of Islamic, whatever, republic, but it's just so foolish and it's just such a tragedy. And I'm just as horrified as you are there. So yeah, I'll shut up. I know that was a long rant, but that's where I'm at.
We might even learn something useful from Christianity, that, if we want to get a splinter out of our neighbor's eye, it really helps if we take a plank out of our own eye. just for the dexterity required to get that splinter out of our neighbor's eye. And as a United Statesian, I like nothing more than criticizing other people, other countries, other cultures. Like, that's part of my culture is to do that. But I'm left in a very weak position. Like being in China is a great example, because it's like, what was my major criticism of Chinese foreign policy? I'd have to go back to the like 50 years ago with the punitive expedition against Vietnam. But as soon as I start saying like, that was a very bad idea, someone would just be like, hold on a second, what country are you from? Oh, the U.S.
Yeah.
Like, what was your country's foreign policy regarding Vietnam again? Like, 3 to 4 million human beings murdered, and our our punitive expedition killed like thousands. That's it. So you have no ground to stand on. That's part of it. I mean, I think we would be much better off if we focused on cleaning up our own house first, so that eventually we could come to the stage where we can criticize other people and be able to indulge in that aspect of U.S. culture without any worries, and doing so perhaps even effectively if we could point to our own good example. But yeah, I think you guys covered the main points, which is the most important point, which is, that's not the real motivation. Women's rights was not the motivation for the invasion of Afghanistan. Freeing the Iraqi people from the dictatorship of Hussein was not the motivation. And that matters a whole hell of a lot, because the motivation is going to powerfully influence the conduct of the war and the occupation afterwards. So a fundamental point is, I do agree with all of these things, like, living under a dictatorship, terrible. Women's rights in Afghanistan, along with tons of other countries, not good, needs to change. But invading them is obviously not going to accomplish that. So it's all a red herring. It's entirely beside the point, because you end up arguing with somebody over something that's completely irrelevant. Like, sure, I wish this, that, or the other thing would change, but an invasion is not going to do that. So why are we wasting our time, talking about this? And then I guess
Not only that, Peter. Not only that. It's still, and it's about what you just said, that you see the splinter. What was it? You see the splinter in somebody else's.
Splinter in your neighbor's eye. Yeah.
Yeah, but not the what? The
plank in your own.
Plank in your own. Yeah. That still brings me to the fact that that's just pure racism, that we are so easy in our societies to talk about women's rights here and this right there and patriarchy here and there, without seeing that same problem in our own societies. So when you talk about women's rights in Iran, but then also say, well, but this is not the way you do it. It still just completely ignores the problem of women's rights and human rights in our societies. It doesn't mean that it's the same. It's different, but it doesn't mean it's less. It's worse or less bad than somewhere else. What I'm trying to say is, it's like you must be really racist and sexist, by the way, to ignore the problems of our society and say countries like Iran or China or whatever have problems with human rights and problems with this and that. Because if your eyes were open to the pain of indigenous people, of black Americans, of the treatment of women in the United States, whether it's the Epstein class, whether it's the porn industry, whether it's the Catholic Church, I don't care what you're gonna choose. If your eyes were open to that, you would be saying that you just said. If you see the splinter in somebody else's eye, but not the plank in your own eye. Like, we really cannot do this. We have the most imperialist, most violent Epstein class running not only our societies but this world. And we've seen the facts for 500 years, guys. We can read it in the history books. From slavery to owning persons, servants, whether it's in Indonesia or Guatemala or Mexico or Brazil or South Africa. We have seen the evidence for 500 years.
And the killing and murdering has not stopped. It may even have become worse under the US empire. And we still think we can talk about those rights over there and this and that. And I understand when people say, when Peter, for example, says, this is not the way you bring it. I mean, we are just there not for those reasons. No, but it's even deeper. We have our own literal problems of human rights that we completely ignore. We're so blinded by racism and sexism, but especially racism, that we've never seen that at least as morally reprehensible is the treatment of black Americans in the United States, for example, or indigenous people on reservates. How do you call it? Reservates?
Reservations, yeah.
Reservations, yes. We say reservaat in Dutch, but reservations indeed. So I'm just like, I'm always so frustrated by that. But are you guys so blind? Not you guys, I mean in general. Are you guys so blind to people with a little bit of melanin in their skin that you can make the same bloody arguments for those people as the people you're talking about in another society? Is that complete blindness to abuse in our own society? And this just frustrates me tremendously.
Well, at best, I'll try to like steelman capitalists, because at best they think a capitalist conception of freedom is the be all end all, and that is, you know, at best what they think. Because I'm trying to just play devil's advocate here, but if they're like, yeah, all right, listen, my motivation, it's not really the women's in Iran. I want a business deal and I want to make money, and I think, you know, if they opened up their markets, whatever that means, with a different leadership. That maybe held less of a grudge, and we just did business. And we're all just trying to make money. We're all just trying to get rich here. We're all trying to screw each other. Like, that's how capitalism works. And then, you know, the society will change to kind of align with that deeper motivation. And that in some strange way or different way is going to change the situation on the ground for women, when that's kind of the cultural motivation, is screw each other and make money. And I think there's some truth to that, but it's such a hollow, false. You brought up the porn industry, and it's perfect. Listen, I just read Andrea Dworkin's famous book, Pornography, which is a difficult read. That's huge. Second wave feminism, which is something I want to talk more about on my show, honestly, lately. But it's like, in some ways, it's a more insidious and more difficult kind of patriarchy to notice, because it everything in the capitalist conception of freedom defaults to this thing called agency and free choice and consent, even though your choices and your path within that world are going to be greatly coerced. And so, you know, it's kind of sick also how we use women's bodies and women's situation as the barometer for all of these things when we talk about different cultures, but it is kind of true. We're gonna, you know, strip clubs that pop up everywhere over Baghdad when you become capitalist. And is that an improvement for women over, let's say, some draconian laws of male guardianship or whatever? Like, I don't know. None of us on this call are women, but I'm married to one, and she tells me, like, fuck this. This is pretty fucking oppressive. This assumption of even just wearing makeup, and like, there's good conversations happening about this now. But in some ways, it used to be derided. I'm thinking of this debate that I always go back to between Steven Pinker, whose name I brought up earlier, and Alain de Botton about the world getting better or whatever. And it used to just be called sort of like first world problems. Like, oh, poor you, like you have to worry about if you're wearing too much makeup and if the male gaze at the coffee shop is a little sort of irritating to you. Well, I'm in the third world and like I can't, you know, get water, and men are beating me every time I walk out of the street or something. And it used to kind of be like laughed at as this first world problem. But like, I think that's kind of underlying a lot of the stuff you said, Kareem. You did mention sort of the obvious, you know, treatment of blacks in prison and abuses, but the people like the Steven Pinkers will show you charts that say like, well, ours is better and we're at lower levels or whatever. But what's never captured on these charts is what I'm talking about there, of like this, like, is the capital, if the best you can offer as the West in some really, really charitable steelman kind of argument is like, well, we're trying to bring capitalism to them and we're going to screw them because that's how capitalism works. But women will get lives better under capitalism. I think a lot of people, especially the younger generation, are starting to see the philosophical problems with that, especially women, of like, is this freedom? Is this the best you could give me? So like, I just think that kind of
look at the whole pornification of all the teenagers with Tinder and everything, and the stuff that it does to their mentality and their mindset.
And it's harder to see, I think, when you're in it, because it consciously feels like agency and choice, right? No one's forcing them to go on OnlyFans and open these accounts, but they do. So it's like a little harder to see when America's so obsessed with this idea of coercion as freedom. If no one's coercing you or preventing choices from you, then you're free, rather than sort of the other way. But I think underneath a lot of it is those philosophical conceptions of freedom are hollow. And so I'll do the thing you don't want me to do, but in a different way. I'm no fan of the Islamic Republic, but I sympathize with them for looking at philosophically the capitalist philosophical description of freedom and being like, no, that's bullshit, and at least trying something else.
And also our way of treating women. Let's be honest. Also
Absolutely,
our way of seeing women and treating women as sex objects and all that kind of stuff. And I find that discussion also it's a very difficult discussion. And I've read some really convincing accounts by Chris Hedges about the pornification of society and what that does. And I remember in the beginning, when I was still heavily westernized as a young kid, reading Chris Hedges and thinking, oh, old guy and this and that. But now I'm in my 40s, and I must say, I really understand where he's coming from and where the Iranians are coming from, for example, when they discuss that, like the way you treat women and girls and in pornification of that, and dancing in half naked on Tinder, and otherwise they're bullied in school if they don't look good. And I'm like, this is also unfreedom. This is also pressure. I mean, when you hear these kids, and also boys, by the way, young boys, this pressure of how you must look in a capitalist society. You must be super good looking, and they're using now testosterone, and they all want to look good. And I'm like, there's something deeply wrong in our societies as well when it comes to these things.
If I could just underline that Pornhub and OnlyFans, now purchased by Israelis, which I don't think is an accident in all the stuff that we're talking about, of the way to sort of like continue to promote this hollow, and we could get to maybe the immorality of the Epstein class and this Jewish question I keep asking all my guests. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't think it's an accident that they're promoting this version even in that deep level. But just as like because I don't know how old your listeners are, and we're all in our, I don't know, Peter, you look pretty young, but we're all in our 40s here on this call. Yeah. And I think for
Peter
men,
and me are the same age, but he doesn't have gray hair like me, so.
Oh, it's just the camera. You both look great. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, he is gray, by the way. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so we're all men in our 40s in this call, and I bet we have similar kind of trajectories with this. Especially, you brought up pornography, and I think it's a huge issue with it. I was actually, are you recording this? Because someone just buzzed my door, and I feel like I might need to go get it. Can you hold on for like?
Sure,
5 minutes?
I'll edit it out. Yeah, right. So just say what you want, and then maybe also.
Yeah. Then we can. Well, I'll finish. The porn thing is. I don't know if you want to mute yourself. I'm hearing my.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I can do that.
I don't know if it's both you or Kareem. So the pornography thing, I'm glad you brought it up, because. So I was saying, we're in our 40s on this call, and I wonder how old your audience is. And I'm betting we've gone through some similar trajectories and some level of our relationship with something like pornography, and our relationship with something as intimate as sex and sexual performance, and what we find attractive, and vice versa. And so I was, if people are really interested in the heart of the most like strong firebrand feminist, second wave feminist book, Andrea Dworkin's Pornography, I think it's quite a confronting book, and she wrote it before internet pornography. but a confronting book that had some, I think, powerful argumentation, really good philosophy about something like the way that pornography as violence towards women constitutes the atmosphere where so much actual violence towards women is normalized and justified and objectified. And it's in some like really basic way. She says, you know, you get, let's just talk about a man masturbating to pornography, which might be subjugating a woman. You get a physiological reward. You get this little burst orgasm. I mean, I think probably most men feel like kind of stupid afterward, but you get this little like, oh, a happy thing. And people, men in their teenage years and in their 20s will all do this. And she points out that what you're learning there is to get a physiological reward for inequality. Because she is sure what is happening on the screen is an objectification of women, etc. And the entire atmosphere of a pornified society, she thinks, has constituted this distorted view of the way women look at themselves, of the way men look at women in these massively awful power dynamics, which leads us all quite sick. I mean, people are now seeing, obviously, you brought up Kareem, all the studies have been brought up of sexual intercourse between boys and girls or teenagers or 20s is like really low, and the men don't know what they're doing, the women don't know what they're doing. So to your point, and Radhika Desai actually brought this up, is the book that Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. I think it was called like Women Have Better Sex Under Communism or something. And I think like the title is so good, which is why the book did so well, but almost the entire thesis is that like, we know this as men, women need men to be in fairly good, I think, mental health to have good sex. I'm just putting that out there. And a woman needs a man to be performing in a certain way to have good sex. And under socialism, if things are certain sort of stresses are taken care of economically, the women just have better sex. It's almost like a funny basic argument, but it also goes to this idea of in capitalism, and this back to this conception of capitalism as freedom, and that's what the West can offer, is the point of capitalism is to commodify everything, right? Including turn your body and yourself into a commodity, which is literally objectification of the self, which is putting a woman on the shelf on OnlyFans or whatever else it is. And that is that is something that, again, for better or worse, as alternative visions of how to arrange society and how to talk about women and everything else, Islam and Islamism had an alternative answer. Love it or hate it, I have a ton of sympathy and empathy for them trying something different. Communism tried something different, although it's been, since the Cold War, erased. And I think it would be a massive tragedy for the world. This is to your point, to completely bulldoze the world with just a capitalist vision of freedom that only leaves room for just pure commodification. And eventually we will have to revolt against that. And so to underline it, I'm no fan of the way, to answer the question that I put on the table there with pornography of like, okay, let's put women in bags. No, okay, that's wrong too, or whatever, we could do better. But, the hubris of saying, well, the capitalist vision of the way we treat women and the way they should treat themselves is correct or right, or the only option is bullshit. Unimaginative, immoral bullshit. So good on the Islamic Republic for saying, fuck that. Do you, okay, women, you want to show your hair or do you want to be porn stars? Like, yeah.
And the question of safety, I think, is also a very important one. I talk to many women in the West who come to, for example, over here in China, but also in Iran and other parts of the Muslim world, and say they feel very safe when they walk on the streets, and also in the evening, and in the night. And there is something in our cities in the West where you just shouldn't go on the streets after 10 o'clock or when it's dark as a woman, or at least you need to be with in a group. These are all very difficult questions. Like, why do women feel so unsafe in our Western cities? Well, one example is, in my opinion, in capitalist societies that are very rooted in that kind of individualism and the commodification of human being and sexuality, that creates really sexually aggressive people on the streets. Especially in moments like the evening or drinking, alcohol and that kind of stuff. And I think these are all very difficult moral questions. Like, where is the weight? Where do we put the weight when it comes to human rights, whether it's women's rights or minority rights, etc., etc.? But what it always comes down to, in my opinion, is that we don't have any leg to stand on as Westerners by saying, oh, these people need to do that or these people need to do that. Because we're such a failing society in that sense. And when you talk about that commodification of human life and how capitalism eventually does that to human beings, you should read one of my papers on the psychology of capitalism. It's an academic paper. You'll like it. It created quite a stir in the field. I'll send it to you. And
I would love to.
I'm serious. The end point of capitalism, the end point, the peak of capitalism, is the Epstein class. That's it. That's the end point, guys. That's where you go. You work hard, capitalism, make more money, make more profit, expand. That's colonialism as well. Expand, entrepreneurial self, get more and better and everything, and eventually you have your islands and you own people. And at the top, at the peak, there's nothing more, and the only thing that is left is depravity. Pure depravity, Epstein, Gulf states, kings and queens style.
And I want to.
Ultimate.
Can I add something to that's on this point with women too? Is that I don't know if people have talked about it openly because it seems so taboo. Is I broke this thing down with Steven Pinker writing a letter for Alan Dershowitz on behalf. He claims he didn't know, but defending Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if you've seen it. He wrote this letter. It came out a while ago, but I don't know if that's too loud. Should I wait for that to end? I just got like a. Do you hear that?
Oh yeah, I can hear that. Yeah.
I don't think it'll last very long, but that's probably too much. This can't last long.
It's kind of manageable now. Like I barely hear it now.
Really?
Now it's doable.
Maybe it has
now
like a noise reducer. Okay, they stopped. So yeah, people should watch that one. But Steven Pinker wrote a letter for Alan Dershowitz. That Alan Dershowitz asked him to give his linguistic expertise on a law, on a passage about using the mail or whatever for sex trafficking. And he wrote it for him, and I broke it down, and people should watch it, but it was so infuriating because to your point about capitalism and commodification, like there's been a lot of dispute about how old the girls on the island are, and everyone's trying to focus on pedophilia and whatnot. But when we take this kind of, we're just there, and we should, okay, great. But when we step back to the way you just perfectly put it about capitalism and this depravity and that we're talking about pornification societies, I think it's so underrated that what was also clearly happening was luring girls in, whether you had to say it or not, young girls, but maybe they were over 18, with the promise of being models. Like you're best friends with Les Wexner, and he owns Abercrombie & Fitch and Victoria's Secret, which became a dream for a lot of little girls in America to be a Victoria's Secret angel or whatever. And why I'm bringing up the Pinker thing that's so infuriating is the law that he does this, I think, disingenuous linguistic work in order to try to basically make it apply to nobody. And it may have been the thing that helped Epstein not be convicted of this. And people should go back and read this letter that he wrote. The statute was written in such a way that they were trying to cast a wide net because people were like, sex trafficking is terrible. How do we write a law so if anyone gets even close to the crime, it will apply and they will go to jail for at least 10 years. That's how it was written, up to life. And it writes these words in if you're using the mail to, and it uses three things like persuade, entice, or there's three other words or whatever, someone to have illegal sex with you, you're whatever. And Pinker does this whole kind of thing that basically disappears the law. And it was so infuriating to me because that word, especially entice, is a good one for capitalism because that gets to the point of like, if somebody sends you a wink wink emoji being like, hey, want to come party at my island, just going to be some interesting people there. And those interesting people is the founder of Victoria's Secret who's funding the private plane who's going to pick you up or whatever. And you're a 19-year-old girl and these men are doing, like it's enticing. It's enticing you. And then you get to the island and they're like, hey, massage, hey, a little bit more. And pretty soon you're doing this. And pretty soon you're there. And that's the way that so many women I know who have been abused, which is so many. I'm sure the men are like, just talk to the women in your lives, and they all have these stories. Suffer through such shame and self-blame and hate because they're like, I put myself there. I shouldn't have been there. I shouldn't have done it. And it's so insidious, and it's the exact thing you were underlining with capitalism and commodification of that enticement, that capitalism can make a prostitute out of anyone, right? That's a particular story about women and powerful men, but there's version, which is really, really violent and insidious. There's versions of that for men who, you know, maybe go take a job for some kind of slimy tech company or a big tobacco company or whatever, just for the paycheck, and you feel like a little bit of a sellout. That's what capitalism does to everyone, and it's incredibly violent to women and young women who I guarantee you were having visions and dreams of becoming the next Victoria's Secret model, you know, and taking care of their family in Florida or whatever, which never comes along. You just have to blow one more former president or whatever, and you might get that contract. And pretty soon you're blaming yourself. And that's why women stay silent. And yeah, sickening shit.
And now we know that all these organizations were set up, I should not generalize, but many of these organizations were just set up by a bunch of pedos with the whole idea of, okay, then we have easy meat. And you also saw it with where it all comes out now that they are opening their own adoption centers and privatized internment schools and all that stuff, where they can just freely get vulnerable kids to abuse. And you know, talking about that whole commodification of human life, I mean, you must have seen that email or that information that comes from the Epstein files, that one of those bosses of the very famous modeling agency sends 3 12-year-old triplets to Epstein on his birthday on a private plane. Just human beings, little human beings, just being shipped to him for his birthday to play around with. It's I mean, what is running our societies, the things that the people that run our so-called democracies, is so incredibly depraved that it really, I must say, it really, what's the English word? I feel, I don't know the word, but you'll get when I explain it. I feel a lot of forgiveness to those people who had all these Pizzagate conspiracies before. I mean, this stuff is at least as bad.
Yeah. And the Pizzagate stuff was a stand-in for all of this stuff, but I guess there was some, anyway, I won't go down the Pizzagate thing, but something weird was happening around Cosmo Pizza, whatever it was. And I'm not, like, at this point, everyone has made the joke that Eyes Wide Shut is a documentary. And so, you know, I'm not going to discount anything at this point. Yeah. You're muted, Peter.
Peter, you're muted.
Oh, I see this thing. Yeah, we're way over time, but I just wanted to end off with if you have pro-capitalists in your life, I found that a very effective entry point to critiquing the system that they love so much is precisely sex work, because then you get to tap into their, you know, like the brainstem, where a lot of their people's thinking about sex is involved. And whereas they don't seem to have any problem with exploitation in any other realm, you know, somebody working in a coal mine and dying from black lung doesn't seem to bother them that much because it's a free choice, it's a free contract. But then you start talking about sex work and all of a sudden worries about exploitation come to the fore. And I find that that's a very, it can be a very effective way to get them to expand that thinking to everywhere else where there is exploitation, but they normally just don't think about it because genitals aren't involved. It's also really interesting. I generally don't agree. I don't really know Dworkin's writing, but I very much don't agree with Chris Hedges' view on pornography. When I read what he writes about it, I'm like, what porn are you watching, dude? Like, you have to delve into sexology studies. Like, human sexuality is so ridiculously diverse that anytime anyone says something like a blanket statement about pornography, I'm like, okay, you really need to delve into the research on that. Like, whatever kind of pornography you're talking about is a drop in the bucket in the total realm of diversity. But leaving all of that aside,
I find him convincing often. I find him quite convincing when he writes
in
about
some
it.
things, definitely. But where his religious beliefs get in the way of or direct his thinking, like on pornography and also on socialism, he said recently that he doesn't think socialism would work because of human nature. Human nature is fallen.
I agree with you on that one. That was also something I really could not agree with.
But nonetheless, my point is just like, we're wrapping up at the end. But if listeners have friends that are very pro-capitalist, I think the whole sex work conversation can be a good way of getting them to grasp that exploitation does not only happen when genitalia is involved. In fact, it happens in all sorts of realms. And if you can get them to apply that same kind of moral sense that is aroused whenever they're thinking about sex work and apply it to other areas of the economy where there's just as much lack of free choice, lack of free will, so much the same exact compulsion, you might find it an effective way to try to get them to think more deeply about these sorts of things. But, just an idea. Oh, also, one last point. I find it interesting, like with Hedges and people of that view. I don't know how Dworkin deals with this, but one dead giveaway that there's a serious rational flaw in their thinking is that so many of these people only focus on women. It's like, well, humanity includes men as well, and pornography and sex work also includes a lot of men. Estimates I remember, I'm probably, I wouldn't trust my memory, but I think like somewhere like 10-20% of sex workers are men for male clients. And it's so interesting to me that so many of the people that are so exercised about sex work seem to only focus on women sex workers and not male sex workers. And I think that there's a very clear kind of psychological reason for that, but leaving that all aside, that's like another
and it's one of the only
hour-long conversation.
And it's one of the only professions in the world where the man earns less than the woman in the porn industry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's the capitalist argument in favor of it.
Yeah, finally some gender equality.
Men are of lower value, lower commodity.
Yeah.
Commodity and human beings.
Man, this has been almost a 2 hour talk, but I think we could make it a 4 or 5 hour talk.
We didn't even get to the Jews and the Jewish question. If anyone made it this far,
so
follow
we need
me.
to do that.
I'll just tell that I have been asking a question that I think is on a lot of people's minds, which relates to my fear of what might happen on the right. But it's just simple of why are there so many Jews in the Epstein files? And I asked it to Ilan Pape, I asked it to Radhika Desai, I have Miko Peled coming up on my show. I think we're going to get into it there. Peter Beinart is coming back on my show. And it's like, it's time to talk about these things, mostly because if people are watching the crash out of someone like Nick Fuentes or whatever, who are done. They're done with this version of Trumpism and everything that we said at the beginning of the conversation about the difference of the left and the right and interventionism or whatever. What they want is to end foreign wars, but not for the reasons that you and I do. They want to come home and be isolationist, and they don't understand how the capitalist empire has thrived on foreign wars and all the exploitation that you and I would argue for them. And so when the economy crashes, they're in for a big surprise. And whatever comes next after Trump, I think is going to take on a much more aggressive flavor. And I'm seeing the comments that are starting to drift from sort of just, anti-Zionism to just full on like, Hitler should have finished the job stuff.
Yeah.
And I get the frustration. I totally get the frustration. because no one's talking about this. People are Googling CEOs' names. Like, they're not fucking stupid. They can look Howard Lutnick up and be like, okay, him too. Like, they can see this stuff, and we have to talk about it. And just as a caveat, I know we're out of time, but there are historical, social reasons for this high proportionality of Jews in the Epstein files. But there are also theological reasons that I think we also have to talk about. And we have to have these conversations carefully and responsibly, but ignoring it is a disaster. Ignoring it is going to be putting everyone in peril.
Just Occam's razoring it, he was a Jewish supremacist, so wouldn't he just choose to associate with more Jewish people, and then the non-Jewish people he would associate with was probably, you know, for his job as a spy. And he's like, shit, I've got to hang out with these inferior people. You know, I don't know. That's my Occam's razor, kind of the simplest explanation. Like,
he's Jewish, and so people, you know, hang out with people who look and sound like them at the cafeteria in school, and there's some of that of just like, well, of course that's going to be his inner social circle, but there's a higher concentration of Jews in academia and banking and, you know, all kinds of industries that have historical, mostly Ashkenazi Jews, but that have historical reasons. But people are bringing up things like the Talmud and all kinds of things that we do need to talk about. And so, I don't know if we want to open up that entire can of worms here since we're out of time.
Yeah, so can we keep this for another time, Jay? I think that would be super interesting because I think this is worth a show, to be very honest. And
no, totally.
And I wanted to say that I find it really good that you do that. I find it very courageous. And people might say, why is it? No, this is serious courageous. If you really want to go deeper into that question, that is a big taboo in many ways. And you, of course, as a Jewish man yourself, for you that is a better, or how can I say that? It's easier as an Ashkenazi Jew yourself to enter that terrain.
I have a little privilege to do this. So I'm going to
exactly.
use it.
But I would, we would.
We'll do it on another show, but when Peter said, well, he's a Jewish supremacist, the big question there is, well, is Judaism inherently supremacy? Is it a supremacy ideology? And that's the big question that needs to be carefully, historically parsed, but I'm not going to shy away from it. I made my little public intellectual career with Sam Harris, although I hate where he's gone with it, by doing the same thing with Islam, being like, you know, are people not going to ask, why are there so many Muslim hijackers on the plane? Well, okay, like there's reasons for that too we have to talk about, but pretending they're not saying Allahu Akbar and reading the Quran is not going to help Joe Schmo in Idaho not beat up his Muslim neighbor. And so that's like what I'm worried about now.
That's such a good point, man. That's such a good point. Yes, because that was the safe religion. Eh? We can ask any question we want and discuss any depravity we can apply when it comes to Islam and Muslims and this and that, and maybe even Christianity. But you're actually that's why I say it's courageous, because you're going into the same kind of questions, similar questions, but for a religion where you cannot do that.
Yeah, exactly. The taboo has to be lifted. Judaism should be criticized like all the others, and there's legit criticisms of it. If people want a preview of it, you could just like ask an AI these days, what are the most controversial passages in the Talmud? And it'll give you a list, and you could link to them and read the full passages. But it's a bunch of old stuff from 1,500 years ago that's totally fucking crazy about marrying virgins and how much they're cost. And like, there's crazy shit in there that there are Jews who follow. There really are people who live by that book. I don't know if Epstein was one of them or not, but it's not commanding them to be pedophiles. I'll just sort of like get that out of the way, but we could save that for another, you know, So it's
sounds good.
We'll tackle
Sounds
that
good.
treasure chest.
We're gonna get you on within the next couple of weeks, Jay, and then we're gonna talk that talk.
Yeah, good
well,
talking
this is
to you.
fun.
And
I love talking to you guys. Yeah, we could do this all day.
Great.
Let's hope the world sort of, you know, I don't know,
and
stays a little
enjoy
sane for
Berlin
us.
while you're there. It's a pretty cool city, despite the cringeworthiness of some German people. There's some cool Germans as well.
Yes. So all my
manifested outside their university because of the genocide in Gaza, they can do the same with a person who is accused, according to the file, as a pedophile, and who is really dragging the United States and the entire Middle East and the world economy into tatters. This is something that the American people needs to be responsible for and feel sorry for what's happening in Iran, because they are the one who elected the president who has no knowledge of politics or no understanding of geopolitical strategy.
Well, without further ado, everybody, I want to make sure you know that Elijah Magnier's website is in the video description. You can check out all of his work, his updates, his articles, all that he is doing on this war, and of course on geopolitics and the rest of West Asia. Be sure to hit the like button before you go, and in the video description too are all the places where you can support this work. You can also, I just want to make sure I thank all the super chats, all those who became members, and of course all the moderators who did a great job in the chat today. Without further ado, everybody, I'll be back tomorrow. Scott Ritter, 12 p.m. noon Eastern. What is that, March 9th? We will be back for the daily updates. Okay, everyone, take care. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Bye-bye.
paying for your security. And the Arab countries were foolish to believe him, and they were paying billions of dollars over years, just believing that, well, these bases are a guarantee that we will be protected. What happened is totally different. Today, any country that has American base, that has an American base is like a magnet that attracts missiles and drones. So it's everything that is insecure. So number one, the Americans have been lying to the Gulf countries and to all the world, American bases are never a guarantee for security. American bases are only a magnet for missiles and drones, and that is mainly because Americans have been killing the people of the region. So this is regarding the American bases. Regarding the Gulf countries, I think, well, one of the main countries that will lose a lot of things after the war are the Gulf countries. Today, the Gulf countries feel insecure. They feel that there is no guarantee for their security. They believe that they can't do anything. They believe that, the economic situation is very bad. The oil sector is going backwards. And this is, the oil sector is mainly what their economy is made about. They believe that they don't have any leverage in the region. They believe that Trump doesn't care about their interests. They believe that Israel has more leverage than them. They believe that Iran has proven that it has much more courage than any of them. Iran has been ready to face any enemy more than any of them. So I think, yes, after the war, Gulf countries, their influence in the region will go back. I think there will be a lot of problems between the Gulf countries and the Americans. And I think the Gulf countries will start thinking seriously about how we should rearrange the relations with the Americans. Because, paying the price economically and politically is one thing, but paying the price militarily is another thing. And I think this is one of the main questions in the Gulf countries' leaders. And let me here say a very important point. The American bases have never been there to secure the countries or the people. They have always been there to secure the regimes. That's why the regimes have been accepting the American bases. It's always a dilemma between the regime and the people. And the Gulf countries today are facing this dilemma. And all of these are the questions that will be in front of us after the war ends. How the regime has been acting, how much it serves the people, the price the people are paying, the price the countries are paying, the price the American decisions in the region are forcing on the Gulf countries, the Israeli decisions in the region. And especially if Iran went out of the war strong, this will make Gulf countries much more frightened in the region. So I think they are in a very bad situation today, paying a very high price for something they don't want and they didn't do, and they are forced to accept, and it will certainly affect their influence in the region in the near future.
So we know, according to me at least, and that's my readings of the region. We are we are very weak in the region. I'm talking about Arabs, not about the axis of the resistance or countries individually. The mentality of Arabs, for me, was poisoned by the Gulf states media, and it made us what we are now. It made people like me a minority. It made people that are willing to go fight Iran and ignore the Israelis and don't care about the Gazans, a majority, unfortunately. Do you think after this they will still fund their Wahhabi mentality and export it across the region and corner every Arab that he's against the Israelis? Because for me, this is very important.
Well, to be honest, I don't think that they are going to go back to the Wahhabis directly, but on the medium term, yes. Well, let us say things like they are. Today, the war, part of it is a religious war. This is how the world sees it. It's between the Shias that have been saying no to the Americans and the right-wing Christians that believe they should control the world. And I think the Sunnis will try to search for a place to fit in this religious war. A very good part of the Sunni countries or Sunni regimes today believe in Wahhabism, and they believe that it may be the answer of how to invest in religion in order to be part of this religious war. So since we can't just pay the price and not have an identity. And the whole thing about liberalism that the Americans have been selling to the people of the region, it's a whole lie. And now the Gulf countries know that it's a whole lie. It has always been around religion. And this is what the Americans have been saying anyway. It's not my opinion. The Americans have been saying that. So yes, I do think that at a certain limit, some Gulf countries will start, maybe not in the short term or the medium term, will start reinvesting in Wahhabism and reinvesting in religion in order to take part of all the conflict in the region, because now it's mainly a war between the Shias and the Americans, and that's not acceptable to many Gulf countries.
Exactly. William, I have a question for you regarding Syria. I know you are expert in the groups now in Syria and that were in the civil war or the war imposed on Syria and now. Do you see a role of today's Syria in this regional war? Meaning, will they be subjected to Iranian drones or Iraqi drones? Will they try to enter Lebanon because many Lebanese are afraid, or Iraq, because also the government, they said that now we have our security forces on the Lebanese and Iraqi border.
Well, it's very possible that they'll get involved. Regarding the Lebanese border to begin, like you said, there have been Syrian forces loyal to Jolani or Shara that have massed on the border. And there's a couple possibilities. The first and most alarming one is that they could potentially be preparing an invasion. You know, imagine that the Israelis try to do a ground invasion from the south. It would be a lot easier for them to be successful if that is coupled with a Salafi jihadi invasion from the north. So I remember speaking to one HTS member who told me, I asked him, hey, do you guys plan to go and fight Israel, to help Gaza? Because in Idlib, for example, the capital where HTS was based for for all those years, there's a big mural showing basically, the Hamas attack on Israel on 7th of October. And so it's something that they preach, of course, is, the idea of opposing the Israelis. But when I asked the HTS member if they plan to go fight against Israel now that Syria had been liberated from their perspective from Bashar al-Assad, he said yes, but only after we go to Lebanon. We would go to Lebanon first. And back in 2000, of course, I don't believe they would ever go against Israel. But back in 2000, you must know this way better than me, Kareem, but back in like 2013, 2014, those HTS at the time known as the Nusra Front was sending car bombs into the suburbs of Beirut, which Israel is now bombing and trying to flatten, of course. So anyway, so that is a risk. There could be another reason.
And also they took parts from Bekaa, also that Israel is bombing now. Then there was an operation from Hezbollah and the army to liberate these lands.
Yeah, so that has been a risk for a long time, and that's a big risk again. Another possibility, a reason why they're gathering their forces on the border could be more benign. It could be just that they want to block any Lebanese refugees from potentially fleeing into Syria, and they're just trying to stabilize the border. But again, the extent to which Jolani is an Israeli agent and has been for a long time, it's very possible that the Israelis could basically ask him to send his forces into Lebanon. So that's dangerous. And then on the Iraqi side, it's also dangerous because just days after the Jolani government was formally welcomed into America's so-called anti-ISIS coalition, his forces ended up, conquering the Arab parts of Hasaka and taking territory from the U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, including the prisons where many thousands of ISIS members have been held for years, and the new Syrian government released them all. At the same time, the U.S. withdrew from that area, withdrew their troops from northeastern Syria, and also the U.S. transported maybe 7,000 or 8,000, high-level ISIS members from Syria to prisons in Iraq. So that's scary because, again, now that these ISIS members have been released, and now Jolani's army, which essentially is like an ISIS-style army, many of them, they basically have the same ideology, and many of them wear, ISIS patches and things like that. Now they have access to the Iraqi border again, next to Sinjar, where the Yazidis suffered the genocide 10 years ago, as I mentioned. So there's a big danger that these ISIS forces could be used by the U.S. to invade Iraq and to fight against the Hashd al-Shabi and the Shia, with the Yazidis potentially getting slaughtered in the way. It's also, it should be noted that, again,
you think this is still possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a possibility.
يعني I mean you're talking يعني I see the scenario, but also do you think that the Iraqi army government will sit aside as they did before? They are still the same mentality?
Well, again, the problem is that the current Iraqi defense minister, he has old connections to ISIS. Many people talk about that. And so he's close with Turkey. He's a Sunni. So the Turks obviously work closely with ISIS and always have. So if the Turks and the Israelis and the Americans want to launch a new Sunni extremist invasion of Iraq, I mean, they'll have a partner in a top member of the Iraqi government. So it's very dangerous. And again, I mentioned earlier about this deadline that had been given to the Yazidi dominant PKK groups in Sinjar, where they're supposed to disarm by March 10th. Otherwise, the Iraqi army would potentially invade. Again, that could all play into this. And again, there's this longstanding pattern of the U.S. Incubating ISIS within the prisons. That was done back in 2009, 2010, where the prison in Iraq in Buqa was considered a jihadi university, and all the Islamic State leadership was released from there and sent to Syria to start attacks on the Syrian government in March 2011 under the cover of the Arab Spring. And then also in advance of Mosul being invaded by ISIS in 2014, there were Iraqi military planes transporting huge numbers of ISIS prisoners from very secure prisons in Baghdad up to the Badoush prison on the outskirts of Mosul. And basically these ISIS were not secure. And even everyone at that time kind of understood that ISIS even had sleeper cells that had a lot of influence in Mosul even before it officially fell to ISIS. So the US and the Iraqi government were moving ISIS prisoners to this prison in Badoush in Mosul. And so they were conveniently there to be liberated, by ISIS when they invaded the city. So again, there are all these historical precedents for, something dangerous to be happening as far as all these ISIS members being released from the camps in Syria and the prisons in Syria, and the fact that they're being moved around by the U.S. into Iraq itself. It's all a dangerous precedent.
Yeah, of course. Also, I want to ask you. Yes.
Detail then is needed. Sorry to rant, but it's yeah.
Yeah, I want to also ask you the last question. Also, Swaidan, I want to ask you, Hala, you said you think, to be honest, I also think that the Gulf policy will change or should change, because what happened is like a disgrace. But also knowing the Gulf and how I will go upon information about things that we know, but it's never spoken outside the Arabic world. We know that these people are even raised from the day they are born to obey the Americans. Yes. Yani the families raise their children on what they will tell them what to hate and what to love upon what the Americans say. It's not about politics. It's not about vision. So, regarding what you said earlier, do you think they will really do or try to change, given the fact now what's happening in our region, and unfortunately it's only in our region, that including Syria and other places, yani Sharia, even if Sharia won't whatever to do, every single politician and leader in our region, sorry guys, knows now that if he took a decision against the will of the United States and Israel, now there's an option, and nobody's talking about it, nobody cares, is that we will assassinate you. And yes, we know how these people live, and how the luxury life that they live. They are not like the Americans. They are not like Sayyid Hassan, who was willing to stay underground for 30 years. You know what I mean? They are not like Khamenei, who knew the Americans are coming to kill him, and he refused to go to a shelter because he said many Iranians don't have shelters. These people are like online influencers. You know what I mean? So I think this the Israelis and the Americans targeting the head of organizations and countries and even religious people, okay, is very dangerous, because even if you want to shift from them, now you have to be afraid of yourself. You know what I mean? Usually, that's what I said at the beginning. That's what I meant. Usually, they target a country, they put sanctions. Now, I think they know these stuff are not working anymore. And now, not only the Israelis, now the Americans are okay of directly killing the head of the state. And they also want, just now, Trump said it. He said that he's willing to appoint a leader even if he had connection with Khamenei. So the ceiling is getting lower, but the uncertainty is not.
Yes. Look, we should speak about the main factor that will affect whether the Gulf countries' policy is going to change or not. It's how the war between the U.S. and Iran is going to end. If the war between the U.S. and Iran ended with an Iranian leverage, then yes, for sure, the Gulf countries' leaders, the regimes, will be forced to take tough decisions, even if there was a huge risk for them. Because continuing in the American field, while the U.S. failed to protect them and while the U.S. lost the war against Iran, it's much more dangerous than the risk they may be taking if they went to take some different decisions. And when I speak about different decisions, I don't mean on the short term. Let us make things clear. But the first thing is that the Gulf countries will start seriously thinking about the costs of still abiding to American interests. The question will be answered seriously in these countries. Decisions on the medium and in the long term will be taken, but not on the short term. But if the Americans will achieve the victory there, then no one can change the Gulf countries' decisions, and the Americans will have much more leverage on these countries. So the main factor we should wait is how the war ends. But I think today, yes, part of the Gulf regimes are really asking themselves, have we been taking the wrong decisions in the last decades? Have we been paying the costs that we shouldn't be paying? Have we been investing all of our investments in the Americans or not? So I think this is the main question today, and answering it, we'll have to wait until the war ends and until we see the leverages for whom.
I just want to comment, Swaidan, sorry, I don't think they are investments. They are forced investments. Because, for instance, what happened in the past year, the bubble of AI or the AI infrastructure, who paid for it? UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. But to be honest, any of these countries know anything about AI? Do they have software engineers? Do they have a history or good universities for this? They don't have it. They just paid for the Americans to build infrastructure for databases and for other stuff regarding AI. And they said it was $500 billion needed. So Trump went there and got the $500 billion just to invest in AI so they can counter China. That's the role of these Gulf countries for the Americans. So I agree with you, of course, but I just want to for our viewers to understand what's happening. And also the last comment is for William. Just now, William, Ahmed al-Shara had a phone call with the Lebanese Kataib, head of Lebanese Kataib. Do you have any comment of this? I just want to tell our people that in the 80s, the father of the guy, the Kataib, head of the Kataib now, invaded Lebanon from Beirut from the north, and Israel invaded Lebanon from the south, and they met in Beirut and they celebrated their victory, and he appointed himself as a president. So now the son of this guy had a very long call with al-Shara. So maybe history will repeat itself.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe those two groups will work together, just as you mentioned, and it's interesting. The Christians in Syria are scared to death of Shara and his new government, and at the same time, he's going to be partnering with, the right-wing Christians in Lebanon. So that's sad irony as well.
Yeah, of course. So thank you for our viewers. I don't know if you or Dr. Swaidan, do you have any final comments?
I have one final comment. Please do follow what's happening in the region from the original sources. Do not go to American Israeli sources, because you know that that's where the lying narrative lies. And the true narrative is much more in the other places. And let me just give you a small example. Today, the Lebanese Ministry of Health announced that in the last 5 days or 6 days, that we have 384 martyrs in our country. 83 of them are children, and there is a huge number of women. And most of these 183 people or 184 people are civilians. This is what's truly happening. What's really happening is that we have a resistance in Lebanon that's trying to protect the sovereignty of the country, and we have a criminal, an entity that is killing the civilians, the people, as a revenge, and killing our children as a revenge. This is what's truly happening in the region. So follow it from the right sources.
Thank you.
Maybe
you have
maybe just one. What do you call that? A caveat is that I wouldn't count Al Jazeera as among those authentic sources from the region, even though it's based in Qatar. Again, that's of course where a huge U.S. military base is, and the U.S. Military has long had influence over the coverage of Al Jazeera, and also the British as well. Al Jazeera was founded with all BBC Arabic journalists, which means they all had connections to the British state and probably British intelligence. So Al Jazeera has been one of the big ways in which the Arab world has been misled regarding politics. Going back to its founding, basically, and of course that really came into focus during the Syria war, starting in 2011, where all kinds of fake news were fabricated by Al Jazeera. I'm sure that's not who you're referring to, Mohammed, but I just wanted to put in that quick mention about or warning about Al.
It's funny because I couldn't find it. I just wanted to show people. I was on TikTok. Next time I was on TikTok, and there was this American lady that went on TikTok, and she has like thousands of hundreds of thousands of likes, and she said, if you want to know what's happening in the war, go to these two sources, Al Jazeera and BBC, because the American media lies. So if you think your mind is free and you go to other place, they still will catch you. Don't worry. Yes. So the best way is to be honest. You can go to Cradle on our Twitter. If you are a Twitter user, you can go on Telegram if you want faster information, because that's how Telegram is. And if you want to read, you can go to our news section, and all of them are linked down below. Yes, William?
Oh, no, that's all. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, William. Bye-bye.
West Asia is always on the map, but rarely in its own voice. This region has been narrated by others for far too long. That's why the Cradle exists, to report from the region, not to speak over it.
Together, the United States...
To tell stories with depth, precision, and no editorial leash. Because West Asia is more than just a theater of war. It's the corridor between continents, the energy artery of the world, the cradle of civilization. We don't take government orders. We don't serve corporate boards. We serve clarity, rarity, and rawness, no matter the risk. So if you believe this region deserves better than spin, support the people doing the legwork. Donate. Keep the Cradle independent.
And genocide, I think people look around and say, well, the Jewish faith and the state of Israel is a canary in the coal mine of liberalism. And so I speak to minorities everywhere. And what I mean by minorities everywhere, I mean people that are not in the majority. I'm not talking about black or brown people here in the United States. I'm talking about people that are not in the majority. And my message to those people, we can't be going after people's religion. We can't be suggesting, oh, that because of their religious faith, they have this undue influence on America. We have to look at the opposite way. We have to say, hey, listen, they are a minority in the world. When you take them out, it's the first domino falling, Mario, and then it falls into your domino from Australia or my domino as an Italian American, and it falls to other people's dominoes. And we have to be very, very mindful of that. And the Iranians will disagree with me, but you can't put in your thread, you can't go to the UN like Ahmadinejad or whatever, how you pronounce his name, and forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it right because I'm not meeting him with disrespect, but you can't go to the UN and say we want the full-on destruction of Israel. You can't do it. You know, and October 7th, we could debate about the reaction Israel had in Gaza. I think some of that was an atrocity. I think you can condemn aspects of the Israeli government without being anti-Semitic. But you can't look at the IDF films that I looked at and see what happened on October 7th. Oh my God, these people, they really want to take these people out with this unblinding hate. So maybe this will be a good thing. Maybe we will blunt the forces of radicalism. Maybe there'll be a peace treaty that leads to more secularism. That's my hope. But what I don't like happening in the last 72 hours is the escalation. Because if I was with the president right now, I'm not a hawk in the following respect. I don't want to annihilate them. I love people too much to just want to blanketly annihilate them. You know, Pete Hegseth is going to be on 60 Minutes tonight, and he's saying, well, the people that should be worried are the Iranians that think they're going to live. What kind of a statement is that coming from the American Defense Secretary? So that's where I am on the whole thing. You know?
But my concern, putting religion aside, my concern is, Trump did talk about how all the successors that the US had in mind, or he had in mind, have been killed. Now, I've spoken with people, I don't know if it's public yet, but they believe it was Israel that killed those successors. Israel's strategic interest is to weaken Iran as much as possible. Israel prefers a regime change. The US just wants a regime that plays ball like Delcy Rodriguez. So the reason I asked that question is...
Or Israel could also want a failed state. They've been living
exactly.
a failed state like Lebanon. This failed state of Syria, with the complexity going on in Syria, has more or less served the Israeli interest. I don't want a failed state, though. I mean, I'll speak to my friends in Israel. You don't want a failed state. You don't want 93 million people, in a catastrophe. The same way you want aspiration for your families, an economic aspiration, and have your families live their dreams and to be prosperous. We need to want that for other people. And we need to figure out ways to talk to those people with levels of pragmatism and common sense to bring them that hope. And so, the notion, you hit me, let me annihilate you, and you live poorly and then dysfunctionally for the next 50 years, it's not a suitable answer. And it shouldn't be a suitable answer to anybody that sees themselves as a rational statesman or woman in the American government. So,
but is that where we're heading by the looks of it? It just keeps getting out of control more and more. Gulf nations are dragged in. The successors are killed. The war is ongoing, spending $1 billion a day. Now they're talking about boots on the ground. How did we get here? And how far will it go?
Well,
if Trump will take an off-ramp, why isn't he getting one already?
Well, because of his personality, let's just be honest, okay? This is a guy that was told by Roy Cohn at a young age, never admit you're wrong to anything, never apologize, double and triple down. He lost the debate to Vice President Harris. He won the election, but in September of 24, he lost the debate. He didn't say he lost the debate. He said, I won the debate. He went to Fox News and tripled down on the story. So no matter what's going on with America, and no matter what's going on with the military assessment of where our casualties are, or what if anti-ballistic missile radar, whatever's been taken out, he's not going to admit that to anybody. He's going to say that we've wiped them out, or this, that, and the other thing. The tweet that he put out to Prime Minister Starmer was ridiculous. You can't talk like that. You shouldn't be talking like that. It's like we have 12-year-olds either tweeting for him or he tweets like a 12-year-old. You can't do that. We gotta get to the table here, and we gotta be willing to negotiate. And so I'm hoping because there's very rational actors in the area. The president of the UAE is an incredible man. I know him personally, and I'm hoping this is a very solid, very soulful man. I'm hoping that he's involved somehow. I'm hoping he's influencing President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio, and I'm hoping that he's offering some type of bridge, some type of shuttle communication, okay, because he's got the right spirit, he has the right tenderness, and he's also a person that's very observant of human nature. And, you lived in the area. You know that the UAE has done an amazing job running their country, and somebody like the president is the type of guy that could negotiate peace and could help the parties get there. I hate to tell people this. If you watch Fox News, the Americans are 100% right, and we're beating our chest with this incredible amount of militarism. And if you watch the news coming out of Iran, it's a different message. But the truth of the matter is, people that are innocent are dying. And so we have to get cooler heads in the room, and we have to figure out a way to de-escalate this. And then we have to see if we can get the objectives. Because as I wrote in that essay that I put on X today, even if you want the best objectives, a regime change or a governmental change in that area of the world over the last 25 years hasn't worked. And I submit to you and your viewers and listeners, it really hasn't worked since 1953 in Iran. And so to get to the table, let's figure out how we can make Iran peaceful and more prosperous. This is something the Americans understood after the end of the Second World War. We were sitting, let's remind everybody, we were sitting on 2% of the world population, 50% of the GDP. We were the most powerful industrial economy that did not get vanquished in the Second World War. Yet we built a rules-based society to protect people and use the market plan and other devices like USAID to foment growth around the world and prosperity. And we got to think like that. I don't want to hear military jingoism. I want to hear common sense solutions.
How likely are we, do you think, to see troops on the ground? Limited or a full-scale invasion?
Well, he's leaking that now, right? This is another thing that he did. He didn't go to the American people and try to persuade them to go to war like George Bush. He didn't even go to the Congress. He just unilaterally did this. And then they're flipping between calling it a war and a military action, but it's a war. It's a war, and I know it's a war. And so now he's leaking that because he's trying to test the American public. He's trying to see if he can take out all their air defenses. Looks like maybe 50 to 100,000 troops drop it into the area, I guess occupy the area. I'm assuming he means Tehran. Perhaps he's looking for uranium. Again, a mixed message from the president, because on the White House,
right now we have a new war in the Middle East. This is not a war between, the United States and Iraq or Afghanistan. They didn't have that much of power to fight back. This is Iran. That's somehow different in terms of the size of the country, size of the population. Their military power is different. What is your understanding of what's going on in the Middle East?
Right. So we are in World War III right now. It's only been a week, but this war between the United States and Iran can only escalate over time. So today, there are rumors circulating online that the 82nd Airborne Division of the United States Army has been given deployment orders. They've stopped training exercises, and it is possible they will be deployed to the Middle East very soon. Possibly within the next few days. The use of ground troops in against Iran would mark a massive escalation. Right now, it's mainly an air war, where the United States and Israel have air supremacy, meaning that they can strike at will against Iran. And because the costs are limited, even though America and Israel are suffering casualties, it isn't that many casualties. They're trying to avoid as many casualties as possible. And so they can theoretically retreat from this war. But the moment that ground troops go into Iran, then it is impossible to retreat. And this war can only escalate. So a massive turning point in this conflict will be the use of ground troops. If ground troops are used, then we are in World War III, and this will mark the end of the world as we know it. A ground war would also most likely draw in other actors as well. It may draw in the GCC. It may draw in the Europeans. It will definitely draw in Russia. It may even draw in China. And it may also draw in South Korea and Japan as well, because remember, the Strait of Hormuz supplies most of the oil to the Asian economies of Pakistan, India, Japan, South Korea, and China. In fact, the Strait of Hormuz provides about 75% of all of Japan's oil needs. And the Japanese Prime Minister, Takahashi, has said that if this war continues, the Strait of Hormuz continues to be closed, then Japan will run out of oil in about 8 months' time. So we can imagine that there is panic within the Japanese cabinet, and they are actually preparing to intervene somehow in this conflict, whether it's diplomatically, whether it's economically, or even militarily. South Korea may also need to come in as well. So the Strait of Hormuz really is the nexus of the world. It is the center of all global trade. And if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed because of this war, then eventually it will draw in the entire world. You mentioned the war in Ukraine previously. And from a geopolitical perspective, this war in Iran is actually is what follows naturally from the war in Ukraine. Because from a geopolitical perspective, Russia, if it were to win the war in Ukraine, it would have control over 1/3 of the world's carbohydrates. Russia, if it wanted to, could starve the Middle East and could starve Africa. Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe. Without Ukrainian energy and food and Russian energy, the Europeans are suffering economically. And so if Europe is to survive, then it needs its energy from the Middle East. And so what America is trying to do is trying to control the Middle East by strangling Iran to death. And so in many ways, this war in Iran is a response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You know, Russia has complete battlefield dominance in Ukraine. This war in Ukraine is essentially lost. And so if America is able to win this war in Iran, it will now control the energy supplies of the Middle East. It will control all the trade in the world. You know, there's a dream of a Eurasian heartland, a grand alliance between Russia, Iran, and China. Iran is the pivot point. So if Iran were to collapse, then America would still be able to control global trade. The petrodollar would still be the dominant currency of the world. And so this is really a struggle of life and death for the American empire. And that's why, in many ways, America has no choice now but to go all in and send ground troops.
I think the big picture of the region is of importance. I know that you've been talking about the state of Israel and the agenda of the United States with the state of Israel, but from what you see so far, you know, we had the case of Venezuela, that the United States, Donald Trump came in and said that we are in control of Venezuela. Right now, in one of the latest interviews on Fox News, they're talking the same way. We have to control the oil in Iran. You know, the whole concept. How do you see the concept of greater Israel and the concept of controlling oil?
Right. So Israel, since its founding in 1948, has always had a Messianic mission to reestablish the Kingdom of David. The Kingdom of David, 3,000 years ago, was this cosmopolitan empire that controlled the entire Middle East from its strategic location in the Levant. And Israel wants to reestablish the Kingdom of David. The Israelis also believe that the Greater Israel Project is what Yahweh, their God, promised to Abraham, their great ancestor. And if you look at the Greater Israel Project on a map, if you just Google Greater Israel Project, what you'll see is that it encompasses the entire Middle East. So the ambitions, the territorial ambitions of the Israelis is vast. Greater Israel extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. So that means that Israel will eventually have to go and conquer Egypt after this war and in Iran eventually subsides. It will also have to conquer Saudi Arabia. And there's talk among some fanatical Israelis that they want to actually seize and control Mecca and Medina. The Greater Israel Project also includes parts of Turkey as well. And already the Israelis are talking about what a menace Turkey is. So Naftali Bennett, who was former prime minister of Israel and the person who is most likely to succeed Benjamin Netanyahu once he retires from the scene, he says that actually Turkey is the new Iran, right? So the idea is that we're gonna get Iran out of the way, but then we're gonna go after Turkey, okay? So Turkey is on the agenda, as is Saudi Arabia. And really, if you look at how Israel is fighting this war right now in Iran, it's actually trying to destroy as much of the Middle East as possible, okay? So you have this saturation, carpet bombing in Iran. So Israel is trying to destroy the Iranians' capacity to run a state, to provide basic services to its people, as well as the military capacity of the state, so that when they establish the Greater Israel Project, Iran will not be a factor. They're trying to divide Iran into ethnic enclaves that will war against each other. And Mossad agents will go into Iran and support different factions. Okay, it's divide and rule that the British Empire used to control most of the world. But if you look at what's happening right now, there's discussion. There are rumors that a lot of these drones, a lot of these attacks against the GCC countries are actually Mossad false flags. All right, so you have this drone that attacked Azerbaijan, and the Azerbaijan government said that, oh, why are the Iranians attacking us? We're going to launch a ground invasion of Iran, and the Iranians are like, this drone was not from us. And so there's rumors that it was Mossad that launched this drone attack against Azerbaijan to provoke a war between Azerbaijan and Iran. Then you have these attacks against these Saudi oil facilities, which caused Saudi Aramco, the state oil supplier in Saudi Arabia, to close down. And at first, it was reported that it was the Iranians who struck these oil facilities. But then the Iranians came out and said that it wasn't us, because why would we attack the oil facilities of the GCC? If we did that, then that would provoke the Saudi Arabian government to come attack our oil facilities. So we will not do that. And now there's reporting that actually the drone attacks against Saudi oil facilities came from Lebanon, all right, from the west rather from the east. And so people now suspect that this is another Israeli false flag meant to provoke conflict within the GCC, meant to bring Saudi Arabia into the war, so that Iran would destroy Saudi Arabia's oil facilities. Okay. And then you have Tucker Carlson, who a few days ago on his show, he revealed something really, really interesting. He said that Qatari officials told him secretly that they had arrested 2 Mossad agents who were suspected of sabotage in Qatar. Okay, now the Qatari government has denied this, and we'll never know the truth, but it makes sense that Mossad would want to try to sabotage and infiltrate the GCC as much as possible, because first of all, they see the GCC UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar as eventual competitors, but also they're trying to make this war as wide as possible in order to make it easier to achieve the Greater Israel project. So that is the situation right now in Iran and the Middle East.
You know, we are witnessing a conflict between two forces, one from the east, the other from the west. These two forces are fighting each other. One is not that much eager to fight. It was, I'm talking about Russia, Iran, and China. Mostly they want to communicate. They started communicating with the United States. They continue these negotiations with the United States. They're trying to do their best. On the other hand, you see the behavior of the United States is mostly like the British Empire in its last years. You know, they want to dominate everything. They want to force each and everybody into submission. How do you see this great game, this great power game working out for the region?
Right. So as you point out, America is desperate, it's anxious, it's afraid that its empire is collapsing, and therefore it is lashing out against the world. You know, when America won the Cold War, the entire world celebrated this. You know, remember when the Berlin Wall fell and the jubilation, exhilaration of the Germans when they could unify as a people. And there's great hope in the 90s that American hegemony would lead to Pax Americana, a time of peace and prosperity for everyone. And for the most part, this was true. I mean, you know, if you were in Europe, if you were in the Anglosphere, if you were in China, then yeah, you had a very good time. But unfortunately, America started to become corrupt and arrogant. So after 9/11, America launched these wars in the Middle East for no particular reason. It destroyed Afghanistan as a viable nation state, destroyed Iraq, which in 1980s was a flourishing, prosperous middle-class nation. It destroyed Libya, destroyed Syria, again, for no particular reasons. And so America started to become this bully in the Middle East in order to enact its certain ideas about the world, okay? And then you have this massive corruption, which led to the 2008 great financial crisis, which almost collapsed the entire global economy. So what's happening was that because America was the only hegemon, most countries of the world were sending their investments to America, and Wall Street became the most powerful entity in America. It led to the financialization of America, so it shipped its manufacturing overseas, primarily to China, and America focused on financial services. And that led to speculation, that led to gambling, that led to risky assets like derivatives. And ultimately, this system imploded in the 2008 great financial crisis. And not only did no one go to jail for all these crimes and these misdemeanors, but in fact, the financial industry was able to cement its local power over America. And this has led to, first of all, massive inequality in America, where if you are just an average person, the American dream is dead to you. You can no longer afford to buy a house. You can no longer afford to have a family. You can no longer afford to retire. It's led to massive inequality. It's also led to massive corruption, where Washington has been completely co-opted by the financial elite. Both the Democrats and Republicans serve the financial elite of Wall Street. And the third thing is that it's led to complacency. It's led to arrogance. America no longer makes things. It just makes things up. I mean, America has become this fantasy land. And so, yeah, so the American empire was not sustainable. But at the same time, the American empire still has the greatest military in the world. And the Russians were really the first to challenge American global hegemony by invading Ukraine. And at that time, the Americans did three things, right? The first thing that they did was they sanctioned Russia which meant that Russia is no longer able to trade with anyone through the SWIFT system, the financial architecture of the world. So the SWIFT system, the Russians were banned from. Second thing that they did was blatant theft, where $300 billion of Russian assets were seized by the Europeans and the Americans. $200 billion still sits frozen in European banks. A few months ago, the Europeans were discussing the possibility of using these Russian stolen money to finance the war in Ukraine. And the third thing that the Americans did was blockade or ask Europe to stop buying cheap Russian energy. We know exactly what happened afterwards. Okay, the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up, and Germany was forced to pay 50% more for its energy needs from the Americans, liquefied natural gas from the Americans, and so the German economy basically collapsed, right? So by using its imperial powers, what America did was not really destroy Russia. Actually, America destroyed its reputation, right? Because if you can just steal money that people put in your banks, no one's going to put any money in your banks anymore. And so this has led to a massive downgrade in the power of the U.S. currency, the U.S. dollar. America cannibalized its own allies. Europe has collapsed economically. Germany is suffering really, really badly. And it's really emboldened the world to stand up against America. So remember, what happened after the Russian war is that the aura of inevitability and invincibility that sustained the American empire start to be broken. And then you have these nations in Africa who started to seek self-sufficiency. They wanted national sovereignty over their own resources. And so they threw out, the French colonial powers, they threw out the French military, that's how, right? And so we're seeing this throughout the world. And so under Trump, the response is to show the world that America still is the global hegemon and that America has no peer adversary. And that's why we saw the kidnapping of Maduro, President Maduro from Venezuela, which is a blatant violation of international law. It was a complete humiliation of the Venezuela nation state as well as its people. And then, of course, remember that they paraded Maduro on the streets of New York as though he was this captured war prisoner. And so it's humiliating for him as well. And then after Venezuela, of course, you have this war in Iran. And this war in Iran was, again, meant to show the world that America still has it, that the American empire cannot be challenged. And now it's kind of blow up in their face, okay? But that's a background as to how this war started.
I think for many years, with the outcome of the British Empire, which is the, all these Arab states are the output of the British Empire. And then you see the American bases in these countries, a country like Saudi Arabia, who has a defense budget of more than 10 times of the defense budget of Iran. And they're not even capable of defending themselves. They need American bases in their countries. Who are these Arab states and what is the agenda? Because so far from what we've seen in this, it wasn't less than, it was 7 days, 8 days that we have this conflict between Iran and the United States, this war that totally devastated all these American bases in the Persian Gulf. And that's why, the early, warning system in Israel is not working the way it was before the war started. And they're somehow blind and they don't know how to predict these missiles that are getting to Israel. On the other hand, you mentioned something so important, which is the invasion on the ground in Iran. That we had the Iranian foreign minister having an interview with MSNBC. He said that we are prepared. We are prepared for them. And how do you see the whole game in the Middle East and how this war is not a game anymore? The war is killing people. And
right. So first of all, it's important to understand that these GCC countries, they are artificial constructs of empire. Okay, so let me explain what I mean by that. First of all these nations were supported, they came into being because of the British Empire, right? So Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud, they were put into power by the British Empire as a counterweight to the Ottoman Empire. So it's this great game, and the British Empire just put their puppets into place into different Middle East countries because they knew that these countries had massive amounts of oil, and that oil would be the great wealth of the 20th century. And so it was all planned before. So all these monarchies, they owe their they owe their allegiance to empire, right? So after the British Empire fell, the American Empire replaced them, and so and then the American Empire maintained this sort of vassal relationship with these Gulf states. Now, it worked out great for these Gulf states because you were under the protection of the American military, and at this time during the Cold War, your adversary was Soviet Union, and because of MAD, mutually assured destruction, these two countries would not go to war against each other, right? And so the Middle East countries could sell oil to everyone, and so they didn't have to pay for defense, and it was making all these billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, just selling oil. So it was like the best deal in the world, and that allowed these GCC countries to expand, okay, to grow their population, to build cities. But the problem with these GCC nations is that they don't actually have the building blocks of nations. They don't have access to fresh water. 60% of their water comes from desalination plants. They don't have access to their own food. They import 89% of their food from overseas, and they don't have an indigenous population capable of 21st century knowledge economy. Okay, so they basically import their knowledge workers as well from overseas. So these are not viable nation states. And for the longest time, people were so dazzled by the wealth, the glitz of the Middle East, that people really didn't understand this fundamental issue. And so the entire GCC is just a giant mirage created by American empire as well as post-Cold War peace and prosperity. And now this Iran war, this mirage has been shattered. And now everyone understands how easy it is to destroy any of these nation states. What's happening in Bahrain right now is literally a revolution, because most of the country, or about 50% actually, is Shia minority. And they are ruled over by the Sunnis. And so there's a religious dynamic going on. And the Bahrainians are naturally sympathetic towards the Iranians, and they don't like the fact that the American Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. So now that there's this war going on, and now that the Iranians are striking at U.S. military bases, and now that the Americans killed the Ayatollah Khamenei, which is a religious leader, the Ayatollah is a religious leader of the Shia, like all around the world, not necessarily in Iran, and a fatwa, a religious decree has been released calling for Shia Muslims to jihad, right? And that's why you have all these uprisings in Pakistan, in Iraq, in Kuwait, and Bahrain. So Bahrain is actually on the verge of revolution. So that just shows you how unstable these countries are, even though they're extremely wealthy. UAE had an image of being the Middle East version of Hong Kong, Singapore, New York, London, this financial hub where wealthy expats can go and not pay taxes and enjoy, Michelin star restaurants. It's a wonderful city. Dubai is a wonderful city, but again, it's just based on its reputation of being very wealthy and being peaceful and being safe. And so one drone just shattered this image, and now you have everyone trying to flee Dubai. Apparently, like luxury star hotel rooms in Dubai today go as low as like $9 US dollars. So if you want like a cheap vacation and you're looking for adventure, I would recommend Dubai. But good luck getting a flight into Dubai, because the Emirates have canceled all flights because of this war going on. Okay, so the UAE is not going to last after this war. Saudi Arabia is also in a lot of trouble because Riyadh, which is a city of millions of people, and before, like 30 years ago, it was a city of like a few 100,000. Why was it a city of a few 100,000? Because it didn't have access to water. It was a desert. And so with millions of people, you need these massive desalination plants. But then you can blow these desalination plants up easily with a drone, okay, with a $50,000 drone, and completely destroy Saudi Arabia. Okay, so these GCC nations are not sustainable in the long term. Plus the fact that Saudi Arabia, for the longest time, has been trying to transition out of its oil economy. For the longest time, it was dependent on oil. And now, in the past 10 years, they recognize that they need a knowledge economy. They recognize that they need more tourism. That's why they spent billions of dollars to bring in e-gaming, to bring in football stars like Cristiano Ronaldo, to build new attractions. They wanted to build like an indoor ski slope in Saudi Arabia in a desert. They had something called the Nome, the line, which was like literally the straight line that went across the Arabian Peninsula. And any architect could tell you, like, these are all just crazy dreams. And these crazy dreams were enabled because of hubris, because of all this money and wealth that was flowing to Saudi Arabia. But again, all this was just based on the belief that peace and prosperity could continue forever, when in fact the world was a much more fragile place. Not any of these nations in the GCC are actually real nation states with real population that wants to sustain these nation states. Okay, that's the first point. These Arab states are a construct of empire. The second point I will make is this: the American military, for the longest time, didn't actually have to fight a real war. Okay, so the last real war that I fought was probably Vietnam. The Persian Gulf War in 1991 was not a real war; it's a video game, where you have these airplanes, high-tech airplanes, which were able to incinerate Saddam Hussein's soldiers. I mean, just look at the visuals from the first Persian Gulf War. It was not a real war. It was just a video game, essentially. 2003, when the Americans invaded Iraq, what people don't remember is Saddam Hussein did not have any air defense.
We clearly don't have a coherent strategy, Danny. And what we're doing is we're in a very important way moving up the escalation ladder to see if we can find that coherent strategy. Let's go back to the start. You remember when we first moved that giant armada into the region, President Trump thought, according to Steve Witkoff, that massive armada would coerce the Iranians into surrendering. Remember, Witkoff said that
capitulation is the word he used. Yeah.
Yeah. President Trump was actually surprised that the coercive strategy, the threat of military force, didn't do the trick. Okay. So that fails. Then we attack and we decapitate. And it's clearly a successful decapitation, but that doesn't work. Now we're continuing to pound Iran and we're looking for regime change still. Even though decapitation didn't work, we think we can push hard and get regime change. But as President Trump's comments yesterday make clear, we really don't think that that's going to work, at least given present circumstances. So then we start to search for other options. And then you begin to think about fostering insurrection with the Kurds or the Azerbaijanis and putting some boots on the ground and so forth and so on. And the question you always want to ask yourself in these situations is, when you fail, do you double down or do you back off, right? Just think about the Houthis. Remember the Houthis? When President Trump went to war against the Houthis. This was last March, and the campaign lasted until May. And when President Trump first started blasting the Houthis, he said Joe Biden was a pussycat. He didn't really attack the Houthis in a vigorous way. Donald Trump, was going to do that. We were going to beat the Houthis under President Trump, where we didn't beat them under President Biden. Well, by May, 2 months later, he realized he couldn't beat the Houthis, so he backed off. He went down the escalation ladder. It's very rare that you see that. I was quite amazed at the time that he backed off. But Trump understood wisely he couldn't beat the Houthis. So he cut a deal or a semi-deal with them, and that was the end of it. But in most cases, what happens, and I believe this will happen in the Iran case, is when you take a major step forward and it doesn't work, you double down and you escalate up the ladder. And I think this is what you see happening here. And the question you have to ask yourself, is there a magic solution somewhere up on the ladder? As you go up the different rungs of the escalation ladder, are you going to reach a point where you finally find the magic solution? This is what we went through in Vietnam. I remember when the first combat forces landed March 8th, 1965. And then we slowly but steadily went up the escalation ladder, both in terms of the use of air power and the deployment of ground forces. And we thought that we would reach a certain point on the ladder where we would finally have finished off the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese. Well, that didn't work, and we suffered a catastrophic defeat. And as I said at the start of the show, and as I say all the time, people who are in favor of this war and think it was a good idea cannot tell a story about how we end up winning. I've yet to hear anybody lay out in any detail what the strategy is for solving all these problems that we face with Iran. And you get
and in fact, let me just say, you talk about the escalation ladder. There's a couple of things I'm already concerned about. Not only the talk about ground forces but also we have many of the Gulf Arab regimes are now, we're trying to get them to go more in actively militarily instead of staying on the sidelines after they've been hit. And then last night we had Emmanuel Macron from France saying they're sending an aircraft carrier along with a lot of their aircraft to defend their regional allies. He said, I've ordered the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle to head to the Middle East. We have deployed Rafale aircraft, air defense systems, and radars in the past few years. We will defend our agreements with Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE. We must stand with them. Now, he didn't say they're going to get involved in combat actions, but I mean, he's sending air power. What does this tell you?
It tells you that President Macron is not very smart. I mean, what else?
Well, I mean, something besides the obvious.
I mean, I assume he's going to put that aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf, and he's going to take that massive amount of air power on that aircraft carrier, and he's going to finish off Iran. He's going to do what we couldn't do. I mean, this is, who cares about a French aircraft carrier? Right? He's going to have to park that aircraft carrier far away from Iran. Otherwise, the Iranians will sink it to the bottom of the Jolly Roger. And furthermore, that aircraft carrier can't generate many more sorties or enough sorties to make a difference. I mean, it just, who cares?
And by the way, you talk about some of the sorties. They said during that briefing this morning we averaging around 2,000 sorties per day. So that's a whole lot. Then not another squadron's not going to add a whole lot to that in terms of the bombing. But I don't know. He wants to get involved. He was so eager to send his troops into Ukraine to be part of a coalition of the willing, and that never happened. So I guess he's like saying, "Oh, here we go. We'll send some out here, and we'll see how that's going to work out." But here's one of the other things that was said during that briefing is that we have a potential problem with math, with interceptor math. I'm going to get to that in a second, because here's what Secretary Hegseth said that prompted the question.
We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. Iran cannot outlast us. We're going to ensure through violence of action and our offensive capabilities and our defensive capabilities, as I said, that we set the tone and the tempo of this fight. As we are going into ammunitions that we have tens of thousands of and can drop unlimited supplies on with even more effects than the standoff munitions we have now, which is why when we say the throttle's going up, and it's going to stay on high.
Now, I think he's talking about JDAMs and some other categories, which if they indeed have air supremacy, they can now get closer in and fire a lot of those. But the offensive missiles and the defensive missiles, especially the interceptors, we just don't have as many of those. We had the UAE, according to Bloomberg, said, hey, we can go about another week with the current level of offensive missiles coming in and drones, and then we're going to run out. So what do you think to that? Do you buy this claim that President Trump himself made from the White House the previous day that we can go on, we can do a forever war? I don't know why he would choose that language, but that's what he said yesterday.
Well, the key question to me is how many missiles, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, but mainly ballistic missiles and drones do the Iranians have? And how good are we at destroying those ballistic missiles and those drones? And it is very hard to get clear answers to those questions from reading the mainstream media. And I don't know whether people on the inside have the data or not, but that is the key issue here. There's all sorts of reasons to think that the Iranians have massive numbers of drones and ballistic missiles, that they haven't come close to using them up, that they're either hidden in tunnels or they're mobile and therefore very difficult for us to destroy, so that the Iranians can go on and on, just as we can go on and on fighting this war. In other words, I think what Hegseth is basically saying is that at some point the Iranians are going to run out of drones and they're going to run out of missiles. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they have too many missiles, too many drones, and I think they're going to be very strategic in terms of employing those missiles and drones.
And by the way, John, one other thing I want to point out, because I think it's really important to this part of the discussion. One of the other things that was discussed in there, both by Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, as well as Hegseth, is they said, listen, we have our offensive capacity has so slowed down that they have dropped like 80-something% from the opening day rounds of fire they've had because we're hitting all their missile sites. Well, this video that Gary showed a second ago, we'll pull it back up here. This is something that was just released today that shows a new capability that we didn't know that Iran had before, whereas a lot of these fixed sites, some that out of silos, we actually don't know where they are because you can't even see them. It'll roll up here, reload in a second, but you'll see just out of the sand. There's no mobile launcher here. There's no visible ground. This is the best one here. You see, literally, it just comes out of the sand, and there's another one here. So you don't know where those are. You can't knock those out. And how many do they have? That's the big question.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And but, let me just ask you another question, Danny. Let's assume that we destroy all the missiles and we destroy all the Iranian ballistic and cruise missiles, and we destroy all of their drones completely. Where are we then? Do we win at that point? Is that victory? We don't have regime change, and regime change is the goal here. So I think even if you knock out all of their Navy, all of their missiles, all of their Air Force, where does that leave you? Aren't they just going to rebuild? Aren't they going to rebuild their missile force?
And you see on the screen here, I mean, you're not going to get rid of, it would take months to get rid of all of these, especially if they can fire out of nowhere. So if when Secretary Hegseth boasts that you can't outlast us, I don't know. Is that accurate? Maybe they can.
Well, a lot depends on how the war continues. What happens if the oil refineries in the various countries in the Gulf become targets and virtually all of the oil installations in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and the other Gulf states are destroyed? And of course, Iran's equivalent installations are destroyed as well. Let's just assume that happens. That would be disastrous for the world economy. And the long-term consequences for the Gulf of that scenario are just hard to fathom. So this war can play itself out in all sorts of different ways. We are going up the escalation ladder, as we were talking about a few minutes ago. But there are some very potent steps further up that
Yeah,
escalation.
it is. And in fact, let me show you another one here. Now, there has been a couple of unconfirmed reports that a couple of our ships have been hit with cruise missiles. I haven't seen anything confirmed, so it could just be misinformation. But apparently, Trump is so concerned about the issue that you just raised about, forget about if they knock out the actual refinement capabilities, but just the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed right now, and it has been for like several days now. Yesterday, Trump said, effective immediately, I've ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to provide a political risk insurance and guarantees for financial security. But then the bigger one is, this will be available all shipping. The United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. That seems to me, to my eyes, to be a very high risk, low reward kind of situation, because I don't think you'll succeed in keep it all of a sudden, open it up and get the traffic back flowing again. And you will take the risk of, just look at this kind of situation here. You see a lot of them kind of stacked up. You don't see much going through. In fact, I think right now you see none going through the strait, just a couple of bleeders here and there, but you see a lot of traffic parked up on either side here. Apparently that's the normal. But what do you take of the fact that we may send our ships into that tiny strait, which is at like 30 miles at its most narrow point? That seems like it's putting us at a big risk. What do you think?
Oh, I think it is a big risk because the Iranians have lots of missiles that are designed to take out ships. We moved the Abraham Lincoln away from the Gulf. It wasn't in the Gulf, but it was reasonably close to the Gulf. We moved it away for fear that an Iranian cruise missile would take it out. And once you start using naval ships in the Persian Gulf, you're providing a target-rich environment for the Iranians. Now, I think the Americans are betting that they can protect those ships and they can so thoroughly deplete Iran's cruise missile capability that it won't be a great danger to the ships that do the escorting. But it remains to be seen whether that's the case. Again, it's very hard to determine what exactly the Iranians have. If you think about it, Danny, if you're playing Iran's hand and you have a fixed number of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and drones, and you know that you're in a long war, the question is, how do you allocate the use of those missiles? And it would seem to me what you don't want to do is use all of your missiles and all of your drones up front. You want to preserve a large chunk of the inventory for this protracted war. So, if somebody says there's been a decrease in the use of ballistic missiles by Iran, that doesn't mean they're running out of ballistic missiles.
That's a
They
big
may
point to
be,
make.
but who knows for sure? And the other thing is, I think if you're the Iranians, you want to preserve a large chunk of your missile and drone capability for what I call the Goddard-Dameron moment. If you think you're going down, if you think the country is going to be destroyed, you want to take everybody down with you. And you want to have missiles that can do that. So you want to maintain a robust missile force in reserve, just in case that moment comes where you think your survival is truly at risk. So I'm just saying, I don't know what the capability is on the Iranian side, but I see no evidence that they have run out of missiles, that we have been so successful at targeting their mobile missiles and their missiles that are hidden in tunnels that they have basically been left naked. I don't think there's any evidence that's the case.
Couldn't agree with you more here. And, and that's why you said at the outset, said you're like, look, this is the beginning, I think, of day 5 of this war. It's a little early to be talking to any kind of conclusions at all. And yet that was the strong implication from the opening moments of this press conference, which basically sound like this is basically over. We're just waiting for, them to final, they're almost going to fall apart already. And we're just waiting for that final. That's the implication that he gave. Not sure that's going to work out that way for many of the reasons you said. Listen, before I let you go here, the last bit of time, I want to kind of pull the window back a little bit and not look so much at the tactical, but look at the implications strategically, and especially where do you think China and Russia are right now on this? Do you think that they would literally stand by and do nothing if it looked like that we were starting to get with or Iran was starting to wobble and they were maybe going to fall, would they do nothing, or do you think they're doing anything behind the scenes to keep them propped up?
Well, I think there's nothing they can do militarily. I'm talking about direct intervention here to rectify the situation. I find it hard to imagine either the Russians or the Chinese.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that, but I meant like what we're doing for Ukraine to keep them in the war with Russia. Would they do the same thing for the Iranian side?
Well, I think they were doing it before the war started. They will continue to do it. And at some point, the shooting will stop, and then I think the Iranians and the Russians and the Chinese will go to even greater lengths to keep Iran intact. They have no interest in having the United States and Israel win this war. They have a deep-seated interest in seeing Iran win the war, and they'll do everything feasible to make sure that that happens.
And what would be the consequences? Let's look first at China. If they were effectively, and this is one of the things that Rubio specifically said, we went into and basically took control of Venezuela, that we wanted to get China out of our hemisphere. And what would be the implication for China if they had suffered a setback there, and then in the event that Iran eventually falls here, what will be the impact to China, especially with the issue of oil?
Well, my view on China is that it's now in the process of beginning to build the Blue Water Navy. And that Blue Water Navy is mainly concerned with securing the sea lanes into the Persian Gulf. And I think that not only will the Chinese be able to project more military power into the Gulf over time, but their presence and their interest in the Persian Gulf will only increase with time. And I think once the Russians shut down the Ukraine war, they will be more involved in the Persian Gulf as well. So I think from an American and Israeli point of view, now represents a window of opportunity to deal with the Iran problem. And when I say a window of opportunity, I mean a window of opportunity vis-a-vis the Chinese and the Russians. Because with the passage of time, China will be more involved with Ukraine. And I believe that with the passage of time, the Iranians will build a more robust ballistic missile force and may even go down the nuclear road. But anyway, all of this is to say, I think over time, the China problem will be much greater from our point of view and the Israelis' point of view when it comes to dealing with Iran.
And I'm sorry, one last question. In terms of China and how they view things, or even China and Russia for that matter, militarily, I have some concerns that if we just muddle through this and we're not able to bring anything to conclusion, we're not able to knock them out, and we do spend enormous amounts of precision-guided munitions, especially these long-range cruise missiles and the air interceptor missiles, and we don't have any result on the ground, it's going to make both China and Russia think, you guys are not that great, actually. You're not the greatest military power in the history of the world, like you say, and you might not even be as good as we thought before. Do you see any concerns with that?
Well, I think there's no question that from the Russian point of view and from the Chinese point of view, that seeing us pinned down in Iran, especially if it turns into a protracted war and we expend all of the ammunition that is anticipated in that sort of conflict, this is manna from heaven for the Chinese. If you're the Chinese and you're thinking about capturing Taiwan with military force, really all you have to do is wait a year or so if this war lasts that long, and you'll be in much better shape vis-a-vis the Taiwan scenario than you are today. So this is, not good news for the United States when it comes to thinking about how to deal with China. With regard to Ukraine, if you listen to Trump talk these days about Ukraine, he's fully aware that giving weaponry to Ukraine and giving weaponry to this war in Iran at the same time is drawing down our stocks in dangerous ways. And he's very angry at the Ukrainians for the fact that they demand so much ammunition and so much weaponry from us. So you can see the problems that we face here. The United States ran down its manufacturing base during the unipolar moment. Everybody recognizes that. And we're now in a situation where we have to prepare for conflict in East Asia. We're deeply involved in the Ukraine war. And even though we're not selling weapons directly to the Ukrainians, the Europeans are buying those weapons from us and giving them to the Ukrainians. So the weapons are still going to Ukraine.
Right.
And now we're fighting a major war in the Middle East. And furthermore, President Trump is interested in instituting old-fashioned colonialism in the Western Hemisphere. You want to remember, before this big armada was in the Middle East, it was in the Caribbean. We were threatening the Venezuelans. So, we really have four theaters going here: the Western Hemisphere, the Middle East, Europe, and East Asia. And there are real limits to what we can do. And again, you want to remember that this is all taking place in the context of a situation where we ran down the industrial base, and we don't have the capability, to pump out artillery tubes and artillery shells at a rapid pace like we did in World War II. So, when Pete Hegseth is talking about how we can fight this war forever and we're never going to run out of ammunition or armaments of this sort or that sort, you really have to scratch your head and say, it doesn't sound plausible when you think about the overall strategic situation we're in.
Yeah. That may work in a briefing room and may work on a domestic audience. It sure ain't having any effect in Beijing or in Moscow or anywhere else where we may have an adversary. Listen, I really appreciate you coming on today, especially, I'm sure you've been so in such high demand, and we're very grateful to have you come on the show today here. We also send everybody to John's Substack. He's got information there. Big trouble ahead in Iran. He said you can go and get more details on John. You don't have to wait for him to come back here. Thank you very much for coming on today. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Danny. It was wonderful talking through these problems with you.
It just sounds wrong to say it that way, but I get what you mean. Thank you very much. And also to let you know, we're packed up today. We've got another show in just a few minutes with Dan McKnight talking about U.S. strikes deeper into Iran and what does that mean for our troops. He is very much keen on that. We're going to talk to him shortly. And then we got Larry Johnson at 2 p.m. today. Some great shows back to back. Don't want to miss any of these. We'll see you shortly on the Daniel Davis Deep Dive.
Let's get some more analysis now with Jeffrey Sachs, a public policy analyst and former senior advisor to the United Nations. Professor Sachs, really good to have you back. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for joining us again.
My pleasure.
Well, Wang Yi saying, of course, that the international stage in the 21st century should no longer see the replay of what he called old scripts from the 19th century. I mean, with the Iran conflict widening every day, there are seriously concerning echoes, are there not, from the past reverberating today?
What the foreign minister put forward is very mature and very sincere and very important, but it is not the United States situation. The U.S. is militaristic, imperialistic, and fighting wars of choice across the Americas and the Middle East. And it is extremely dangerous what is happening. The U.S. is not listening to talk about cooperation. It is looking for conquest. And it is looking for conquest in Iran, which would be a devastating reality if that came about, because it would mean crushing a civilization that is ancient, that is proud, and that has 100 million people in it, and that is a crucial point geographically in the world, a pivot in the world. So the foreign minister's remarks are very mature. They would lead to world peace, but the United States is acting in a blatantly imperialistic and expansionist way.
And you say the United States is not listening, but Wang Yi said that China and the US cannot change each other, but they can change the way that they interact. I mean, how could that be possible now? How do they do that?
I think the grim reality for China is the United States is out to conquer much of the world. This is a fact. Donald Trump says so. The U.S. is aiming to overthrow the government of Cuba. The U.S. is militarizing the Americas. The U.S. is out for hegemonic control of the Middle East. This is a very grim reality. We've not seen anything so blatant in imperialism since World War II. What the United States is doing is even beyond its own rather militaristic standards. Donald Trump is unhinged, and the American system is unhinged right now. It demands unconditional surrender of Iran. It says that Donald Trump will choose the next leader. These are invitations to World War III, I'm sorry to say.
Incredibly disturbing. And we did hear from Beijing about the importance of international law and multilateralism. To your point, with the Middle East in flames, surely the very concept of international law is in tatters. Can it be repaired?
Almost all countries in the world believe in international law. The United States and Israel do not. Again, grim reality. The U.S. has said openly that it is completely disdainful of the UN, that the UN is worthless, that it is useless, that it is international law is a nicety. This is the language of pure imperialism. This is not the language of international cooperation. It is not the language that China and most of the world subscribe to. So when Foreign Minister Wang Yi speaks, he resonates with almost all of the world. But the United States absolutely is not listening right now. And while China is, of course, taking the path of peace, the United States is choosing the path of war, and it is aiming to destroy the UN, I'm sorry to say, in countless ways. It has left dozens of UN organizations and treaties. It doesn't pay its bills. It ignores completely international law. It disdains the UN Security Council. It votes against the rest of the world in the UN General Assembly. This is the reality of the United States today. And Donald Trump revels in it, revels in what he asserts is his unilateral power to change the world.
A sobering message, Professor Sachs. Thank you very much indeed for your insights. As ever, we're very grateful. Jeffrey Sachs, a public policy analyst, former senior advisor to the United Nations.
Tehran has carried out more attacks on Gulf states despite an apology by the president to Iran's neighbours. Civilian targets have been hit, including airports and vital infrastructure. Who's in control in Iran, and how will Gulf states react as the attacks continue? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. More than a week after Israel and the US attacked Iran, the crisis they've ignited is worsening. While Iran has suffered the most casualties, it's retaliated by attacking neighbouring Gulf states and says it's targeting US military assets. Havens of stability in the region, these countries are vital global hubs for energy, business and aviation. All have been severely disrupted, with the impact felt across the world. From Iran, mixed messages add to the chaos. Apologies from the president for the attacks, yet they have continued. Questions now about who's actually in control in Iran. Unpredictability too from US President Donald Trump about his plans, strategy and aims in bombing Iran. So, what does all this mean for long-standing US alliances in the Gulf? And what now for Iran's relations with the Gulf states? We'll speak to our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Imran Ullah Khan.
Tehran seems to be sending out mixed messages about how it will proceed in an escalating regional war. Since the US and Israel launched attacks on Iran at the end of last month, Tehran has been retaliating against countries in the Gulf that host US military assets. But as well as bases, the attacks have hit hotels, airports, embassies, and more in Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, causing anger amongst Gulf leaders. On Saturday, President Masoud Pezeshkian apologized for the strikes and said they would stop.
We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighbouring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace, and the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighbouring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged from their soil.
But shortly after the message aired, more Iranian strikes hit Gulf countries. Then Iran's armed forces weighed in, saying they respect the interests and national sovereignty of neighboring countries. But they also said U.S. assets would remain primary targets if attacks on Iran continued. Pezeshkian spoke again, saying his words earlier were misinterpreted.
The enemy has a distorted understanding of my words. They want us and our neighboring countries to be at war and are seeking to create discord between us and other nations. If they attempt to invade our territory from any country, we will be compelled to respond to that aggression. However, this response does not imply that we have a conflict or disagreement with that country, nor do we intend to upset its people. We are simply forced to act in defense. The more pressure they exert on us, the stronger our response will be.
The attacks are having a global impact, too. Energy supplies to countries worldwide have been hit, with refineries and plants attacked and tankers unable to sail through the Persian Gulf. Flights have been severely disrupted, with Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha vital aviation hubs, all having a serious impact not just on the region, but being felt across the world. Imran Ullah Khan, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Well, to discuss all of this further, we have an eminent panel of guests joining us for today's Inside Story. So, in the United States, in Virginia, John Brennan, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency under the Obama administration. In Kuwait City, Bader Al-Saif, a professor at Kuwait University and fellow at Chatham House, specialising in Middle East history and politics. And also joining us from Virginia, Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. Let me start with you, John Brennan, former director of the CIA. So you've been at the very top of US decision-making, a member of the cabinet. Let me ask your assessment, big picture assessment of where we are over a week into the war. Would you say you are more worried about where this is going than you were when it started a week ago?
Well, I think I'm as worried about where this conflict is going. The attacks over the past week certainly have expanded now and are bringing in some civilian infrastructure in Iran. And there is continued defiance on the part of the Iranian regime in the face of the Israeli and U.S. operations. So the fact that I think the Trump administration has not really articulated exactly how we're going to get out of this conflict, aside from an unconditional surrender, really makes me worried that this is going to be more long-lasting than the Trump administration anticipated.
Bader, let me ask you about how the Gulf countries are coping. Clearly, we've got to remember that the worst situation is for the poor civilians in Iran and also in Lebanon. But with the exception perhaps of Kuwait, which had an invasion by Saddam Hussein, most of the countries in the Gulf have not ever experienced anything like this. How would you say the Gulf is coping at this stage?
This is an unnecessary war. And I think it starts with the mindset that the Gulf has always exhibited all along, prior to the war and even prior to the June 2025 war. This is unnecessary. We could have averted it, and there is a way forward for a peaceful resolution. The Gulf states have assembled the best defense mechanisms. They're defending themselves on their own. The US bases that are there for sharing, training, capacity building, and they only started in there, James, when my country was invaded back in 1990-91. Those bases did not exist before that, nor are they there now to do anything towards Iran. This is something that needs to be remembered by the Iranian state, and this is something that got picked up by the president yesterday with his apology, but it seems it has not cascaded down to the other forces, or it has not been communicated properly or agreed upon within. We need some clarity on this front, and they need to focus on where their targets are coming from. They're not coming from our airspaces, and the bases in the Gulf are not being used against Iran.
So, Trita, let's focus on that apology from the Iranian president. The Gulf states are countries that all, before this war, maybe not historically, but all before this war had cordial relations with Iran. He clearly wanted to apologise, but there was a really confusing message sent out after that, wasn't there?
Yes, although I think what happened is a bit different from what your package has presented. I've spoken to folks on all sides, and I'm getting somewhat of a different picture. There were very, very sensitive negotiations initiated by regional states with Iran for a de-escalatory path. The first step was for the president to come out and give that message, although he kind of messed up the message because he was not supposed to issue an apology. And if you notice, he said that he personally apologized, not on behalf of the state, and this caused some problem inside of the Iranian state. But other than that, everyone was essentially on the same page that there was a necessary de-escalatory step. The Gulf states, as a result, were then observing to see whether this would then also be implemented by Iran's military. In between, however, and this would take them a few hours, in between, however, Trump issued his Truth Social post that declared victory, humiliated Iran, and even threatened Iran further. On top of that, there was an attack by the United States on Qeshm Island's desalination plant, which was a major escalation. So far, neither the Iranians nor the Israelis had been targeting each other's desalination plants. This then threw everything off, and then you saw massive Iranian retaliation, again, against these GCC states, despite the fact that most of these states, not only before the war, but also during the war, have done quite a lot, if not everything they could, to actually de-escalate this war. But what happened in this specific case, and it is not clear to me whether it was that Trump was deliberately trying to sabotage this, or if the US side actually is in disarray and did not know, and as a result, the president goes on his own, he issues this tweet, the military attacks the desalination plant without necessarily fully understanding what was happening, what was being led by some of the regional states in terms of this de-escalatory negotiations that were taking place. As I understand it, they're still trying at this point, and it's absolutely necessary for this de-escalation to take place. But in this specific case, it seems to have been something in which not everyone was on the same page, and Trump, with his tweet, and then later on with that major escalatory attack, derailed everything.
John Brennan, I mean, Trump's tweet, well, it was actually on his own social media platform, Truth Social. He said, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors. He called Iran the loser of the Middle East. What do you make of the way Trump is conducting this war? I mean, it's the way Trump does business, but rarely have we seen this from a US president at a time of war, a president who launched the war rather than a solemn address in the Oval Office, did it from Mar-a-Lago wearing a baseball cap.
Well, we've never seen this behavior from any previous US president. And Donald Trump is a very unique individual. I think these are just traits that he has demonstrated over time, whether he's doing domestic policy or international affairs. He uses social media platforms to basically make policy and announce policy. The traditional U.S. interagency process, whereby you have the different departments and agencies come together and formulate a policy, that is not happening by all accounts now. It is more that Donald Trump decides, based on his gut feelings, what to do. And this war is something that was initiated by, I think, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. They decided that they wanted to take down the Iranian regime. I think he had a real misunderstanding about the complexities and difficulty of doing something like this. I think he's infatuated with the U.S. military power and the powers of the presidency. And I think the success in Venezuela, removing a single person, Maduro, from the leadership there, led him to believe that the cause in Iran was going to be similarly successful.
So, John,
and I think what he's finding now.
Yes, so John, at a time like this, a time of war, the most combustible time possible, these sort of social media messages, I mean, how dangerous are they?
I think they're very dangerous. The stridency of his rhetoric, I think, is increasing. The callousness, I think, of some of the commentary also is leading individuals to really be concerned about the future course of this war. And I agree that I think the recent language and the recent actions of the United States have led to real inconsistency, I think, in how the U.S. policy is being perceived, as well as the reaction on the part of the Iranian government. When he says he wants to, change the regime, he wants to have a role in selecting the next supreme leader, the leader of Iran, I think it really just demonstrates that Donald Trump doesn't really understand just how challenging this whole situation is and is going to continue to be.
But we heard from Trita his assessment of what happened with regard to the president's statement. But there is another factor in all of this, isn't there? That Iran has put in place what it calls its Mosaic defense. Basically, they've delegated control of missile systems to individual commanders who are out in the field. That means that there is not the coordinated central chain of command that you'd expect.
And that's a very dangerous thing. And that's why we would like to see some kind of order and sense coming through from Iran. It's difficult when they're under war and under attack, no doubt. But I think the naming of a supreme leader, probably the consolidation of their command structures would lead to some form of coordination when it comes to the front, to the battlefront. But let me make one point very clear. We need to work on our Gulf-Iran ties, irrespective of what happens between the US, Israel, and Iran. And I think we have that in our system across the Gulf to work more on these relationships. We've been working very hard on them in the past. There are many spoilers during this war, whether it's from various militias outside Iran that are doing things on their own or coordinated with other elements. Israel is the biggest spoiler in all of this. They stand to benefit from the fragmentation and the chaos and the war that will happen and unroll in the Middle East. So I think by focusing on that joint target and by not taking their wrath unto the Gulf states, they can come to a better focus on their objectives. Going all out is not going to serve their interests, and it's not going to serve anyone's interests.
Trita, I mean, if we do get a new supreme leader appointed soon, does that solve the problems of the chain of command in Iran? Because it's going to be a new figure in charge of a very large country, 92 million people, after one man had been in charge for 37 years, and a country under total bombardment. I mean, is a new person going to be able to take total control?
First of all, let me just say how much I agree with Badr that there has to be thinking in Tehran about the day after of this war. It seems like their thinking, because they believe that this is existential, has been one in which they really haven't put much thought or consideration to what happens the day after in their relationship with their neighbors to the south. And this is very, very dangerous, particularly mindful of the fact that many of them went out of their way to try to prevent this war. I don't believe, however, that this is an issue that is resolved by picking a new supreme leader, because what was decided already halfway through the June war is that they took a lot of control away from central command and gave it to local military commanders. This was done deliberately in order to make sure that if their central command and control was disrupted or destroyed by the United States or by Israel, the defense of the country could continue. They saw clearly that the Israeli strategy back then, as well as today, is regime decapitation. They've also made sure that every governor in the country has the same authority as the president does in case of a collapse of Tehran's control. So That will not change with picking of the supreme leader, because he had nothing to do with the supreme leader. The supreme leader actually was taking out of operational decisions, mindful of the fact that it was so clear that he was a target. What I'm more fearful of, however, is that some of the most hardline names that could become the supreme leader, who were probably not the main candidates prior to this war, have now become the main candidates, particularly after Trump has said that some of them are unacceptable. I think that actually ended up becoming an endorsement for them that may see the next supreme leader of Iran going into an even more hardline direction than the previous one did.
And John, I mean, that if that is the outcome and you get a more hardline supreme leader, that person may have learnt one lesson, and that is, let's actually get the bomb.
Well, I think Iran is still a long way away from getting the bomb. But as you point out, I think Iran is going to be trying to decide what course to take in order to prevent future aggression and gain some type of deterrence, which is what I think a lot of people presumed was the intention behind some of the commentary of Iranians about seeking a nuclear weapon. But there was no evidence that there was nuclear weaponization program underway recently. I agree that this is an unnecessary war. There was no imminent threat. It was something that Donald Trump, again, and Bibi Netanyahu, I think, decided to do. But it's clear that Donald Trump is not going to relent at this point. He's going to continue to push forward. The U.S. still has a lot of U.S. military capability that it could bring to bear. He avoided discounting the prospect of putting U.S. boots on the ground yesterday. So Donald Trump doesn't like to lose. He likes to win, but yet he could cast some future situation as a victory for the United States. But I don't think he is going to be able to achieve his goal, or his stated goal, of vanquishing this regime and basically bringing in a totally new leadership. The IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, is very much embedded in the fabric of the Iranian government, and I don't see any indication that they're ready to lay down their arms and surrender, as Donald Trump would like them to do.
But I mean, one of the problems is we don't really know what Donald Trump's goals are, because they have been all over the place. We didn't properly explain to the world or the American people why he started the war, and he hasn't properly explained what will end the war. But one of the ideas that floats around and comes up from him regularly is the idea of a Venezuela model. Given the fact that Iran is still firing and firing, every few hours, particularly at the Gulf, is there any chance of a Delcy Rodriguez emerging in Iran?
U.S. strategy, we can't even use the word strategy when it comes to U.S. objectives in this war. It's quite unclear where they're going and whether they're leading the show or not, or allowing Israel to run the show for them. And this in itself is quite dangerous. They need to go back to their senses and look at how they can serve their interests best. To try to impose what you call a Venezuela model on other countries is just, it's fallacy. This doesn't work. Each country, it's its own circumstances and conditions, and they deserve to decide what works best for them. We shouldn't allow outside forces to do that. Regime change has been tried and failed in the region. Look at Afghanistan. Look at how Iraq has been unfolding in the last 20 years. And this is not something that we want to replicate in a much bigger space like Iran. This will not help anyone. This will destabilize states, societies in the region. It will boil the energy markets. It will make it hard on everyone. And don't even forget, and this is the most important thing, the human toll of suffering. We lost 2 service members today in Kuwait. Hundreds were lost in Iran, others across the Gulf, and even in Israel and Lebanon, and the list continues. This shouldn't be the fate of the Middle East. We deserve better than this.
John, I mean, from your position and having advised presidents in the past, I mean, what do you think those who have served at the highest levels in the military, in the intelligence community, still are there in the system, are making of a war with no real strategy and no real end goal?
Well, I think a lot of them have the same questions that Badr and Trita had mentioned about the reasons for the war and the future course of this war. But as military and intelligence professionals, when there is an order that comes from the commander-in-chief, they carry it out. But there are questions about whether or not, it is violation of international law. There are questions about the targeting, the rules of engagement, other things that I think military and intelligence personnel need to be looking at closely. But this is the responsibility of the military professionals to prosecute the effort the best they can. They're not the ones that make decisions about the political objectives of this administration. But I do think the longer this goes on, the more questions will arise, as well as the more concern is going to arise in U.S. Among American citizens. We already see demonstrations against the war. So this is only 8 or 9 days old, and we see the tremendous toll it has taken already, as Badr pointed out. I do think that there's going to be even more repercussions of this, not just on the battlefront, but also in the larger economic and energy dimensions that I think are going to have a real impact on people, including in the United States, but also globally.
Well, let's talk about those repercussions, particularly economic, Trita. I mean, most of the world in this are watching this as pretty helpless bystanders, but the Gulf states are on the end of these missiles coming from Iran, and clearly they are the economic engine of much of what goes on in the world. So what they say and do is one place where there is leverage, one place where there's potential impact. What do you think the Gulf states want right now?
I think the vast majority of the Gulf states want exactly what they did before this war, which is for this to never happen at all. This is, as Badr pointed out, and as John has also hinted at, is absolute disaster for these states. I remember years ago, an GCC official told me, it was in regards to the dilemma they had in regards to U.S.-Iran relations. He used an African proverb saying that whether the elephants fight or make love, the grass still gets crushed. There was a fear on the GCC side that if the US and Iran were to become significant friends, which I never thought was really in the cards, nevertheless, there was a fear that this could actually strategically diminish the role of some of the GCC states. But on the other hand, if they went to war, it would also be devastating for the GCC states. And now we're seeing the second scenario playing out in front of us. And as Badr also pointed out, we have to keep in mind that there is a significant interest on the Israeli side in order to make sure that not only does the US's and Iran's relations get destroyed for decades to come, but also Iran and the GCC's relations. And it seems to me that the Iranians, given the fact that they don't have any other American targets within their reach, the US Navy is very far away from Iranian waters precisely because of the effectiveness of Iranian missiles. The US has already emptied much of its bases in the region, but those are the only targets Iran have, in addition to some hotels in which the Iranians suspect that American soldiers have been housed in. So from the GCC standpoint, they knew that this was going to happen. This is part of the reason why many of them lobbied so hard for this never to start in the first place. But at this point, as John, I think, hinted at as well, the only way out of this appears to be that the cost becomes too high for everyone, and that Donald Trump concludes that he already has things that he can point to as a victory, claim that victory, and then end this war.
Badr, I mean, I have heard the argument, though, among some, and whether this is felt in the GCC, I'd like you to tell me, that some believe that Trump needs to finish the job because otherwise the government in Iran is going to be like a wounded animal and it will continue to lash out in the coming years. Do you think that is a feeling, and do you think there's the possibility of any of the Gulf states actually allowing the US to use their bases right now, or actively joining the US and Israel in this war?
Look, there are many options on the table. The way that Iran has conducted its attacks on the Gulf has not helped its case. And trying to go after civilian targets or spaces and under the mask of there being a possible American presence just doesn't make sense. And we've made ourselves very clear. We've made our spaces inviolable in terms of not being used for attacks against Iran. I think we need to see how this moves on. The Gulf states are in a bind. There are many difficult choices ahead. There needs to be wisdom. I think their restraint has been something that's welcomed. And joining the front will not do them any good. I think it would serve into the Israeli playbook. This is not our war. We shouldn't be involved in it. And there is no end game. I mean, to topple the regime is not something that even U.S. intelligence assessments have agreed on, that this is not something that's in the cards.
Let me end, Badr, if I can, with John, who, of course, headed an organisation that prepared those US intelligence assessments. You prepared presidents with possible scenarios of what might happen. It's a bit of a grim question. What now, as you look at things, what's the worst case scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario is the United States decides to escalate and creates tremendous chaos, havoc, and destruction inside of Iran. But I don't see, even under that scenario, the Iranians relenting. I see extended disruptions in the energy market through the strait, that there's not going to be the flow of oil, natural gas that has been, the impact on the global economy, and then also terrorist attacks. One of the things that is pointed out, Iran sees this as an existential threat. They do have a capability to be launching attacks in other areas, and they haven't opted for that at this point. But I could see that as their backs are pushed against the wall, they will pull out all stops and do whatever they can to try to not just to lash out against their adversary and their attacker, but also to try to cause as much pain as possible on the international front.
Thank you very much to all of our guests today, John Brennan, Badr Al-Saif and Trita Parsi. Extensive coverage of the war continues around the clock on Al Jazeera, with our teams based all over the region. And remember, you can get further analysis and context at aljazeera.com. As ever, we'd like to hear your comments too. Go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or look for us on X. There we are called @AJ Inside Story. For now, from me, James Bays, and all the team here, stay safe and well. Bye-bye for now.
Iran says it does not want to expand the conflict with Israel. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran is acting in self-defense and will de-escalate as soon as Israel stops its attacks. Iranian missiles targeted multiple cities in Israel overnight, with Bat Yam hit the hardest. Rescue teams continue to search for survivors in the Tel Aviv suburb. At least 14 Israelis have been killed in the past 3 days of conflict. In Iran, meanwhile, the death toll is at 80 people since Friday. 2 fuel depots near Tehran were damaged overnight. Israel has also hit the cities of Shiraz and Isfahan in central and southern Iran. It's issued threats for Iranians to evacuate if they're living near military facilities. Well, we have correspondents in the region and across continents monitoring the developments. Shihab Ratanzi is in Washington, D.C. Rory Challenge is in London, standing by with the latest reactions from there. Noor O'Day is in Amman, Jordan, and Tohida Sadi is in Tehran. We'll speak to them in just a moment. First, this report from Osama bin Javed.
Another morning of explosions across Iran. This one during rush hour in the central city of Isfahan. The provincial headquarters of the Ministry of Defense was struck by Israel. Plumes of smoke are rising from oil facilities in Shiraz and the capital, Tehran. It's day 3 of Israel's attacks. And Iran's top diplomat is warning of further retaliation if Israel doesn't stop.
It is a response to the Israeli attacks and violations. Once these attacks stop, we will reciprocate. We were engaged in rounds of negotiations with the US. The 6th round of talks was supposed to be held in Oman. The Zionist entity is not willing to see us reaching an agreement or a diplomatic solution with the United States.
Overnight, Iran struck Israel with multiple waves of missiles and drones. There were several direct hits on the cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv. Israeli citizens were told to seek shelter through the night as Iran and Yemen responded to Israel's attacks. Israel's advanced air defense systems could not stop all the rockets and missiles. On Saturday, Israel launched more attacks targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. As night fell, an oil depot near the capital, Tehran, was hit and caught fire. Satellite images revealed the impact of Israel's earlier strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. As missiles continue to land in both countries, calls by international leaders for calm have not been able to halt the conflict. Saba Mujawid, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's get the latest now on the ground with Tauhid Asadi, who's in Tehran for us. Tauhid, what's been the aftermath of the Israeli strikes on Iran? How significant are they in terms of operational and symbolic impact?
Well, actually, this is an unprecedented level of escalation between Iran and Israeli side. And what we see on the ground is quite indicative of this huge amount of confrontation that goes on between the two countries. We have seen so far explosions, activation of air defense system in the past 2 days across the country, including here in capital, where we saw 2 overnight attacks to 2 of the oil depots of the country, one in the western part of the capital, in Shahran, and the other one, if you can see it behind me, in the southern parts of Tehran, we've got another oil depot being attacked by the Israelis. And the Iranian refinery is said to be fully functioning. We had the similar reports from Isfahan, where an attack happened to one Ministry of Defense facility, saying that there is a possibility of casualties coming out of that scene. Also, we've got the report from the refinery of Isfahan saying that the energy infrastructures there has not been damaged. The same report came from the Tehran refinery center, but still we are dealing with a lot of different developments. First, it was Abbas Araghchi, as you mentioned, coming out live today with different statements saying that Iran is going to continue as long as Israelis continue their military strikes. But one last point I wanted to share with you, if I may, is this headline by Kayhan newspaper saying that we're going to finish the war and we're going to finish Israel together. This is very interesting, showing the rhetoric that is here in Tehran.
Right. I was going to ask you about, the reaction and how concerned Iranians are, given that Israel has also been issuing a forced displacement order to Iranian civilians to leave their homes if they live in the vicinity of weapons sites. How concerned are people about this?
Very concerned indeed, because we've got this initial reports that Israelis are targeting military and nuclear sites at the very beginning, but later on it turns out that it's not just the military sites, it's not just the nuclear facilities that are under the attack. We saw civilian infrastructures, we saw energy infrastructures, and we saw buildings not related to actually military complexes or military or weapon companies, but very buildings that belong to ordinary citizens, including one that belonged to university professors here in the capital. We were there to cover the story, and we saw that the attack, they just targeted these buildings in which Iranian top nuclear scientist Dr. Tehranchi was assassinated alongside with his wife. And several civilians' footages are coming out showing that women and children are being killed as a result of these strikes. There is a funeral scheduled for Tuesday, and according to a state TV report, at least in one of these scenes under strike, at least 20 children have been killed. So people are pretty much aware of the very fact that this is not a nuclear or military-related set of strikes, but indeed, regardless of whatever comes from the Israeli side as their statements, the matter of let's say story is that people are
large targets. It has more global bases than any of its near rivals, but military power is not something, and war is something which does not happen in the abstract. It is based on real concrete relations. We draw there from, of course, the famous Dingsmuir-Clausewitz. It requires, that is, the war machine requires steel, aluminium, rare earth metals. It also requires skilled workers, mass production lines that can be scaled up in the case of full-scale war. And these material foundations have been eroded by the very capitalist logic that the imperialists love to defend. So we will begin then by taking in the first constraint on the US, which is China's dominance in rare earth metals. So we are witnessing here something which is almost unprecedented, in fact might well be completely unprecedented, and that is the control over the supply chain of rare earth metals by the Chinese. The weaponization of this supply chain by a rising socialist power against the declining imperialist hegemon. The People's Republic of China controls 90% of rare earth metal processing. 90%. That is not because of some kind of accident of geology, but because of Chinese strategic planning, state investment, and long-term thinking that the imperialists cannot replicate. Now, an F-35 fighter jet requires 435 kilograms of rare earth metals. A nuclear submarine requires 1.5 tons of them. These are not mere decorative additions, they are essential to the avionics and targeting systems, the stealth capabilities, the very functioning of modern warfare. And the US can't produce them, not in sufficient quantity anyway, not with current technology, and not on any timeline that would enable them to win this war. The People's Republic of China has imposed explicit export bans on rare earth metals for military usage. This is not a theoretical vulnerability. This is active strangulation of the US's supply chain. And again, very deliberate policy on behalf of the Chinese. It's very low key, but its effect can well be devastating, especially now. Now, the Pentagon's own war games indicate that US forces will exhaust critical munitions within 1 to 2 weeks of high-intensity conflict. Now, this, in some estimates, 1 week. So this is why the so-called smart munitions that the US has been trying to use against Iran are now being rationed. And it's also why they're using so-called dumb bombs to bomb civilian areas in Iran, because the stockpiles of the so-called smart munitions are running low already. So the Trump administration has announced a $12 billion strategic stockpile initiative for rare earth metals. They've also announced an additional $50 billion to go to the military to refresh stockpiles of weapons. They've invoked the Defense Production Act, but these are PR moves. They're not solutions. They're admissions of structural bankruptcy. Building domestic rare earth capacity requires years. It will require at least a year of intense work for any meaningful production to occur. Now, a war with Iran requires sustained operations immediately, now. That is a fatal mismatch on the timeline. But this is only one expression of US imperialist industrial decline. So let us go further and onto our next slide here, entitled The Withered Arsenal. Now, the US produces fewer than 10 major warships annually. China produces over 30. This is not merely a quantitative difference, it is a qualitative transformation in the global correlation of forces. The shipyards that built the Liberty ships, that constructed the naval power that enforced American hegemony throughout the 20th century, these are all gone. These are replaced by, well, nothing really. These are replaced by the financial services industry and the rust of deindustrialization. Artillery shell production for the Ukraine war exposed the depth of this crisis. The US could not supply their own proxy against the Russians without significantly depleting their own shell reserves. In fact, they ended up going around the world begging for shells because they couldn't scale up production enough to keep Ukraine supplied. And that was with them opening up a plant in, I believe it was Texas, run by Turkish specialists, because they don't have the human expertise to run production lines at a war level. The Russians have that. The Chinese have that. In terms of, for certain things, the Iranians have that as well. The US does not. Israel doesn't either, by the way. Now, scaling for the needs of for ammunition against Iran, a nation of 90+ million people with very sophisticated asymmetric warfare capabilities, with sophisticated regional allies such as Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, who are currently coordinating a freeway assault on Israel, would require the US to engage in an industrial mobilization on a scale impossible, where without the very infrastructure that has been dismantled. And as I said, where's the workforce? Where are the specialists? Where are the tool makers, specialized welders, aerospace technicians? They've either retired or they've gone into other areas of employment. Largely, a lot of the people that used to make up the skilled workers in the US munitions plants have retired. That's why they had to bring a load of guys back to try and make munitions for Ukraine. And the skills, their skills, that used to be transmitted through apprenticeships and collective experience have all been lost. The munitions companies, the military-industrial complex, chased short-term profits and stock buybacks, getting rid of much of their accumulated experience of their workforce. Now, the American ruling class tells us that innovation will solve these problems. You keep seeing Trump going on TV proclaiming that victory is around the corner. Iran has already surrendered. We've got the greatest stock. We have the greatest stockpile of innovation and this and that around the world. But none of this is true. What the American leaders are engaging in is just simply idealist mystifications. War is a material process. It requires matter to be transformed by labor. And the US ruling class has severed itself from the labor processes that even create the means of destruction they would need to win a war against Iran, never mind winning a war against China. Now, you cannot escape this trap. Now, the bit added to this is the problem of even if Trump gained the ability to govern, shall we say, even if Donald Trump gained the ability to put together a plan of production that would take U.S. industry forward and build the kind of machinery that would need build the kind of industrial production they would need to resupply their army against Iran. The biggest resistance it would face would be from the U.S. ruling class itself. The US ruling class makes its money how? Not predominantly through the production of commodities, but through the export of capital. And the model that they have is for perpetual stock buybacks, boosting of the share price, payouts to the top executives and the big shareholders, and keep the money going around. If you break that up, you risk systemic collapse. This is the thing. The imperialist economies function on this with all the fictitious capital floating around within them, as long as nobody disrupts the flow, as long as nobody disrupts the oil flows, as long as nobody disrupts the capital flows, as long as nobody disrupts the dollar flows, then things function. The moment anything in this machine goes wrong, then things start to fall apart really quickly, or can fall apart really quickly. So even if Trump wanted to put into place the ideas of his associate Peter Navarro, who at least had some understanding of the problems that the US is facing, the biggest resistors would be Wall Street. That's the thing. This is not a matter of people just a matter of elites scheming against each other. It's a matter of the fact that the US is now in an insoluble contradiction. They try and address this problem by properly reindustrializing. And remember, a military production base can't be built just separate to the civilian economy. You pull any of the strings on the US imperialist setup right now, it'll start to fall. And this is the reason why they don't know which way to go forward with this war against Iran. And we'll cover their options in just a moment. But here we go beyond the constraints placed by closed down factories, lack of raw materials, etc. Now, the most fundamental resource of any war is the soldier, the sailor, the airman, etc. And here we encounter the second great contradiction. The imperialists need mass mobilization and cannot achieve it under the current political setup. Now, let's be precise about what a victory against Iran would require. not the limited objectives announced by Trump, such as degrading nuclear facilities, reduction of Iran's regional influence, etc. These are, well, Trump's already himself abandoned those goals. He's demanded unconditional surrender, as the real objective has always been to destroy the Islamic Republic itself. Now, regime change would require control of Iranian territory. Territorial control requires ground forces, and ground forces for the United States, even with its supposed allies, just don't exist in sufficient numbers. The active duty US military currently numbers 1.3 million. Now, the army, which would actually have to do the fighting on the ground, roughly numbers are to 480,000. Now, occupying Iran, a country the size of Western Europe, a country larger than the state of Alaska, with very mountainous terrain, over 90 million people in its population, and a tradition, or a very proud tradition, of resistance to foreign occupation and domination, would require, by historical counterinsurgency ratios, between 500,000 to 1 million troops. And 500,000 would be the absolute low end. You're looking at towards 1 million to pull this off. Those forces do not exist under the current US political military setup, nor can the US actually get hold of them anytime soon. So the National Guard, which exists in of course, this is the weekend, supposedly weekend soldiers, that is not the states. National Guard is nominally under the control of the governors, but of course the National Guard is also integrated into the Department of Defense, and the president can lay claim to usage of the National Guard for service overseas if needed. This is certainly what happened in the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War. But so they have 440,000 personnel in the National Guard. Many of these are already deployed by Trump on operations around the US border. They're involved in disaster response. They've also been deployed to do domestic law enforcement, but again, by the Trump administration. Now, many of the National Guard units actually lack the training and equipment for high-intensity combat. Extended mobilization of the National Guard would devastate civilian economies in rural and working-class American communities, where the bulk of those serving in the National Guard come.
I think that in the war room, when Donald Trump was laying out his plans for this, he probably had the chairman of the Joint
drops atomic weapons is in the air, and moreover, it made a stopover at what is laughingly described as a Royal Air Force base in England. Although the King is not much saluted there, it is in fact a secret American Air Force base in the English countryside. And 173 of the famed Delta Force are reportedly captured prisoners of war in Iran. If confirmed, that changes everything. It certainly changes the plans, which change every hour in any case, for a ground invasion of Iran, and the very first of maybe more. Kingdoms in the Arabian side of the Gulf, Bahrain, is reported to be in the hands of the people, and the king is said to have fled across the causeway to Saudi Arabia. It's all coming up tonight on the mother of all talk shows. Stay tuned. Well, a state of total confusion exists as Donald Trump, despite his bone spurs problem that made him dodge 5 separate call-ups to the Vietnam War, didn't stop him going for a round of golf today. A round of golf today, whilst the world is in total chaos, economies crashing, kingdoms falling, and all as a result of decisions that he made based, he said, on his feelings. Well, Lindsey Graham is beaming broadly, and I mean in the sense of his mouth, not anything else. Lindsey Graham is practically running this war for Donald Trump, and he says they're going to blow the Iranian people away over the next 2 weeks. Yet the New York Times this very evening is reporting that Trump has changed his mind and may well be about to declare victory and call off the war. The casualty figures of the American armed forces laughably suppressed to 6, and they were received with dignity by the families and the military brass and, well, the other brass, Melania, and Donald Trump dressed like a Sopranos underboss with a white baseball cap, which he didn't even take off as the coffins passed him by. But news out of Stuttgart, which is the medical center for American dead and wounded, are reporting 600 American casualties in the war so far. And when you see the videos, which we have been able to see, and the ones that are suppressed, the ones you're paying for at the BBC with your license fee, of course, are not allowed to show the impact of Iranian missiles. But the impact is clear enough. They are now landing without any kind of intercession. They are now hitting Israel at will. And this is an entire sea change from both the 12-day war and from the expectation, which must have been prevalent when they launched their war just over a week ago. Without opposition, Iranian ballistic and hypersonic missiles, and with more modern and bigger and more powerful missiles only now being brought into service, is enough to chill the blood. Thousands of Israelis have been casualty to these missiles, and the destruction of thousands of buildings, some of them very important buildings indeed, like the Mossad headquarters, like the Air Force headquarters, like meetings where important officers and officials are gathering, like air raid shelters where the Israeli leadership take cover during bombing raids, have been confirmed hits and have caused massive destruction and casualty. And of course, in a way, the biggest news, given that lives of Iranians don't seem to matter, the biggest news of all is that, reminiscent of the Jimmy Carter fiasco when he landed helicopters in the desert in 1979, only to see most of them shot to pieces and their pilots and officers on board taken capture, to add to the humiliation of the seizure of the American embassy in Tehran at the triumph of the Iranian Revolution, in payback for the endless support the American state had given the Shah of Iran, who had just been toppled. Reminiscent of that fiasco is this one. According to credible reports and official statements by the Iranian government, that 173 members, officers and men of the famed Delta Force are in their hands as captured prisoners of war, and others were killed. What apparently happened was that the United States attempted a military landing, which went disastrously wrong, was ambushed by a superior force of IRGC fighters who killed and took 173 people prisoner. That's quite a haul of prisoners of war from an elite American unit, and now further complicates the entire military situation. It's now confirmed also that it was an American missile that murdered 165 at least schoolgirls in the worst US atrocity since the end of the Vietnam War. Was not an Israeli missile. When schools are hit, it usually is, but an American missile. And it was not, as I said in the last show, fired from the decks of an American aircraft carrier, but was fired from Bahrain. A minute about Bahrain. I've been involved in issues involving Bahrain for, well, nigh on 30 years. I made a significant, I think, speech about it in a special debate that I called in Parliament many decades ago. It was answered by Bunter Soames, the then Conservative Defence Minister. It was concerning the role of a Scottish torturer by the name of Ian Henderson. Ian Henderson literally worked the torture tables for the British Empire in Kenya and was then hired by the King of Bahrain to torture his opponents. Because he was Scottish and because he was a torturer, I conducted a short war against him, which was a triumphant one. He was let go and lived out the rest of his life in luxurious retirement in Bahrain. So for decades I've been involved in the issues of Bahrain, quite coincidentally because of Henderson's nationality. And I later, of course, grew to know the sheer scale of the repression in Bahrain, where a king, Khalifa, I say king in inverted commas, for there's only one king, and that king is Jesus Christ, but the king of Bahrain has apparently fled the country. His power rested on Pakistani mercenaries, on other foreign mercenaries, and on the British and American naval bases in his country. I say country, it's about the size of a very large supermarket car park. And it has two superpower, nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed naval bases within it. And it has a bridge, a causeway, which connects it to Saudi Arabia. It's a busy causeway because in Bahrain you can whore, you can gamble, you can drink yourself insensible, none of which you can officially do in Saudi Arabia. And so that causeway is a very busy one. But it's busy only one way tonight, and that is the comprador of the compromised king of Bahrain, who are fleeing to safety, they hope, in Saudi Arabia. Bahrain is about to become an Islamic republic, which is quite something if you think about it. And certainly those who launched this invasion, this attack on Iran, didn't think about it carefully enough. But back to the Iranian war. The streets were on fire last night as American and Israeli warplanes and missiles fired from sundry bases around the Persian Gulf set Iran's oil depots on fire and sending into the atmosphere a plume of black, poisonous smoke, which is now drifting to other Central Asian countries and will eventually reach China. It has turned the sky completely black. It's amazing, these politicians that tell you you can't have a boiler, you must have a heat pump, you can't have a diesel car, you must drive an electric one. That are you sure you're needing all that electricity that you are consuming? Why not wear a woolly jumper and a woolly bobble hat in the winter and save on your heating bills, you know, to save the planet? It's amazing, all these people. We're forever hugging trees and mourning melting glaciers at billion-dollar convocations of environmentalists, but who don't raise a murmur about the devastation to the environment being caused by war. But it's not just the environment, you see, that has been changed as a result of the blowing up of Iran's oil depots. It is the first strike on Iran's oil infrastructure. And of course it will be wounding and damaging to Iran in the short, medium and long term. But what they forgot was that every country in the region has oil infrastructure. Every country in the region has oil depots, all of which could be set up in the same kind of acrid, acid rain, black smoke, and they certainly will be. If there is a further attack on Iran's oil infrastructure, expect all the oil infrastructure of all the countries of the Persian Gulf to go up in a ball of flame. Now, you might think that that's nothing to do with you, but you've obviously never tried to get petrol yet. You've obviously not been tracking the rise in the cost of oil yet. You're obviously not aware that the price of a barrel of oil is now $100, will probably be tomorrow $150, and may reach $200 before it becomes unobtainable at all, and remaining barrels are placed in the Louvre for safekeeping. Oh, wait. And the crash that is going to cause in Western economy was clearly not thought through either by the golfer on the range at Mar-a-Lago today. We are heading for economic catastrophe, as I warned you that we were. Week after week after week, I said here, all of the things that I've just adumbrated as now having happened. I warned you that Iran would fight back. I warned you that Iran was powerful enough to fight to a standoff with the nuclear-armed powers of the United States and Israel. I warned you that the family dictatorships in the region would be swept away. I warned you that there would never again be glad, confident morning in the paradise of Dubai. Prices of apartments in which fell by 15% in a single week, and soon will be unsellable. A room, a double room in the Burj Al Khalifa this weekend was on sale for $9. $9. You could have got yourself a room and you could have watched the devastation, the destruction of Dubai, to which so many people in the West have gone to live for the tax-free status and the beauty of the skyline, no doubt. The catastrophe which is unfolding was not just predictable, but was predicted, including here repeatedly on the mother of all talk shows. But back to the conduct of the war itself. They keep saying that Iran is running out of missiles. They keep saying that Iran is running out of missile launchers. They keep saying that as evidence mounts that the death toll amongst American and Israeli fighters and the total destruction of so much infrastructure, billion-dollar radar installation sets, American bases in all of the surrounding countries, powerful institutions in Israel itself, is eventually becoming imminent. But the big enchilada is that bomber that's on its way. Now, Netanyahu was quite candid today. I mean, to say it was thinly veiled, well, there definitely wasn't a burqa on the implication that he was issuing. He said he had a major surprise coming for the Iranian people. A major surprise which will totally destabilize the country. Well, all of the American newspapers, citing the American intelligence services, say that there is no rift or division in Iran whatsoever. Again, as predicted by me here on the Mother of All Talk Shows with my estimable guests, particularly Professor Marandi, for whose safety we all pray. So just exactly what could totally destabilize the Islamic Republic of Iran, and what could that major surprise be? Well, I'm here to tell you that major surprise is in the air, on the Doomsday Bomber flying out of England's green and pleasant land. They are going to drop what they say is a tactical nuclear bomb on the Fordow mountain, which houses the enriched uranium that have not been able to be accessed since the 12-day war. And they're going to send 300 kilograms of highly enriched uranium into the atmosphere. That will cause all the predictable fallout, flash, and nuclear winter across Iran that is evident from anyone who knows anything about nuclear weapons. But guess what? Nuclear fallout, nuclear radiation doesn't know borders. It doesn't read maps. And so what will happen is that the deserts of Arabia will become just that. The fallout, the physical fallout, I'll turn to the political fallout in a minute. The physical fallout of a nuclear bomb dropped by an American airplane, just like the one that they dropped on Japan twice in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, is about to fall on Iran. The devastation will be very considerable. The impact will be considerable. Many thousands of people will die immediately, but over a generation or 2 generations. The impact will be felt across the world, but it will be felt first and foremost in the Arab satrapies who have given Donald Trump and his family so many diamonds and pearls. The impact politically, however, will be even more explosive. Russia will, at that point, in my opinion, nobody told me this, but I've worked it out from multiple conversations in China and in Russia. Russia will take Iran under its nuclear umbrella, meaning that any further use of nuclear weapons on Iran will be treated as a nuclear attack on Russia. Then we really will be on the brink of World War III. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special announcement. A big thank you to all our wonderful listeners, as the Mother of All Talk Shows podcast is now one of the most listened to political podcasts in the entire world. We are the #1 English-speaking political podcast in the Middle East, and in the last year alone have charted in the top 10 in podcast land in Pakistan, Russia, and China. Like, rate, and subscribe to the Moats Podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your podcasts to be a part of the fastest rising independent news show in the world.
You are listening to the Mother of All Talk Shows with George Galloway.
Well, I don't know about the podcast, but last Sunday's show was watched all or in part by more than 11 million people. I don't know Wednesday's numbers yet, but they'd only have to be average for this to have been the biggest ever week for the Mother of All Talk Shows. So a big thank you to all our viewers and all those who have persuaded others of the merits of this show. Let me tell you that this is a record poll already. 65,490 people have already voted on this poll. Will Iran accept Trump's unconditional surrender demand? Yes or no? In fact, Iran wouldn't accept Donald Trump's unconditional surrender right at this point. But will Iran accept Trump's unconditional surrender demand? Yes or no? You can vote on my Telegram channel, t.me/George Galloway. You can vote on my X. You can vote on the YouTube community poll on the YouTube stream. And if you're watching on the stream, please, I need to get to 1 million subscribers pretty damned quick to avoid the attentions of Mr. Algorithm. So if you haven't yet subscribed, please do it now. And you can also vote on my patreon.com/George Galloway. That's the ballot box for those and such as those. It's overwhelming, but the quantum will be important. It's 98, 93, 96, 95% no at this point. But the key point will be the number of people who vote in this poll. So it's unusually important that you vote in the poll tonight. If you want to call the show, it's toll-free in the United States and Canada, +1 844 944 3344. It's free of charge in Britain and Ireland, 08081 965522. And the worldwide number is 0044 203 966 2625. Now, a very popular guest is retired Lieutenant Colonel Tony Aguilar, retired U.S. soldier and a former hero of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He blew the whistle on the gangsters who were killing the Palestinian refugees as they queued for food. He later disrupted the American Congress, as many other distinguished soldiers are beginning now to do. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks very much for joining us again. I wonder if you'd give us your considered military view on the state of the war so far before we turn to the political war that must now be going on under the surface, if not over the surface, in Washington itself. Yeah, you're on.
Hello, George. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead.
Thank you, George. Thank you for having me on for this very important conversation during this very critical time in not only our nation here in the United States, but also for the world. And to provide my military assessment or my analysis of this is, from serving in the military for 25 years, being in wars on the ground in this region, and being involved in the contingency planning or con plans specifically for a war with Iran. And I can tell you clearly that the United States lost this war from the very first rounds that were fired. The United States did not go in prepared. We did not go in prepared with alliances or a coalition. We did not go in prepared with enough armament. We did not go in prepared with the composition and disposition of troops and assets in the region. We markedly underestimated the opponent, being Iran, not only their direct capability with missiles, ballistic missiles, but especially their drone asymmetric warfare capability. But we also underestimated their resolve and their ability to continue this fight. I think that in the war room, when Donald Trump was laying out his plans for this, he probably had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, saying, "Sir, this is not a good idea. We are low on ammunition. We are low on strategic assets. We're putting 2 carriers in the region. And if you've seen the news lately, now we're putting a 3rd. That's not a sign of winning. We're losing." And but just surrounding him even closer, you had Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, and others, war hawks, warmongers, telling him to do this, do this, do this. And we went in wholly underprepared. And I think that Trump was told that this would last 2 to 4 days, and then maybe 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 3 to 4 months. Now we're looking at till next Christmas. And I think that we're about to get ourselves involved in a very long, unending war, very similar to Iraq, very similar to Afghanistan, but it's going to be bloodier, and it's going to cost America a lot more than those wars did. And I don't think America, the average American back home here in the United States, because quite frankly haven't been paying attention, is ready for the consequences to come. This will change the nature of the United States in the global the global position.
Sir, all the signs are, and you've just adumbrated them, but there are more. All the signs are that this was a spasm by Donald Trump, that it was a sudden and impulsive decision. And indeed, Catherine Levitt, his spokesperson, actually said he did it based upon his feelings. So is this just down to the idiosyncrasy, to say the least, of your current president, or does it mark something more meaningful, a fundamental shift in the balance of power in the world, vis-a-vis the global south, vis-a-vis American power?
Well, I think it is both in the fact that this was a spasm of hubris, and that the president of the United States and his inner cabinet felt that we could use overwhelming power, that Israel and the United States would be able to wipe out the entire chain of command and political and military leadership within Iran overnight, and that would be it. Again, sorely underestimated. And now that this underestimation has now been put into real world action with bombs and bullets and aircraft carriers and jets and all the things that go into the reality of war that this president and his cabinet do not understand, it will change the global presence of not only the United States, but also in the region. What I think that Iran has done very strategically in the last 24 to 48 hours, in that they immediately, in their response to not only launching strikes against Tel Aviv, but immediately in their response launched against U.S. bases in the surrounding 16 nations. And I mean from, not just the ones that touch Iran, but the entire region, from Azerbaijan all the way down to Yemen and the Horn, that to send a message that said, if you are going to house U.S. troops and launch missiles at us from these bases, you are a legitimate military target. And by international law, and by every aspect of international law, they are exactly correct. If a nation is housing a belligerent in conflict, such as the United States or Israel, and we are using those bases to conduct intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, counter-fire, missile launches, any of the sort, it makes that location a legitimate military target. So the offer that Iran put on the table to say, hey, we will stop firing missiles and drones into your country if you tell the Americans to leave. From a strategic standpoint, in terms of reshaping the Middle East, that was a 4D chess level move against our president still trying to figure out how to open the box of checkers.
Yes, and of course, there will be never glad, confident morning again in these 16 countries. They have learned that American military and intelligence presence in their country is not an asset, but a liability. It doesn't protect them, it guarantees them enmity and violence. And the United States hasn't even made an effort to defend the countries that have paid them so much money, hundreds of billions over decades for protection. As some wag pointed out, well, we always paid the Genovese family in New York, but at least when we called on them, they lived up to their responsibilities as a protection racket. But the United States has completely abrogated its responsibilities.
Yes, this sends a message not only to GCC partners in the region that the United States has not only the ethical and moral position to protect but we also have written agreements, specifically, for example, with Qatar. We have a written military agreement with Qatar that if they're ever attacked by anyone, that we would come to their defense. Well, we didn't when Israel attacked them, and we sure as heck aren't now. And during the opening salvos or the opening hours of this conflict, the United States, rather than using the assets in these places, and remember the assets we keep in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, our terminal high altitude aerial defense, our THAADs and Patriot missile systems. Instead of defending with this umbrella of protection over these GCC partners that house us, we directed everything to protect Israel. And in doing so, left them wide open, but also left U.S. soldiers on these bases. And a clear example of that is the Tactical Operations Center in the base in Kuwait that was hit directly by a missile. They got no forewarning. There was no siren. There was no alert. They got hit with a missile, no time to get out of the building. And so not only is this administration making the deliberate effort to not protect our own soldiers in the region, but not protect the GCC partners that we are located with, that we are considered tenants of in their countries. We directed it all towards Israel, knowing that we did that, and didn't even bother to let these host nations know. That is a betrayal of no other. And it sends a message to the rest of the world that the United States is not a good partner.
You segue nicely to what was my next question, because it turns out they're no longer even able to protect Israel, their number one military base in the region, in the world. They have a whole country which is an American military base called Israel. And Iran is now hitting it at will, without resistance. I've seen the videos. I've seen the ballistics landing with not a trace of anti-missile defense in the sky.
Yes, and a lot of the truth of the news on the ground, the United States, at least back here in the U.S. through legacy media, has put an iron grip on any type of information coming out of what's really happening in the region. Back here in the United States, you have a lot of people think that the Iron Dome is just deflecting everything. No missiles are falling on American bases. All we have are 6 casualties, and this war is going splendid. But the truth is, for anybody that looks past legacy media or actually looks past the headlights of their car to look into what's actually happening, you can see that, yes, Tel Aviv and Israel is being decimated and pummeled with no defense. The Iron Dome has failed. But we also, we don't have the missiles to give them to reconstitute the Iron Dome. Remember, the Iron Dome is not this, and you know this, but for the average listener, the Iron Dome is not some magic umbrella where a missile comes in and it just obliterates. You have to then identify it, track it, and then fire a missile to hit it, sometimes 2 or 3. So not only in the cost per missile in terms of a $12 million interceptor taking out a $30,000 drone, but we don't have any left. And that sends a message to the rest of these countries in the region that Iran is serious about. If you continue to allow the United States to fire from your countries, this is what will happen to you. And they're all looking at Tel Aviv, and they're all seeing what's happening. It looks like Gaza.
It does indeed. Now, how would it change things, Lieutenant Colonel, if the Iranian claim, and they've made it at the highest level, that they are now holding 173 U.S. service personnel as prisoners of war from the Delta Force, no less. If that turns out to be the truth, how will that affect the course of the war?
Well, see, this really changes the calculus, and I've seen on open source reporting and local reporting, because, I live a stone's throw away of Fort Bragg, where the Joint Special Operations, Delta Force, the 82nd Airborne Division are all housed in stations. And, you can see the change in the environment when, the thousands of soldiers that normally live in your town are gone, right? A clear indicator. You don't need intelligence to see that. So knowing that they are deployed, knowing that they are there, knowing that we did move forces to the Iraqi border, knowing that I'm sure we have conducted some type of operation, I do not know the veracity in terms of the number of U.S. service members, specifically in special operations, that have been captured or killed. But I do know that there are some, and it's a larger number than what the administration is telling us. Could those potentially be components of Delta Force? Yes. I don't think that it would be 100 from Delta Force, because there's hardly even that many in a squadron. So it would probably be a complement of Delta Force, special forces, intelligence, guys on the ground, probably CIA, probably some component that was going in with Kurdish forces to start some kind of fifth column incursion to the north. And they underestimating the enemy, underestimating the terrain, underestimating the resolve of the Iranian military and the IRGC. So I do believe that there are a handful or a large number of Americans that are killed and or captured, and that will absolutely change the dynamic in the information space, but also politically, because this is going to make the United States look very bad. And we also know that, the United States has not had POWs in large-scale, high-intensity conflict since the Cold War, going back to perhaps Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, when we had some POWs. That training has since become not used as much in terms of how that train. And I know this because I once in my career, I commanded the United States Army Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape course, where we teach these things. And though we continue to train it, it has somewhat, we haven't had to do it. So there's going to be a lot of service members in a lot of risk, because this administration, I fear what this administration will not do when it comes to standing up to get their soldiers back. I think that Hegseth, I think that Donald Trump think that the way to get them back, or the way to enact revenge, would be to send more. We see the 82nd Airborne Division getting ready. The 82nd Airborne Division, remember, is an airborne unit. That means vertical envelopment. That means airborne, like Normandy. Into the terrain in Iran, bad idea. We've gone through these con plans. It will be a failure. But I don't trust this administration, and I absolutely think that they would try it. And it's going to lead to a lot more Americans dead, elite forces within the United States military being dead. And that is going to slap this administration right in the face. And I think Americans are going to really be up in arms about what we're going to start seeing that can't be hidden when it starts coming out through other sources like China, Russia, the United Kingdom, France, Canada, places that aren't necessarily being censored by the American administration.
What did Netanyahu mean today, do you think, when he promised the Iranian people a major surprise which would totally destabilize their country? And why is the strategic bomber that left England some hours ago headed for the Middle East? Are they really going to drop a nuclear bomb in the Persian Gulf?
I have absolutely no doubt that the United States and or Israel, or in a joint operation, are going to utilize a tactical nuke. And to paint the picture of that, this isn't the days of World War II, where you saw the Enola Gay dropping this bomb and flying away. And nuclear weapons, especially tactical nuclear weapons, have become much more advanced. The problem with that is that because really, when you look at it, Israel and the United States are running out of options. We are running out of missiles. When we run out of interceptor missiles and we have no defense, we're going to start losing aircraft carriers. We're going to start losing destroyers. We're going to start losing more service members in the region. All of our bases have been rendered inoperable, but we still have people there that are shuttered, hiding under bunkers. And when there's no more defense, when the THAADs and the Patriots and all systems are down, it is open season, and Iran will have the absolute upper hand in this. And when you consider that, the United States, Israel won't have any options left. It's like going into a gunfight with not enough ammunition, but your opponent still has bullets. Well, now you got to either retreat and run away, or you got to start throwing grenades. So in this gunfight, Trump ain't going to retreat, so we're going to start throwing grenades. And so the only option we have in that is the tactical nuke. And here's what I'll say. Last week, off the coast of California, the United States fired full capable, one of its Minuteman III Doomsday ICBMs, nuclear-equipped intercontinental ballistic missile from California to the Marshall Islands. Fired it, tested it, and made a big deal about it. Simultaneously, this aircraft that you saw that took off recently, that is the 4 Echo Doomsday plane, but what's also another critical component in that aircraft is what really concerns me is the Echo 4 Charlie Night Watch plane. That plane is the command and control component to where if there's nuclear war and if strategic targets are hit, this aircraft through AI with pre-programmed targets can then execute the mission, call it like a dead switch, but it's in a plane. So we not only have this giant nuclear capable 4 Echo Doomsday plane, we also have the 4 Charlie Night Watch, which is the complementary command and control aircraft with that bomb-loaded aircraft. So that's what's really concerning. We have not just taken the cover off the old car in the garage. We've filled it up with gas. We've started it up to run, and now that's all that's left is to drive away. And I feel that this administration, especially under the influence of Netanyahu, will utilize a tactical nuclear bomb in the coming days. I fear that greatly, and I think it will happen.
It's almost impossible to believe that we're having this conversation and placing us in such uncharted waters since the end of World War II, at least. But what would the geopolitical implications be to the use of a nuclear weapon against Iran? Pakistan is next door, it's nuclear armed. Iran is allied with both Russia and China, both supremely armed with nuclear weapons. This is not likely to go unanswered. I postulated earlier, because I have a source that told me it, that in those circumstances, Russia would take Iran under its nuclear umbrella. I have no source in China that has opined, but from Russian sources, knowing the importance and significance of this, the taking of Iran under the nuclear umbrella of the Russian Federation might very well happen. And then we really could be on the brink of World War III, couldn't we?
Well, I think if you look at the pretenses and the theatrical trailer to World War I, World War I didn't just everybody got together and boom, Prince Ferdinand was assassinated and World War I started. All of the frictions, the tectonic plates and friction and pressure was already present. That's what's happening. The tectonic plates are hitting, the pressure is building, and one slip brings us into World War III. And I think this will be that slip. And I think when you look at already the alliances in the region, yes, Russia will bring Iran under its nuclear umbrella, as anyone would expect that they would. To think that they wouldn't is just being ignorant. But then you also have Pakistan already involved in now new nuclear agreements or mutual agreements with Saudi Arabia. You obviously have China in the mix that will start to build alliances in the region, and these alliances will start to form. We'll see the Entente, like we did in World War I, and the Axis. So what's really frightening is the way it looks right now is that Axis, the bad guys, the axis of evil in this is the United States and Israel. Well, the Entente is going to be China, Russia, Iran, potentially other nations that in the Gulf Coast that I think will side with that power dynamic, because we are not a good partner, and we are led by a honestly an irrational psycho in the White House. So people are starting to see the tea leaves here, and the United States is not invincible. And I am a patriot, and of course I don't want to see the United States be defeated militarily, and of course I don't want to see American servicemen and Americans die. But I'm also a realist who has been in war for 25 years. And I know that you can wish in one hand and defecate in the other and see which fills up first. And this administration is just wishing. And it is a bad, bad strategy. And it's frightening because I can see anyone that takes a hard look at this with an unbiased, objective look can see what's going to happen. And we are on the wrong side of it. And, I think looking at, the U.S. commander of Central Command, a 4-star general, Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, recently asked for a third carrier strike group. So now we've got the USS Bush. That's ironic, right? We're taking the USS Bush into the fight in the Persian Gulf. So now we're going to have the Bush, the Ford, and the Lincoln, and we have no other aircraft carrier to cover down. So the one that's sitting at port in Newport News, Virginia, isn't even ready. It's not even finished yet. And we're shipping it out to cover the Caribbean and part of the Indo-PACOM. We are in a bad situation, and it is because this administration took us into a war that we were not prepared for, that we shouldn't be fighting anyway, and that if you look at it, I am a just war theorist. I think that if you're going to go to war and you're going to start killing people and you're going to start putting blood, treasure, and assets and put the world in flame, that you should be doing it justly. And in just war theory, it's, it should always be a last resort. There should be a just cause. There should be valid authority. There should be a probable solution or a probability of success. It should be proportional. There should be an exit strategy. None of those exist in this conflict, and that's because this administration dragged us into it, and it's shameful.
Finally, and I'm grateful for your time as always, sir. The market's open in the morning. It's likely the stock market will crash everywhere. Gas prices, petrol prices, we call them, are already $5 plus, when only days ago Trump was boasting that they were headed for half of that. And the impact of the oil and gas shortage hasn't even begun to bite. Britain has 2 days of natural gas in storage, and thereafter will have to buy at top dollar prices in Europe. And it's still winter and cold. This week is going to be an economic Armageddon. Might that force a change of direction from American politicians? If not from Trump, mightn't it bring Vance onto the field? Mightn't it bring Gabbard onto the field? Anybody really that wants to win the next election.
It's going to shake up politics here in the United States, obviously. I think from the perspective of the average American and the American voter, they're tired of both the Democrat and the Republican Party. They're two sides of the same coin. They're just as bad, just in their own ways. But to the market's point, yeah, the price of fuel has already gone up going into this weekend. It will go up again drastically on Monday. But let's not forget, not everyone, but a lot of people keep saying, well, why isn't China doing anything? Why isn't China doing anything? China is doing a lot. But China plays the long game. Not only does China have direct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ships in the region, basically saying, nanny, nanny, boo-boo, touch me, and we're going to war. And we can't do a thing about it. And they are feeding Iran exquisite intel that we can do nothing about. So there's that. But then China also overnight, going Friday before the markets closed, dumped, I think it was about 40 billion from their holding on U.S. stock. So yeah, Monday is going to be a wake-up call. And I think in D.C., you're going to see politicians jumping ship. And what I say is that what I've told a lot of these politicians in D.C. in my visits over the last 8 months going up there every week is, oh, you're going to jump the ship, and I'm taking names. And that lifeboat you're in, you're going to be held accountable.
Wow. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Aguilar, a lesson, a tour de force for all of us. And if it hasn't scared the bejesus out of the audience, I don't know what will. Tony, thanks very much for joining us again on the mother of all talk shows. The poll is now nearing 70,000 respondents. Let me take a quick break and then your calls right up to the hour. Stay tuned. I think you don't have to worry about these things with Mamdani, because my overwhelming feeling is that Mamdani is a phony. He has as much intention of doing these things as, you know, I compare him to a figure in British Labour history who became briefly famous in the US when Joe Biden was found to have plagiarized him during a presidential run some decades ago. But that man's name was Neil Kinnock. He used to talk all this flowery, far left guff like Mamdani does, but he had no intention whatsoever of actually doing anything about it, of doing any of it. So there's no chance whatsoever that Mamdani is going to defund the New York Police Department.
You are listening to the mother of all talk shows with George Galloway.
$75,000 people have now voted on the poll question: will Iran accept Trump's unconditional surrender demand? I'd have stopped it after surrender myself. The quantum is vast, but the decision is overwhelming. Let's take Hussein in London on the war with Iran. Hussein, welcome.
Hi, George. How are you?
Yeah, by the grace of God, good. I'm worried. Yeah. I'm worried if we'll still be here next Sunday, though.
Oh, thank you. I'm an Iranian viewer who watches your show basically on a regular basis. I want to share my perspective on the war of Iran. I believe that this war never should happen. I think Trump was pushed by Netanyahu and Epstein class to start this war. And so this war shouldn't happen. But I think as a result of this war, Iran would come stronger, and even maybe a few new Islamic countries like Bahrain, like Qatar or Saudi Arabia, and even maybe Jordan would come up as a new Islamic republic themselves. And then after that, I don't think USA would have any base in the Persian Gulf. And then I believe even now, which Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, then after war, Iran should charge all the ships that passing through that Strait of Hormuz, and then make money from this Arab state, who even during the Iraq war, they were forced behind Saddam Hussein, and they supported Saddam Hussein and caused millions of the Iranians and Iraqi died, and now they pushed like Saudi, like Emirati or Bahrain, who on the behind the scene, they were architects of this war. It's just not the Zionists, Israeli Zionists, but also these Gulf countries.
Well, as I said, Bahrain seems to have been the first domino to fall, but I don't believe it will be the last. The only good news in what you said there, Hussein, was that if Trump was actually pushed into it, then the possibility exists, at least, that he'll be the one to pull himself out of it and blame those that pushed him. I appreciate that's not likely, but it is a possibility. And as I said earlier, the New York Times is reporting this evening that after his round of golf, Trump indicated to people who are sources of the New York Times that he was thinking of declaring victory and calling the whole thing off That would merely add to the absolute chaos of the situation. But then Trump is chaos. He is an agent of chaos. Hussein, thanks for kicking us off. Keep phoning, but you might not get through because the quality of our two guests this evening is such that it's, I think, incumbent on me to let them say their whole piece and not cut them short. Now, you can leave comments, of course, by scanning that QR code on the screen now, and people have done so. I just can't see them yet, but I will, I'm sure, momentarily, and I'll read those that I can. The only place where even 7% of the voters on the poll say that Iran will accept Trump's demand to unconditionally surrender is, of course, X, which has thoroughly censored almost all news about the war in the interests of the American and Israeli war machine. There, I'll have to do it manually myself. Here's some conversation. Hussein Brazil says, Aguilar, your courage is so appreciated. It's unbelievable that there are so many cowards, enlisted and retired, who are just acting as mercenaries and covering up war crimes. I must say, Aguilar is one of the most impressive person I have ever come across. John Billy says, is Trump hiding deaths of Marines? Check out death of Corporal Kelvin Melendez, died in Saudi Arabia, media are reporting. JD Party Hat 4067 says, turns out that Gigi was correct about the attack on the girls' school being hit by the US, so I bet he's right about the capture of Delta Force members. And Orion XTC 1119 says, did Trump actually say Jesus told him to attack Iran? No, Trump did not. But the American commanders in the eve of battle told their service people that Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to wage this war, and the purpose of it, to return Jesus to the world. And SP 19147, all of this nonsense because Trump wanted to divert the attention away from his pedophile cabal. Effing travesty. Never forget that. There'll be time enough to come back to it, but never forget that. This is the war of Jeffrey Epstein. Brandon's on the line, also in England, in Gloucester, wants to talk about propaganda in the UK. Well, Brandon, the first casualty of war is truth. I'm not in Britain, so how is the prevailing propaganda atmosphere?
Yeah, that's right. Hiya, George. Thank you for having me. I'm just quite shocked about all the propaganda going around in the world at the moment. You know, the US Tomahawk that bombed that primary school in Iran, killing 171 schoolgirls, 14 female teachers. It's just quite shocking how what's happening now is Donald Trump's now saying that Iran's done it. It's just shocking. I just can't believe the world we're living in at the moment.
Well, look, there are people who believe him, but not many, because the missile is there. The fragments of the missile that slaughtered all those children and all those teachers. I hadn't realized it was 14 female teachers. This is, after all, International Women's Day. I wonder if there will be any protests anywhere about this mass slaughter of women and girls. And don't forget that on the very same day, 40 female volleyball players were also slaughtered. And I saw an American figure say today that Iranian girls are better dead than in a burqa. leaving aside that Iranian girls or women don't wear burqas, the fact that someone could be as evil as to say that a child, a small child, was better off dead is, well, I'm almost speechless. I can't find words. But what about the division between Tony Blair and Keir Starmer, Brandon? I see that Blair is rebuking Starmer for not having gone all in, all guns blazing, attacking Iran. I don't know if anyone's still taking advice from Tony Blair, are they?
You know what it is, George, with all the politics at the moment and the people that run this world, it's run by devils. So if I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know what's going to happen at the moment. What Keir Starmer's doing at the moment, I don't believe we should be getting involved in this war.
Well, he's not. I mean, he's not in the war, but he's enabling the war. So he's getting it from the left and from the right. He stood in the middle of the road. He's getting knocked down by the traffic going in both directions, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's like a pig in the middle at the moment, if I'm honest. I don't think he knows which way he's going. It's quite worrying, if I'm honest.
Worrying indeed, not just quite. Okay, Brandon, thanks for that call. Now, to the donors, without whom there would be no show, please keep bearing that in mind. I'd like to thank them for a great week of donations. And in particular, gratitude to Carl Sco, Matt Wilkes, Obaid Said, Nizar Akil, and David Waltham, along with many, many more. Thank you for donating to Moats. Scan the QR code now, go to moats.tv website and leave at least £1, $1 or €1. It's the least you can do. Now, I am waiting for another call. I'm not getting one. So let me just say that the... I've not got him. Shoat in India. We don't get many calls from India, so I'm very glad to welcome you. Sir, welcome.
Hi, George. Love your work and thank you for the work that you do. And as a Shia, we are broken after the martyrdom of our Rahbar, of our leader. But we are also very motivated and we are united. But you mentioned the use of nuclear weapons against Iran. And similarly, your guest today also, Professor Jiang, mentioned yesterday that the Freemasons and the Zoharists and basically the pedophile satanic regime of USA, they have a script in place. And that script says that USA has entered the war to lose. But that will weaken Iran to the point that finally when USA is no longer in the Gulf, then Israel is going to take over the whole region. Now, what I want to ask you is that the governments of China, Russia and Iran also do know that, right? And if they do know this stuff, how are they planning to stop all of this, this nuclear madness?
It's a very good question, which I asked the professor myself in an interview which you're about to watch. So let's take a quick break, and you have teed up the fact that Professor Jiang Jiequin, host of Predictive History, and described today in the Daily Mail as China's Nostradamus. I was unaware of it myself, and I called him China's Nostradamus of the digital age. In just 1 minute, I'll throw it to him. Stay tuned. Full marks to you for your dogged persistence and your quiet and dignified insistence that you were right and I was wrong. I don't actually recall the clash that we had, but I would have to say that you are being proven right, and I am being proven to have hoped for things that have not transpired. Because I said all along, I repeated it 100 times, that the big enchilada, World War III, an intensification of American involvement in the Ukraine war was more likely to happen under the Democrats, under President Kamala Harris, than under a renewed President Trump. And I'll go to the stake defending that position.
You are listening to the mother of all talk shows with George Galloway.
Now, Professor Jiang Shi Qin is of course asleep now, but earlier I interviewed him on your behalf. And I started by asking this Nostradamus, who has become a viral historian, totally viral. Proactive history is now sweeping the world. And this Professor Jiang agreed to come on the mother of all talk shows. I'm very glad to say, and so will you be when you've heard this interview. I asked him for his thoughts on what was happening right now in the Middle East. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, so right now, the United States and Iran are at war with each other. And what I expect to happen is that the United States will launch a ground invasion at some point. In fact, there are rumors that the 82nd Airborne Division has been deployed. They've canceled their training and they have received their deployment orders. Those are just rumors, not confirmed, but there's a lot of chatter, and we're going to expect a ground invasion at some point. I predict that this ground invasion will fail, which will lead to the collapse of the American empire. Basically, the United States will retreat from the Middle East, and CENTCOM, Central Command, will be absorbed into Israel. And so what will happen is then that Israel will achieve the Greater Israel Project. The Israelis believe that the Middle East was promised to their ancestor Abraham by Yahweh, their God. If you look at a map of the Greater Israel Project, it extends from the Nile to Euphrates. It encompasses Lebanon, Syria, parts of Turkey, parts of Saudi Arabia, and parts of Egypt. Meaning that regardless of how this war in Iran progresses, Israel will continue to be aggressive. In fact, the former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, has said that Turkey will be the new Iran. Meaning that after this war against Iran is over, then Turkey will be the threat. And so we can expect that Israel will continue to be aggressive and eventually conquer most of the Middle East once this war in Iran concludes. And then Israel will establish something called the Pax Judaica. The Pax Judaica is really the empire, a trading empire, a financial empire, a technological empire based in Jerusalem. And they see it as fulfillment of biblical prophecy. They want to rebuild Solomon's temple. That means that they will at some point destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In fact, there are rumors that the Israelis have shut down the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And right now, they are, and again, these are just rumors, not confirmed, but people are people suspect that the Israelis are implanting explosives for controlled demolition so that they can blame a Iranian missile on the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which, as we know, is the third holiest site in all of Islam. In fact, on YouTube, there's a rabbi who talks about this plan. He says that wouldn't it be wonderful if during a war, an Iranian missile hit the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Arabs and the Persians would go fight each other, and those animals would kill each other. Those are his literal words. So we can also expect at some point that the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed. So that's how I see this war in the Middle East progressing in the next 4 or 5 years.
Well, there is an eschatological flurry, a blizzard, a hail coming like missiles everywhere. America seems to be in the grip of a kind of Old Testament frenzy. And even American officials are talking in these apocalyptic terms, hurrying on Armageddon, explicitly stating that killing Iranians will hurry up the return of Jesus to the world. Scientific men like you and I probably don't have to spend too much time on this eschatology, but let's talk about what it would mean in practice. Netanyahu spoke this very day about a major surprise that he has coming for the Iranians, which he said will completely destabilize the country. Now, I mean, it's thinly veiled. I mean, there's not exactly a burqa on the meaning of that. It means either ground invasion or a resort to nuclear weapons. Let's start with the second hypothesis first. What would it mean if Israel launched a nuclear weapon at Iran?
Right. So the strategy is to use a tactical nuclear weapon against Iran's underground missile cities, missile bases. Right now, American airstrikes, Israeli airstrikes, cannot penetrate underground and destroy the capacity of the Iranians to fire ballistic missiles and drones at the GCC and at Israel. And what experts say is that a tactical nuclear strike will not destroy these cities, will not destroy these bases, but they will seal off the entrances and make them inhabitable, make them useless, basically. So a tactical nuclear strike is definitely part of the military strategies of the Israelis and the Americans. I personally do not believe this is likely. And there are certain reasons why I am not that convinced that they will in fact use a tactical nuclear bomb. The first reason is just military doctrine, where militaries tend to be bureaucracies, very strict chain of command. And in order for the military bureaucracy to function, you need a strict military doctrine, an understanding of how to fight a war. Now, Israel has something called a exemption option. The idea is that if the very existence of Israel is threatened at any point, then Israel will launch all its nuclear arsenal, and it could be, and people argue about how many nukes it has, like 90 to 300, okay? But Israel would launch these nuclear weapons and nuke all the world cities, okay? And this is called exemption option, where Israel is not retaliating, but Israel is just destroying the world. So in other words, Israel has a strategic nuclear arsenal and not a tactical nuclear arsenal. And it's actually not that easy to transfer from a strategic nuclear arsenal into a tactical nuclear arsenal. So that's one major limitation to this idea. The second thing is that we assume that the Israelis and Americans are going to go into Iran and they want to win this war, whatever winning means for them. They have not actually defined what meaning means. But, you know, if we look at eschatology, if we think that, in fact, that Israel and America are conducting this war in order to bring about the return of Jesus, which is what many American soldiers believe, then the eschatology requires America to lose this war. Because if America were to lose this war, then Israel would emerge as a dominant nation in the Middle East. So Israel doesn't need to beat Iran. Israel just needs America and Iran to destroy each other. And so for that to happen, you would want a ground invasion. So Israel wants to position America so that it is forced into a ground invasion. So I think a much more reasonable option would be to send in limited ground troops. Perhaps the 82nd Airborne Division to try to capture a nuclear site, to decapitate Tehran. I'm not quite sure what they have in mind. But again, I'm not actually, I am not at all convinced that a nuclear option is on the table. The third problem is Russia. So the Washington Post has reported that Russia is providing targeting intelligence to the Iranians, which is exactly what US and NATO did in Ukraine against Russia. So it's almost like payback for Ukraine. Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, had said that Russia considers Iran an indispensable ally. So I think that backdoors, Russia and Putin have told the Americans and the Israelis to watch it. Like, don't go too far. Don't move too fast up the escalation ladder. And at some point, I predict that Putin will put Iran under the Russian nuclear umbrella, meaning that any nuclear weapon used in Iran will be considered a direct attack against Russia, and Russia will respond accordingly.
Well, you'll have successfully chilled the blood of most of the audience, Professor, and that's, of course, inevitable given the gravity of your message. So let's look at that first hypothesis then. No nuclear attack, but a ground attack. Now, Iran is 93 million people. The American intelligence agencies themselves are reporting that no significant breach exists in Iran. The much vaunted liberal classes, pro-American liberal classes in Iran are really limited to the vestibule, the foyer of the Intercontinental Hotel in Tehran. And in any case, according to the propaganda, thousands of those were killed by the Iranian government's forces only a couple of months ago. So we may surmise that the Iranian people are, to a very significant extent, united in the face of this enormous aggression. So you drop by parachute the 82nd Airborne into a 93 million population with a mountainous and vast territory. What happens next?
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched and traffic
Right. So I don't think that they will actually do that either, because as you point out, parachuting any amount of soldiers into the middle of Iran is just pure suicide. They are bound to be either killed or captured in the process, which would be completely humiliating for Trump and Netanyahu. You're absolutely right in that Iran is much more unified than ever before. So in June, there was a 12-day war. And in the first few days, Israel was very successful in decapitating the regime. A lot of generals, a lot of scientists, a lot of high officials of the Iranian government were being targeted and were being killed. But that attack expended a lot of Israeli resources in terrain. They had spent years developing intelligence, human intelligence networks that were uncovered because of this 12-day war. Also, because of the indiscriminate killing during the 12-day war, the Iranians struck back hard against Israelis, and it really unified the people. The Iranian government was much more resilient and much more resolved than the Israelis predicted. They actually believed that airstrike decapitation would basically destroy the government, as though it were a house of cards. You fast forward to January, where there were these mass protests across the country. And we know that this is a part of the classic color revolution playbook, where Mossad agents were embedded among the protesters. Many of these protesters were paid agents and saboteurs developed by the Israeli over a number of years. But the Iranians were able to close out the internet and jam Starlink and discover these cells. So another way of saying this is that the Israelis had spent years in building up networks throughout Iran that they could use for this war. But because of the 12-day war, and because of January protests, these networks have been destroyed, so that the government in Iran is much more unified, much more coherent than ever before. And that presents a problem for ground invasion, because it is the American military doctrine to use as many proxies as possible. Now, a few days ago, there was talk of the Americans bringing the Kurds into the war from Iraq. There's also talk of bringing the Sunni ISIS insurgents from Iraq into the war. And as of today, we've discovered that the Kurds have refused this American offer to join the war. And if America were to launch a ground invasion, it would have to do so by itself. And quite honestly, I would not know how it would actually launch the ground invasion. For a ground invasion to work properly, they need to mass forces. That means bringing at least 500,000 soldiers into the Middle East and preparing them for a full-scale ground invasion through either Pakistan or through Iraq. And right now, the GCC countries are being bombarded by drones and ballistic missiles. And so it'd be very hard for troops to be prepared and to be staged properly. So the ground invasion is part of a plan, but I don't really know the specifics of how they would accomplish such a ground invasion.
And of course, Pakistan showing all the signs of being more likely to intervene, if they intervened, on the side of Iran rather than on the side of the United States, certainly if you judged by their rhetoric. Now, Professor, we already know, despite the censorship and self-censorship involved, that this is not a one-sided war, that the Iranian ballistic, hypersonic, and even drone response is taking a severe toll on cities like Tel Aviv and Haifa. What do you estimate? How would you calibrate the level of damage on the Israeli side?
Right. So the main lesson that the Israelis learned from the 12-day war is to censor its own people, to make sure that this footage of destruction will not come out and be made public around the world. So I think that Israel is far more resilient than people believe. Yes, a lot of people are leaving Israel. Yes, the Iranians are doing a lot of damage, but the Israelis are an eschatological people. They really do believe that this is the end times. And they have been extremely fanatical ever since October 7th. So I think that the Israeli people themselves are much more unified, much more determined than people assume, even though I assume that the damage to Tel Aviv is just vast. The real issue are the GCC countries. The GCC countries are extremely vulnerable, much more vulnerable than people previously imagined. So the GCC countries before thought that, we are neutral, we are Muslim. So if there's a war to break out between Iran and Israel, then we'll be neutral and Iran will leave us alone. The problem is that Iran recognizes that if America attacks us, then we need to be able to defend ourselves. And the American military is ultimately supported by the GCC countries, because it's the GCC countries that pay for the weapon systems, that house American soldiers, and that allow American Air Force to use its airspace to strike Iran. So the Iranians are very smart in that the first two things that they did after the war started was, one, de facto close off the Strait of Hormuz, thus strangling the global economy, and then launching drone strikes against the GCC nations. Now, these drone strikes are extremely controversial, and there's a lot of debate about them. So, for example, at first it was reported that the Iranians used a drone to hit a Saudi Aramco oil facility, thus damaging the energy infrastructure of Saudi Arabia. And that's grounds for a declaration of war. But later it was reported that actually this drone came from the west in Lebanon rather than from the east. And the Iranians actually denied this, saying that we want to protect our oil facilities just as much as you want to protect your oil facilities. So why would we give you a reason to come attack our oil facilities, right? We're better off attacking U.S. bases. We're better off attacking the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. We won't waste our precious ammunition targeting oil fields. And also, Tucker Carlson on his show told us that he was told by the Qataris that they had arrested 2 Mossad agents suspected of infiltrating Qatar in order to commit false flag sabotage operations. And the Qataris have denied this report, but we can suspect that this is true because it really is the Mossad MO. So the GCC nations are the ones that are in real trouble because of this war. Not only because the Iranians want to destroy the American military's capacity to supply ammunition, but also because the Israelis want to drag the GCC nations into this war and create a regional conflagration, especially Saudi Arabia. Because remember, in the Greater Israel Project scheme, eventually Israel needs to take on Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey. So why not just drag Saudi Arabia into this war and have Iran destroy Saudi Arabia in order to lessen the conflict later on?
And yet, Professor, it's raining oil in Tehran today, and I dare say also in Haifa, because for the first time in the war, and it's a war that's lasted a whole week, which is a long time by today's standards, the oil depots of Iran were apparently completely destroyed, and the streets, the very streets of Tehran, are on fire. In retaliation, the major oil depots for Israel in the city of Haifa have been struck and are also on fire. So we're now in for a tit for tat on destroying oil production. In those circumstances, with oil heading for $150 a barrel, maybe even $200 a barrel, ineluctably, if there are more attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure, the Iranians will strike the Arabian side of the Persian Gulf to create not $200 a barrel, but no price per barrel at all. You'd be putting a barrel of oil in the Louvre.
Oh my God, it's almost your bedtime.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing is the escalation ladder climbing, right? So at first, I think all sides decided to focus on military targets. And now what they're doing is they're switching to soft targets that do economic damage. So the Americans struck a desalination plant in Iran, and so now thousands of Iranians will not have access to fresh water. And the Iranians responded by targeting a desalination plant in Bahrain, okay? So we have to understand that this is now total war, meaning that to destroy each other, they need to destroy each other's economies. And this marks a new world. We can't possibly return to the old world where you could access energy for cheap. In the future, and I'm talking about maybe in a year or two, every nation will have to engage in massive deindustrialization because they can no longer access cheap oil. More and more nations will start to engage in mercantilism, and they need to create their own self-sufficient supply chains. And the nation that is in most dire need right now is actually Japan, because Japan is an extremely wealthy country, but it's completely dependent on global supply chains. It receives about 75% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And Prime Minister Takaichi, in a speech, said that in 7 to 8 months, Japan will run out of oil and energy, thus threatening its entire economy. So the ultimate reverberations, the consequences of what's happening will be felt only a few weeks from now. But we should expect a massive global depression to appear on the horizon very soon. And basically, the old world order of global trade is dead, and it will never return in our lifetimes. That's the reality we are facing right now.
Now, as Sherlock Holmes might put it, the shoe that hasn't dropped in your discourse thus far is China. China has strategic relations with Iran. In fact, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed, but it is gated. And the Chinese oil tankers are, of course, being allowed through the gate. China is a global superpower, the greatest manufacturing power on the earth. So in deindustrializing West, China's industrial power would see it through. But that's, of course, an invitation for war to be waged against China. Many people believe that the attack on Iran, indeed even the attack on Russia through Ukraine, are mere precursors from the real Armageddon, if I can put it that way, a US-China conflict. How do you feel about that?
I think over the next 2 to 3 months, people's understanding of China, people's understanding of how the world works will radically shift. At the end of this month, Trump is scheduled for a state visit to Beijing. And this is his first state visit in his second term. And I don't think a sitting American president has visited China in the past 8 years. So this is a very big deal. And in fact, this meeting at the end of the month is just one of 3 planned meetings this year. And the reason why this is happening is that China and America plan a rapprochement. They plan a grand bargain to reset the international order. And the reason why is that there are 2 nations that have benefited the most from globalization. They are the United States and they are China. They are symbiotic. They are codependent. So America has its market and China has a manufacturing export economy. And China doesn't have a domestic consumer base. So China is completely reliant on exports. And it imports resources, that's primarily energy and food, in order to feed its manufacturing base. So it is in China's best interest to come to an arrangement with America as soon as possible. And even though you could make the argument that Trump's actions in Venezuela, Trump's actions in Iran are to strangle the Chinese economy, I think that we can test this hypothesis in a month or 2 when Trump and Xi meet and come to a grand bargain. I think people, again, will be surprised and shocked by what will happen. It is entirely possible that China agrees to buy American oil rather than Iranian oil. It is entirely, right now, China imports a lot of energy needs from the Middle East, Qatar especially. And this war in the Middle East, it's not going to go away, and China needs to meet its energy needs. China imports 75% of its oil, and 60% of its energy supply comes from the Middle East. So I would not be surprised if Trump and China were to come to an agreement where China becomes America's energy consumer.
Now, let's go back to the original for the last question, Professor, and I'm grateful for your time. Is there an off-ramp anywhere that can stop this catastrophe, that can stop this hurtling towards the end of times in the Middle East? Could Trump declare victory in some bogus way and pack it up?
So we are in a situation because the United States presented Iran with 3 impossible demands. These 3 impossible demands are 0 uranium enrichment, even for civilian purposes, to abandon its proxies in the Middle East, the Houthis, Hezbollah, the Shia militias in Iraq, Hamas, and to end or drastically reduce its ballistic missiles program. Okay, so these are 3 impossible demands. Because basically what America says is that if you give up the right to defend yourself, we might not attack you. Oh, and by the way, we're not going to lift sanctions. So we're still going to strengthen you economically, but we might be nice to you if you accede to our demands. So these are impossible demands. And it was clear at that point that the Americans were looking for a pretext to attack Iran. Trump's envoys in these negotiations were Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And these are 2 ardent Zionists who are close to Netanyahu. And we all know that Netanyahu wanted war. Steve Witkoff, during the negotiations, went on TV and said that, oh, the Iranians are like 1 or 2 weeks away from weapons-grade uranium arrangement, basically saying that the Iranians are negotiating in bad faith. Okay, so the Americans did everything possible to make sure that the Iranians could not agree to peace, and they were just looking for a pretext for war. Nonetheless, a few hours before the Israelis actually attacked Iran, the Omani foreign minister, the Omanis were the ones who were mediating the negotiations, went on TV and said that the Iranians had compromised. The Iranians had agreed to 0 uranium enrichment, even for civilian purposes, which before was a red line. And he also said that the Iranians were willing to negotiate with regard to their proxies as well as to their ballistic missiles program. And then what happened a few hours later? Well, the Americans and the Israelis killed their supreme leader. Okay? So another way of saying this is that for whatever reason, and we can argue about what the reasons are, the Americans and the Israelis are intent on war. And the reason why they have not articulated a strategy and a reason and a purpose is they want to maintain maximum flexibility, which means that they want to destroy Iran's capacity to be a nation state. They want to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. They want to divide Iran into ethnic enclaves that will be divided and ruled by Israel. And that's the ultimate purpose of this war. That's why the Americans are now targeting these desalination plants. And that's why they're targeting Iran's energy infrastructure, right? So from the American perspective, they want to destroy Iran. And the Iranians recognize this. And that's why the Iranians have said that we will fight to the bitter end. So yeah, so maybe there will be some mediation. Maybe the GCC nations, maybe others like China will try to help negotiate a peace. But for whatever reason, the Americans are set on the destruction of Iran.
Chilling stuff indeed. Professor, thanks very much for joining us on the mother of all talk shows. Much obliged to you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you. I think that guy's an absolute genius, a real find. China's Nostradamus, Professor Jiang Shi-Quinn of Predictive History. Let's go straight to Stephanie in Connecticut. She wants to talk about Russia. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Oh, hi, George. Thank you for taking my call. I actually have a question about what you've been talking about as far as the tactical potential use of tactical nukes are concerned. Although I think I heard the professor just, in this interview say that he didn't think that was going to happen. But
That's right.
I heard you say earlier that that Russia has said that if if the U.S./Israel drop a tactical nuclear weapon, then Russia would take Iran under its nuclear wing. And what I'm wondering is, why not say something? I mean, I know you can't speak for Russia, but why wouldn't Russia say that if say even if you drop this tactical weapon, there's going to be retaliation? I mean, I thought that nuclear weapons are supposed to be deterrents and used as deterrents, and I don't understand why Russia wouldn't be saying, if you dare to drop this weapon, there will be retaliation. And again, I know you can't speak for Russia, but it just seems like that.
No, I can't. I can't, but it's a very good question, Stephanie, and one that will be on the lips of everyone who has watched the show this evening. First of all, it's not an Israeli nuclear weapon, but an American one. It's on board that Doomsday airplane, which is on its way to the Middle East now, may even have landed on the aircraft carrier by now. So it's not Israeli, it's American. Secondly, Russia has not said this. I was quoting sources from Russia who have indicated, and the professor also quoted those same ideas, that Russia would not allow anything further than the using of a tactical nuclear bomb, because it would clearly see that the nuclear threshold having been crossed, that it could be crossed elsewhere, particularly in Ukraine. China will think it also about Taiwan. And if you allow, after Nagasaki, the first nuclear bomb in the world to be dropped, then you are asking for that to become a commonplace in extremis, and that would be pregnant with enormous implications for the world. So maybe you're right. Maybe they will, and maybe they will before there is the use of a tactical nuclear weapon. I genuinely don't know. I'm a long way from there, and I haven't got, in any case, a hotline to the top, which is where such a decision would be made. But it would scarcely surprise me if Russia were now to explicitly state that any use of nuclear weapons will involve Russia henceforth. Now look, we can't make this show for free, and with the world at war, I think you'll agree with the quality of the show we've brought you tonight, that is more important than ever to support MOATS. So please make a quick donation. This week you've been very generous. Noel Babu, Bernadette Pine, Elaine Ryan, Graham Martin, and Alicia Bartkevich. Forgive me, Alicia. Please check out our new moats.tv website. Big thanks to those big donors, and a big thanks to people who donate anything at all. Let's go to Kate.
The President of the United States should only take America to war under the most dire circumstances, only when the life and freedom of our country could potentially be at stake. The last thing that the president, any president, should ever do is take our country to war for the benefit of another country. That is where we are. What I'm going to show you in this episode right here is there is recently revealed information, intel that was revealed by the Washington Post, that shows that President Trump, and along with a number of other things I'm going to show you in this episode here, to show a very strong case that President Trump has taken the United States to war and now has us in a conflict with Iran that has no clearly defined way out and could get a lot worse for us, that went against intelligence that showed this very outcome would happen, and rejected diplomacy that would have had a way out. So now the question is then, why would he do this? And on whose benefit? This idea that there was an imminent threat, there's no truth to that. That's been debunked. We've showed you many times there was no threat, imminent or otherwise, from Iran against the United States. That is complete lies. Not deception, that's lies. We got to call it what it is. And among President Trump's supporters, they've gone down the line, everyone repeating the same lie to reinforce it, to make it sound true. If they say it often enough and with enough enthusiasm, people will start to believe it. It's not working, but that's the idea. No, this is about one nation and really one person. And the United States Armed Forces have been handed over to the person of Benjamin Netanyahu. It's a fact. You cannot like it. You can be angry about it because it just sounds really bad. I don't like it either. It makes me mad too, maybe for different reasons. Because already Americans have died because we have handed over our armed forces to the use of another country when ours did not need it. In fact, you can even see this war began, what prompted Trump, after having several times going all the way back to the middle of January, when it looked like things were ready to go. Earlier in February, it looked like things were ready to go, and Trump stopped each time and withdrew the permission to go wisely. But every time he did, there was more and more pressure behind to go again. I warned about this. I said that if he says no to these, that the pressure from Netanyahu and his supporters in the United States would be relentless on him. And that's exactly what happened. And we now know, because Netanyahu himself has said that the initiation came when Netanyahu convinced Trump that they had to go on the 28th because they claimed that their intelligence had found that there was a meeting with Ayatollah that was going to be with several of his top commanders. And they said, this is our chance. We can decapitate him right away. So it appears that Trump said, okay, great, let's go do that. We get a decapitation strike right off the back. It's like Maduro in Venezuela. Bam, boom, in, out, done. Victory parade and all that. And it looks good. It's clean, it's short, it's sharp, it's decisive. That's what he wanted. But of course, we now know that's not the way it worked out. But we also should have known it wasn't going to work that way out, regardless of whether there was intelligence that said you could get the Ayatollah and several key leaders. Because the Washington Post has put out this I guess it was yesterday, an intelligence report warned that large-scale war unlikely to oust Iran's regime. According to the article, a classified report by the National Intelligence Council found that even a large-scale assault on Iran launched by the United States would be unlikely to oust the Islamic Republic's entrenched military and clerical establishment. A sobering assessment as the Trump administration raises the specter of an extended military campaign that officials say has only just begun. So President Trump thought that this would be a quick and easy thing. He listened to Netanyahu. He listened to Netanyahu's supporters in his close inner circle. And it turned out he was wrong. The intelligence assessment, Trump knew on the inside, at the highest levels, all the things that we've been telling you on this channel for months, that this is not a war that we can win. Because in order to succeed, you have to destroy the Iranian state. And without a ground force, that's not even theoretically possible. With a ground force, it probably wouldn't be successful and would come at an astronomical cost that we should never do. But now then we find, and you'll see this in just a second, now we are contemplating ground forces, which is by itself insane that it's even on the table. It should not be on the table. But if President Trump knew ahead of time that there was intelligence that said, and here's for very practical reasons, we've laid them out so many times, the people of Iran are not going to turn against their regime for you by means of force. There's a lot of people inside that didn't like Iran. We've showed you some of them on our show just yesterday. They don't like it, but they're not going to turn against their own country for the benefit of Israel or for the benefit of the United States. That was always going to be something. There's no reason to think they were going to do that. And to try and compel them by force, by killing many of them and starting to destroy their armed forces, to destroy their oil facilities, to destroy desalination plants that they need to just survive with drinking water, that's not going to do it. That's going to go in the opposite direction, and that is playing out painfully so right now. So Trump knew ahead of time that it was very unlikely to succeed. But he listened to the emotional pleas of Benjamin Netanyahu and his supporters. Well, he also ignored a diplomatic off-ramp. because these people were never interested in diplomacy. They were only using that to drag it out to get the military time to build up its strength to what they felt comfortable with. Remember, one of the primary reasons reported why it didn't happen in January is because Netanyahu said, yeah, we need a little bit more air defense. We need to bring some more stuff up. Some of the U.S. military also said we need more air defense capability spread out in the region. That turned out to be a pointless endeavor because the interception rates are so low, it really wouldn't have mattered. Nevertheless, that apparently was the purpose of the diplomacy, was to give the face that we're trying to reach a negotiated settlement, all the while buying time for the military until it was ready. And we know this because so according to General Kane, the order to go came on Friday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, on the 27th. 3:30 p.m. on Friday the 27th. That's when the order was given. On the 26th, the night before, is when the third round of negotiations between Steve Witkoff and Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister for Iran, had concluded. After that had concluded, which was mediated by the Omani foreign minister, he came on the next day on CBS News in the United States on Friday and said this.
I am confident and in my assessment of the way the talks are going. I think there is really, I can see that the peace deal is within our reach.
A peace deal?
Yes, is within our reach if we just allow diplomacy the space it needs to get there.
All we need is the space it needs to get there. He went on to say in there, she asked him, she said, okay, well, that's the nuclear stuff that's on the table, because he specified that they were willing to do things at that point, meaning the night before a decision to go had been given by the president. Again, this is open source, it's no conjecture. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff bragged about it and told us precisely what time the final go order came, which was the next day. So the night before, the president of the United States knew, understand this, follow me here. The night before, President Trump knew that there was a national intelligence assessment that said that a large-scale war probably would not succeed. And he also had a diplomatic outcome by his chief negotiator, his friend, Steve Witkoff, that Iran had agreed to stuff they had never agreed to up until that point. Would have been a great win for Trump. Diplomatically, politically, at home, all kinds of ways. Would have prevented us from going to war. 6 Americans would be alive today. But he rejected it, even though he had what he'd been asking for: zero enrichment. The 400 kilograms of 60% enriched material would be taken out of the country or gotten rid of, and they would put on the table long-range missiles and their support for regional allies/proxies. An incredible opportunity was given. Golden platter. Trump rejected it. And you have to ask, why? Why would he go against his own intelligence service and say, I know it's not likely to succeed, but I'm going to do it anyway? Why would he go against his own diplomatic service? They achieved a tremendous breakthrough that I honestly didn't think was possible. I did not think that Iran would do that, but yet they did. And then he went against that too. Why? It's right here. This is the most important question to ask first. Whose interests are served by still sending American armed forces into full-scale war, which is where we are? Don't fall for this nonsense, this embarrassing, humiliating claim that so many otherwise elite leaders in America are trying to push, that this is not a war. It's not really war. That's pathetic. Everybody with any amount of common sense knows full well it's self-evidently true. Your entire, a third of the Navy, huge portions of the Air Force are there. You are literally destroying a country. You are actually saying that they have an unconditional surrender demand put on them. That is literally the definition of war. So I don't want to hear any more of that crap. Sorry, that's kind of an aside there, but that's just more of the paucity of any kind of morality or willingness to even have normality among our so-called elite. They are thinking that we are all so stupid here in America, all the regular people, that we're going to fall for this, that you're going to talk us out of believing what we see with our own eyes, that we're so stupid, we're going to fall for your rhetoric. Well, polls say that's already not working, and it's only going to continue to go that direction, because by President Trump going against sound military advice, by President Trump going against diplomatic opportunities. Now then it's playing out exactly as that NIC report said, and as we've been telling you here on this channel it would before. That now then all of a sudden you can't defeat them. They're not only not giving up, you have solidified their strength around their government. And now then their back is as steel as it can be. They're not going to give in. And they actually have a plan. They actually have a plan to go forward, something that has a chance to succeed. They can't defeat us militarily, but they can defeat us politically and intellectually by just not losing. All they have to do is just drag that out, because they know that our resources are limited in the key things that we have. So when you hear Secretary Hegseth or Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Kane say, oh, we've got all kinds of weapons, an unlimited amount, we can have a forever war, Trump weirdly said. I don't know why he would want to brag about something that he campaigned against and that his followers hate. But anyway, he did. But it's wrong. There are some categories of weapons. We do have a whole bunch of stuff. But of the kind that has any chance to succeed and to defend us, we are woefully short. For example, we right now have lost about half of our THAAD. That's high altitude radars. The best stuff that we have that can get the really high altitude stuff. Half of them are gone. We only had 8 worldwide. These interceptor missiles are $12 million a pop, and we don't have very many of them, and we've lost half of our global radars. So that is, without the radars, the things are worthless. They're just paperweights. You can't fire them without that. So that by itself tells you there's a real problem. Not only that, now we have said, hey, you know what? We also are sending another aircraft carrier, the George W. Bush. So we're going to send a third aircraft carrier. Obviously, if we were in great shape, we would not be sending an aircraft carrier there. We wouldn't need to. Well, now as bad as that is, now then they're also realizing just having more air power is not going to do it, because now it's just self-evident that no matter how much more power you bring to bear, you're still going to just blow a bunch of stuff up on the surface, especially. But this is a country that's massive inside. It's as big as a portion of Europe. 4 times bigger than Iraq. You can't just bomb it into the Stone Age. We don't have enough missiles and bombs of all kinds to do that. And since you've set the unconditional surrender for the country, the only thing left is to somehow compel them that what we're doing right now is not working before we start running out of missiles. There's also a separate reporting that our interceptor missile inventory itself is also getting dangerously low. Meanwhile, the Iranian side appears to have stockpiled for months, and they have the ability to fire from portals just out of the sand. They have the ability to still have mobile launchers come out of underground bunkers. We've blown up a lot of the surfaces, but now there's evidence that the Iranian side has, shock of all shocks, figured out how to undo all the damage and to move the rubble away and still use it. We have now some satellite imagery that shows that they've done that. What a shock, but that's what they do, because they have prepared for this. They're mentally prepared, they're physically prepared, so they can drag this out for a long time. All they have to do, again, is survive and to have a sustained rate of fire so that they keep on firing at some constant rate, both missiles and with drones. And they know that we're running low on all these things because they thought this through ahead of time, and they're prepared to execute. And so far, their campaign plan is going according to plan. The much weaker military side is actually succeeding, whereas ours is now we're going, oh snap. And it's getting worse, because last night President Trump was on Air Force One and was asked a really important question that should have been an automatic no. Instead, he kept the door open.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's, I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Well, is that what you'd say? Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if there's a good reason, we'll send it in there. Listen, let me just categorically tell you, there is no military solution that has anything to do with ground forces. There is no chance in God's earth that you're going to muster an invasion army It's going to go into a country, I'd hate to be redundant, but it is important to point this out, that's 4 times bigger than Iraq, which we've invaded twice, once with 500,000 troops, once with 300,000 troops, that had a very narrow, limited objective and a narrow path over good terrain, easily to maneuver against an enemy that had no air defense and no viable army at all. Against now, you want to go into a country 4 times bigger with terrain that, especially the way the mountains are, where they're kind of going across like this, and you would have to almost go directly over them. So either go into very narrowly defined channels or over the mountains, of course, and you're not going to be able to do that with an army. I mean, you would be wiped out. Wiped out. It would be our Waterloo if we even tried that. I don't think we could even muster the resources. We don't have an army. I mean, you would have to have several of our NATO allies would have to say, yes, we're going to give you all of our deployable forces, because we don't have enough. Our entire U.S. Army and Air Force is not sufficient. You would have to mobilize the entire National Guard, all of the maneuver forces, and bring them in, and all of that still wouldn't be enough. And then, of course, you would put all of our forces in one place, and we would be defenseless everywhere else in the world. Do you understand what I'm saying here? There is no path here, and the fact that he's even contemplating this is alarming to the highest degree. But that shows you that he's stuck, because without a ground force, even in the conceptual phase, what you're doing in the air alone is not going to work. What a shock. It's not hard to figure out. Yet somehow he ignored it. And I don't really understand why he did that, except that's part of the point here. That's what we have to look at here. That's the whole point of what we're talking about now. Why? Why would you get yourself into a situation like this? Why would you ignore sound military advice, sound intelligence, diplomatic off-ramp, golden platter? Why would you eschew all of that and go down a path that had very little chance of success? Only an absolute luck would have had any guess, and we clearly passed that point. It didn't happen. And now then all of the things that were in this intelligence assessment are coming to pass. So now you know that's not going to work. Air power is not going to work. Ground power is not going to work. Well, then let's see, what was the reason for this? Now, I told you a minute ago that Netanyahu went out and said, hey, there was the only reason we did this is because we saw the Ayatollah was going to be in a meeting in a bunker on the 28th of February, and this is our chance. We got to go get him right now, because we may lose a chance and we can get a decapitation. So he filled Trump's head with all these glories that, yeah, we can do it. Didn't make any sense, but he thought, yeah, let's gamble, let's roll the dice. This also validates what I've been telling you. My assessment is that we went in there on this hope that we would get a regime collapse because of a decapitation strike. That was always a bad play, but it looked like we gambled everything on that. Well, it didn't work. So Netanyahu told Trump, according to Netanyahu in public, no conjecture here, he says, yes, this is the case. We need to go now, Mr. President. We need to go right now. And Trump followed through on the behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu. Not because an American general said, not because of General Kane, the chairman, not because of General Cooper, the commander of CENTCOM. No, not because of any of that, not even because of Hegseth, because what Netanyahu told him, according to Netanyahu. Well, today, Benjamin Netanyahu has also gone out. Let's see if I can find it. I believe it's right here. Yes. So this is today. Benjamin Netanyahu is going to sit here and he's going to just lather Trump up and talk about what a great guy he is and what great alliances we have.
Donald Trump understood long ago the magnitude of the danger to the United States and the entire world. I will tell you that I met him in Florida months ago before he was elected to his second term. The first thing he said to me was, Bibi, we must at all costs prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. I would like to thank my friend, President Trump, for the historic leadership he is demonstrating, for the courageous friendship between us and the tighter than ever alliance between the United States and Israel, which we both led in Operation Rising Lion.
Okay, so let's just cut to the chase here. Here you have Benjamin Netanyahu lathering up Trump, saying he's our greatest ally. This is what Trump knows. But he also is claiming, Trump told me, even before he was elected, Bibi, we have got to go get those darn Iranians. We must do whatever it takes at all cost, to use his words. He's claiming that Trump said we have to go at all costs before the election. Understand that, before he was inaugurated, right? That's what he said. What did Trump say before the inauguration? What did Trump say during the campaign? It was the opposite. No more dumb wars. We're not going to get into wars. We're going to get rid of the ones we have. I'm a peace president. That's what he ran on. But now Benjamin Netanyahu is claiming today that no, Trump told me he was actually after a war. He had to do it at all costs to include a full-on war here. Now, there's no truth to that. Again, we're not stupid. And it's time for us to open our eyes. And I'm talking about people who are big-time supporters of Israel, who are lifelong supporters of Israel. We were all raised in America that Israel was our best friend and our ally in the entire Middle East. They were an island of stability in a sea of chaos. That's kind of how it was always portrayed. We cut our teeth on that. And I knew many Jewish people. I knew many Israelis over the years. Wonderful people. So there's no reason for to ever question any of that. Except you have the person of Benjamin Netanyahu who wants to destroy, and is, and probably already past tense has, destroyed this tremendous goodwill that was throughout the United States. There has historically been all kinds of problems with anti-Semitism. Obviously, the Holocaust during World War II and everything that followed along with that. There has been great, it had been great animosity against the Jewish people, but it had been built up to a tremendous support for Israel. Now, beyond the scope of this show today, that obviously had some very negative ramifications for the Palestinian people who were abused for decades. We'll talk about that in another episode. But for right here, the point being that there was this great goodwill between the United States and Iran. It is now ruined, because now Netanyahu has taken his own country and led it in a direction that's maniacal and destructive of the entire Palestinian population in both Gaza and the West Bank. And this precedes 10/7, by the way. History didn't start on that day. The death and destruction that he had been putting on Palestinian people across the board in those territories is preceded by decades of this, and even in the summer before, again, for another time. But the bottom line is, Benjamin Netanyahu didn't care about that. He didn't care about President Trump. He saw in Trump somebody he could manipulate. He could manipulate Biden to a degree. And Biden constantly talked about he was the most pro-Israeli president we'd ever have, whatever. He's bending over backwards to do that, I think mainly to get money. But Biden had some red lines. And he's not going to go to war for Israel. And apparently he made that clear. And they had some shouting matches, according to some reports. But bottom line is, he didn't take us into. So he had a roadblock there. But with President Trump, because he got profound amounts of money from Israeli sources in the last election, hundreds of millions of dollars. It was decisive. And he had a lot during the first campaign as well, 2016. And in Trump, he found somebody that was more malleable, somebody that could be manipulated. And you saw it on display right there in that last clip from earlier today, to where he's just bragging, oh, this great leadership and a great friend, whatever. He's patting him on the back because he knows how to butter up Trump. He knows what works. And to show you how it works, to show you how successful it was, even before this one here, this is President Trump in just this past December, talking to a Jewish group at the event of Hanukkah, and look how much fealty he gives even then to the Israelis.
As President of the United States, I will always support Jewish Americans, and I will always be a friend and a champion to the Jewish people. I have been. And I will say, if you go back 10, 12, 15 years ago at the most, the strongest lobby in Washington was the Jewish lobby. It was Israel. That's no longer true. You have to be very careful. You have a Congress in particular which is becoming anti-Semitic. You have AOC plus 3. You have those people, Ilhan Omar, she hates Jewish people. And you have to be very careful because there's been a big change.
See, he is President Trump. There is taking preemptive action, and just saying anyone who says anything against the policies of Israel equals anti-Semitism. It's a gross mischaracterization of reality, but that's been going on for a long time. That also happened a lot during the Biden administration. Trump just continued it on, and in this administration, he's pushing it even further. But there's one other thing I want to show you here too. It's not just members of Congress. It's not just giving money to members of Congress or to their lobbying them or to give them campaign funds in the hundreds of millions of dollars each cycle. It's not even just that. Netanyahu came to the United States of America on our soil and talked to our people, our own citizens, and is manipulating them to carry his water here across the board, even into the social media rounds. Here he is last September in New York City talking to a group of Americans and telling them how to carry his water for his benefit in our country.
I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel? What's our backup plan to be strong?
Okay, we have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one.
See, so he's right there instructing them. Here's what you need to do to put forth our ideas. Because just like with President Trump trying to say members of Congress that we're not going to broker any kind of ideas that are against the policies of Benjamin Netanyahu, and we're going to label them anti-Semitism, so nobody can complain. And the same thing here, now on an individual level, on an influencer level. He's saying, y'all need to just carry our way here. Demonize anybody we don't like. We have to fight back. His words, again, you just saw them. We have to fight back. So anybody who's saying anything we don't like, and of course, that was a lot of, at the time, was the Palestinian issue and all the people that they were slaughtering in the Gaza Strip. So many people, tens of thousands of innocent civilians had been killed. The entire Gaza Strip being wiped almost from the face of the earth, being turned into a moonscape. That's what he was doing back then, to try and make it so unlivable that other countries, of course, Netanyahu had been trying to get them out for a long time, but that got a lot of pushback. A lot of people in the world at that time were saying, we're going to countries I'm talking about, we're saying we're going to recognize a Palestinian state in order to put pressure on Netanyahu to stop killing the Palestinians, and he went to a bit of a ceasefire after that. But you see, he was trying, in the context of that comment there, to try and get social media to undercut all of those. And so he did just enough to get all these world leaders to stop talking about it. Meanwhile, continued to action on the ground, because Netanyahu is worried about Netanyahu and what he wants. He has this lust to drive all the Palestinians out of Gaza, all the Palestinians out of the West Bank. Now, I think we've shown you in the last couple of days, other Israeli leaders, even the opposition, is wanting to push many of the Lebanese out of the southern part of their country. They've already carved out part of Syria, and this whole issue of a greater Israel is not fiction at all. It's not accusations. It is bragged on by the Israeli folks themselves. And you saw it was big news here, where you had Ambassador Huckabee, when pressed by Tucker Carlson in an interview, said, yeah, why not go from not just the river to the sea, but all of the historical biblical definition of what is the country of Israel, what is the nation of Israel, which include parts of Jordan, I think all of Jordan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, etc., many countries in the region. And what did Huckabee says? Wouldn't hurt my feelings any if it happened. Sure, why not? Made a lot of the Arab regimes very unhappy. But you see, we are literally just throwing to the wind all American interests in order to get behind what Benjamin Netanyahu wants. Americans are already dead. Tens of thousands have been forced out of the Middle East, of Americans I'm talking about, had to flee the region. Our allies are taking lots of big hits in the region. And now then, it's even causing a rift among historically our best ally that there was, Great Britain. Even that, now then, not only is he subordinating American interest in our own country and using our own forces for the personal benefit of Benjamin Netanyahu, now We're also throwing Britain under the bus. This is a Truth Social from Trump. Let's see, as yesterday, last night I saw the United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally given serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer. But we will remember, we don't need people to join wars after they're already won. So if you hadn't heard, Starmer apparently was considering sending some aircraft carriers. I only saw one, maybe there were 2. The president said, I don't need them. I don't want those. So he embarrassed and humiliated our ally, who was hesitant to get in because he said, your war is illegal. Remember, originally, he wouldn't even let the United States use RAF bases to launch this. So that made Trump unhappy. Later on, he pulled that back. And now he's saying, because Starmer also is a weak leader, if we're being honest. And so now he's trying to get himself back into the good graces of Trump and say he's going to offer more combat power, which is, I think, foolish for the British people. They should not get involved with this. But nevertheless, he tried to give in. But now you see Trump's like saying, I don't want that. So he's just humiliating our best actual ally. And so he's now subordinating even our European allies on the behalf of Netanyahu. And this is the foolishest even of all, because you're going to need that combat power. We already are running low on everything, and you're going to say no to somebody who's going to bring it in? I mean, that just shows you how President Trump has just got these kind of myopic blinders on that says, I'm sacrificing everything. Americans, American interests, intelligence assessment. I'm going to ignore our intelligence. I'm going to ignore our diplomatic corps. I'm going to ignore our best allies in Europe. Everything on the table to sacrifice for one man. Listen, folks, again, I say, I know a lot of people don't like this and it makes some people angry. I'm just begging you, stop and look at the physical evidence that I'm providing here. How many more Americans need to die for this? How many more of our allies need to suffer because of a war that should never have been started? And I don't think that we can win it on any terms that make any sense for us. I mean, Trump is probably going to end up having to do some verbal gymnastics and just claim some victory here to get out, because his options are going to be to do that as long as the Iranian side stays with its backbone and continues on with its campaign plan of just existing and keeping some kind of constant fire going on, so that we keep having to use interceptor missiles and keep having to use offensive missiles and just blowing stuff up all over the country. If they keep doing that, then Trump is going to be having one of 2 main choices. Either use verbal gymnastics to claim success and, well, we've destroyed enough and this and that and the other, so we're going to just claim victory and, we'll come back again if they need to. I think that's probably the most likely course at this point. I don't know when that would come. Or the alternative is that he could double down and say we're going to go in somehow on the ground, even though what country is going to put ground forces involved with that that are just going to die for no reason? It would be foolish to do. I doubt that they're going to do that. But that is his 2 general options. Because one of the third option is not, well, we'll just keep bombing until we win. As long as Iran doesn't capitulate and just give in. And I see no evidence historically or otherwise that they would do that. So the most likely is that you're going to be forced to either escalate up or do verbal gymnastics to get out. Obviously, I vote for the verbal gymnastics. I will cheer it on because it's going to stop the war. I just hope that comes sooner rather than later, because every day results in more pointless deaths in Iran, more chaos for the region, more harm for our allies, and potentially more deaths for American troops. It's a terrible situation. We need to understand the reality. We're going to talk X's and O's, and we're going to talk the process of the war later on today, and certainly we're going to keep track of all this before. But you need to understand the core of how this war started and whose interest it's being fought for. Very, very important. Thanks, folks. Look forward to seeing you on the next episode of the Daniel Davis Deep Dive.
I've been talking about the perception of the world coming suddenly out.
Hi everybody, today is Sunday, March 8th, 2026, and our dear friend, our brother Ray McGovern is here with us. Welcome back, Ray.
Thank you, Nima.
Ray, let me start with one of the most tragic incidents or tragic bombings so far in Iran, which was the killing of 165 schoolgirls together with their teachers. And Donald Trump was asked about it and who's responsible for that, who did that. Here is what Donald Trump said.
States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, and based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating?
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an
Because
idea?
they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Yeah, here is Ray. Moments ago, the video of the attack, the bombing came out. The footage came out from the Iranian media. Yeah, this is the exact moment that they hit the school. Your understanding of that, Ray?
Nima, there are certain things that cannot be justified, cannot be explained, and cannot be lied about. Now, the girls at that school were killed. Now, let me emphasize that the number is up to 170 now. As you know better than I, the Iranians are very careful not to double count, okay? And they had to put various arms and legs together. So imagine what that was like. Okay. Well, the attack on the school happened before the Iranians knew they were being attacked, for God's sake. So the notion that the Iranians did this themselves, you have a temporal impossibility. It happened immediately in the first wave. It happened at about 8:30 in the morning, if memory serves, local time, and the supreme leader was killed at precisely the same time. It's well recognized now that this was done by American fire, not Israeli. There's been no acknowledgement of that except what you just saw, what you just played, and there's been no photos. There have been no press coverage because it's been kept under the surface. Now, given the possibility of the explanation that Trump, and you remember he was interrupted by Hegseth, we're still investigating. So nobody's going to be able to prove that was done by the Iranians. Why would they do that? I mean, in my tradition, Judeo-Christian tradition, which is also Islam tradition, blessed are the merciful, for they shall be shown mercy. The Quran, as you know better than I, is full of that same phrase, the all-merciful. You be merciful like the all-merciful. What about us? We've changed that. We show no mercy. Witness Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, now calls himself Secretary of War. We show no mercy. Okay. Well, that's a little different from the American and the religious heritage that I and that presumably you come out of, Nima. We show no mercy. Well, if that's what results from our showing no mercy, I think we have to hold these people accountable. How did that school get targeted? Now, the benign explanation is, it was near, or it was used by the Revolutionary Guards some years back, 5 or 7 years, and they never updated the target set. That's the benign. Now, Scott Ritter goes through a chapter and verse as to you never target things without updating the target set and making sure that what you're targeting is not a girls' school, but a Revolutionary Guard outpost. Okay, so the other suggestion, and this is speculation on my part, somebody put that in the target set. Okay, now who would that have been? Well, that would have been somebody who wanted to make it just as bad as could be, so the Iranians would be knee-jerkedly responsible or irresponsible enough to knee-jerk a really powerful reaction, maybe fire at one of those aircraft carriers we have in the area or something else, and there would be full-scale war. The U.S. and Israel would then have a chance to engage, and if the engagement was ever provocable, it would be by, number one, killing the supreme leader. Number two, how about throwing in 170 girls as well? So, I mean, I sent you a couple of photos, Nima. I don't know if you had time to look at them or even download them. It was just a few minutes ago. And I understand one has been taken down from X now because its content is, oh, wow, okay. Now, this is after, okay? This is the lineup, but you can't see the end of the line there. Those are the little girls' bodies, okay? They were available in an article that came out from Dubai today, and so somehow they escaped censorship. So that's after they're prepared for burial. Nima, do you have the one before? I sent it in the last one just about 9 minutes ago.
The one before. I don't have it available here, Ray.
Shows the two little girls. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the one that's been pulled off. All it does is show two dead little girls who look like about 8 or 9 years old with their school dress on, and they're... So, I think we have to remain human here. We have to hold people who say on our behalf, like Hegseth did at the same time, we show no mercy, okay? And the best thing I do at this part, besides crying, all right, is to cite old poetry. Now, it won't take a second here, but it consoles me and it confronts me because it talks about people standing up in this kind of situation and the kind of abuse we cannot continue to allow. It's by my friend Daniel Berrigan, a Jesuit priest who is a very good anti-war, anti-violence preacher. This is the poem. It's not published. It's something that I copied off a Catholic worker wall when I was staying with the Catholic workers in the Bowery of New York. It's not published. It was sent especially to these Catholic workers. The title is Some. S-O-M-E. Some. I'll read it. Some stood up once and sat down. Some walked a mile and then walked away. Some stood up twice, then sat down. I've had it, they said. Some walked 2 miles, then walked away. It's too much, they cried. Some stood and stood and stood. They were taken for fools. They were taken for having been taken in. Some walked and walked and walked. They walked the earth, they walked the waters, they walked the air. Why do you stand? They were asked, and why do you walk? Because of the children. They said, and because of the heart, and because of the bread, because the cause is the heart's beat, and the children born, and the risen bread. These horrors need to be confronted We do it in a merciful, nonviolent way, but we stand and we walk and we don't stop. That's the confrontation I get out of this very, very poignant poem by my friend Dan Berrigan, who wrote it many years ago in similar circumstances. I hope your audience doesn't mind my reading that.
Yeah. Ray, the war is escalating and it's getting to the oil sources, oil reserves in Iran, in Tehran, and then desalination plants, and it's getting out of the hand. How do you evaluate, how do you assess the current situation with the war? Or does Armageddon loom, in your opinion?
Well, if we talk about economic punishment, everyone is being punished here. We in the United States less than others because we have our own drilling and our own oil. But Europe is in dire straits. And even Mr. Putin has uncharacteristically arranged an interview in which his favorite interviewer does the normal stuff, and then after 2 minutes said, well, what about all that natural gas and oil that you used to give to Europe? And Putin says, well, yeah, that was cut off, wasn't it? And look what happened. And we have some still. We could cut that off again. Let me think about it. Oh, the Europeans say they're not going to buy any next year, so maybe we're going to finish it right now and cut them off. My God, what will happen if the Europeans can't get gas or oil from Russia? They still get a good bit of it. And what about the natural gas supplies from Dubai? I guess it is one of those Gulf things that's been cut off. So as you remember, Nima, it would be, in my view, 10 days ago, crazy to risk having the Strait of Hormuz blocked. And that's why I said in my own infantile way, well, that's why it will never happen. I mean, nobody's that crazy. Well, it turns out that the people running this policy, that this war for the United States, are not only crazy, but they're misinformed or they're just delusional. Look at what Trump has been saying. We're just going to win, and that does not correspond to reality. So if, as is my wont, I try to put myself in the shoes of Kremlin leaders, I say to myself, oh my God, this guy is capable of anything. Now, do I think that Trump would be ready to use nuclear weapons? I have been wrong before, but I still don't think so. Do I think that Israel would use nuclear weapons? I do. Now, I've been learning as this whole process unfolds, sometimes from your other guests, that it is altogether likely that Israel can be discombobulated, if not destroyed, because the air defenses they have, the Iron Dome and the Patriot missiles, have been proven to be ineffectual against Iranian missiles that go at a high velocity. Okay, so what's changed since last June? I don't know. I don't think enough has changed. And so what I'm saying here is the logic is this: Israel cannot defend itself against Iranian hypersonic missiles. That has been proven. I mean, we have case. Now, Israel has been able to hide the damage so far because of the censorship on almost all photos getting out, okay? Now, what happens if my military analyst colleagues are right and say the Iranians place Netanyahu in dire straits? Will he resort to using a nuclear weapon? And my answer to that is, knowing what I know about this person, yes, he probably would. And my God, that sends the hair on the back of my neck straight up. So hopefully someone will be able to mediate this thing before that happens. And I think the Russians actually are sort of sending out feelers. Putin himself talked to all the Gulf leaders there, and he has contacts with Israel as well. I mean, they're what, 2 million Russians living in Israel now. So he's got the capability. Donald Trump says, "So I have a great relationship with Mr. Putin." Well, I don't know if that's so anymore, but that would be one. India would be another possible mediator. There are people with high stakes in this, and let's just hope that Hegseth and Trump, who are certifiably delusionary narcissists, beating their breasts, real men go to Iran, as was said 23 years ago, right? When they did Iraq instead because it was easier. Well, Iran has not gotten any easier. And as I diagnose things and as I see the reporting that comes from reliable sources, the Israelis are hiding their real serious losses. The Iranians are not saying much except, look, no more ceasefire until we're done with this. And the Iranians have the upper hand. And in the final analysis, it may depend on whether, unlike Pete Hegseth, no mercy, the Iranians will rein in themselves and say, all right, look, we have a different ethos here. If you decide to fulfill these terms of peaceful coexistence, and it's guaranteed by people like Russia and China, we can deal with you without obliterating you. This may be visionary, and you would know more than me, Nima, but I kind of think that their faith, their religion, your religion, if you're a believer of Islam, is a much more merciful religion these days, and that Christian Zionism is a, what do they call it, misnomer, or it's self-contradictory, because you can't be a Zionist and a Christian at the same time. And I nominate you, Nima, to be our next ambassador to Israel. Huckabee, I would actually put in the local gas station if he could handle that kind of job. So I'll before I get more silly, I'll stop.
Ray, you've mentioned something so important. I think there is a lot of disinformation, misinformation about Islam out there, and many people don't understand how, Islam is not. It's so much deep. It's so much important in everyday life of Iranians. I remember my grandma, grandpa. These are, it's part of the culture. It's not something, outside of the culture. It's part of me. It is not something that I believe in. It's part of me. It's me, It's like, the Christian, you're a Christian, how that works, because it's somehow, it captures all of your belief system. It influences the way that you think, the way you act, the way you love people, and everything in today's mainstream media reports on Islam, it's all about disinformation and misinformation to demonize people, demonize Islam, demonize Islamic countries, and it has nothing to do with the reality. Ray, you have to go to Iran, you have to talk with the people in Iran, you see how kind they are, how it's not even imaginable for many people outside of Iran or outside of Islamic countries. I would say it's not just about Iran, it's about Gaza, it's about Palestine, it's about all of these countries.
And Nima, I often point out that the intelligence analysts, I have to read everything, and that goes from the sublime to the ridiculous. For example, George W. Bush's memoir, Decision Points, where he points out that yes, Cheney and he fully intended to attack Iran on their way out of office in 2008. And I'll just say one more time, he was prevented from doing that by honest intelligence analysts, if you can believe it. a national intelligence estimate, November 2007, quote, "We assess that Iran stopped working on a nuclear weapon at the end of 2003 and has not resumed work on a nuclear weapon." Whoa. Does the intelligence community still say that? Well, they did exactly a year ago when Tulsi Gabbard got up under oath with a congressionally required testimony. They call it the annual threat assessment. And she said, we see no change. We see no change in the fatwa that the Supreme Leader issued back in 2003, as we have been reporting every year since. My God, that was the truth. Now, oh, who did that? That was Tulsi Gabbard. Where's she now? My God, she's sort of, I mean, I have a cartoonist working on a half-gallon milk carton, you know what that looks like, right? And missing information required for finding who kidnapped Tulsi Gabbard. To call this number. I mean, it's not even funny. Where the heck is she? We do know that a leak to the Washington Post said that her National Intelligence Council, reporting directly for her, said, look, there's no chance we can do regime change in Iran. And that paper came out a week before the attack. And I imagine the briefings preceded that by several weeks. So here's somebody close to Tulsi, I don't know, somebody who worked on that, who knew about it and is honest, going to the New York Times and said, look, I hate to tell you that we told you so, and we told him, Hegseth, and we told Trump so, but we did, and here's the proof. So something very sinister is going on. I think it bears repeating that on the 26th of February, there was a meeting in Geneva, sort of brokered and mediated by the foreign minister of Oman, okay? And we had Witkoff and the son-in-law on one side, and we had the foreign minister of Iran on the other. How did that work out? Well, I don't have to speculate. I don't have to point to one side or the other and their account. We have the foreign minister of Oman coming on a plane to Washington the next day and talking to our vice president, and then talking to Margaret Brennan of CBS, saying, we're this close, man, this is terrific. Because the Iranians have shown incredible flexibility on the enrichment thing. They're even willing to maybe have some U.S. boots on the ground. I mean, so it looks really good. That was the 27th. Midnight, or as soon as the 28th dawned, what do? We kill 170 girls between the age of, 7 and 12. And we kill the Supreme Leader. I mean, I'll just add this, Nima.
You're looking now? You're looking at them now?
There is a theory, and I would not call it a conspiracy. Conspiracy theory that whoever did these things in the first wave was hell-bent and determined to make sure that Iran would overreact. And then if the results of that were so heinous, let's say Israel got pretty much destroyed, then there would be justification for finishing things off. And how do you do that? Here's one of these little nuclear weapons that Netanyahu has, the technology for which was stolen from the United States, including by people like, including by Netanyahu. And we've winked at this, and now it's coming home to roost. The other thing I will say is that the Russians are in this. What's interesting to me, Nima, is that Mr. Putin, for all his perspicaciousness, for all his caution and statesmanship, I would say, did some things which really surprised the hell out of me. first and foremost, was concluding a mutual defense treaty with North Korea. Oh, now, maybe it's too stereotypical to say the North Korean leaders are crazy. It is, I think. But he did it. And so if North Korea were attacked, Russia would be bound to assist them, and vice versa, as was shown when the Kursk invasion came from Ukraine into Kursk for Russia proper, okay? Tens of thousands of North Koreans helping them out there. So that was surprising to me. I didn't think Putin would do that. And then, he's put Oreshniks now in Belarus. So the ties between Belarus have never been more strong or tight. And, the notion that he would like to have a mutual defense treaty with Iran, I thought that was, I thought that was a bridge too far. I mean, look at Iran. I mean, it's going to be attacked by the United States, maybe, or Israel. Putin wouldn't want that. I was wrong on that, too. I mean, even old people can learn new tricks. But it was the Iranians that resisted a mutual defense treaty with Russia. Russia was.
Are you ready for this? Shut the fuck up. Hello.
trying to get one. And this process went on for 2.5 years. It finally ended up with a very big strategic cooperation treaty, but it fell far short of the kind of treaty the Russians have with North Korea, the kind of arrangements they have with Belarus, and it was the Iranians. Now, you probably can explain better than I why the Iranians would resist having that kind of treaty, but now I think the Russians are in a position to say, look, we wish we'll work with it now. You have been attacked. We have all kinds of sophisticated satellite imagery, and we're talking not only photography, we're talking infrared, we're talking radar, we're talking multispectral. We have those, the Russians have those. And so the Iranians, if they're receiving these things, have pinpointed just about all our facilities and all our warships and so forth in the area. Now, when that report first came out 2 days ago,
up the stairs, then.
I hurriedly consulted my best Russian.
There's 2 containers up the stairs
friend,
if you're going.
Retired professor. He's a historian, but to his credit, he's become a journalist like I try to be, okay? So he says, Ray, he says, what do you mean? You have any doubts about that they would do that? I said, well, no, I guess not. But what do you think? He says, it's called karma, Ray. You know what karma is? What's the U.S. doing in Ukraine to allow them to target Russian forces? So now, we can laugh at karma, but this is a very serious situation because never before during the Cold War or
Not
since has a nuclear power, and I mean Israel, had the ability and probably and will have the incentive to use a nuclear weapon in extremis.
The door for me too.
And if my military colleagues are correct, and they have been correct up till now,
are you not watching?
Israel will be in extremis. So the sooner we can tamp this damn thing down, the better. The results are. I mean, some commentators have said, "I don't even want to go there. That's too horrible to imagine." Well, we intelligence analysts aren't allowed to do that. We have to go there. That's my judgment. And I was on last night with Joe Loria and Patrick Lawrence, who are no slouches. And we all three of us agreed that it's not only, that it's not 50-50 anymore. In extremis, Netanyahu probably would want to use one of those nuclear weapons. And if we importuned and said, please, Bibi, dear, please don't, he would just say, look, and let me just add one thing. With respect to Israel using nuclear weapons, people forget. Now, I was on duty for all this, so I know chapter and verse, and I still remember a lot of stuff, all right? Now, 1967, the Israelis just waltzed in. They made believe there was a threat from Nasser. They later admitted, actually, it was
an absolute problem.
The former Israeli prime minister admitted that there was no threat from the Egyptians. We moved because we saw that we could defeat them and destroy them. I'll remember his name in a second. Anyhow, 1973, oh my God, the Arabs did attack Israel. Okay, and what happened? This is really interesting.
Already hit that room.
Golda Meir threatened to use nuclear weapons. And this set Henry Kissinger and his boss up the kazoo. Okay, Kissinger goes right over there and says, "Okay, look, we'll resupply. We'll give you everything, but don't do that." Okay. Now you can imagine how fragile or how dangerous that situation was, because Golda Meir, I think, might have done
Golda
that.
Meir, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
So now we have Netanyahu. He's much more sensible and reasonable than Golda Meir, right? No, not right at all. So here's the story that not many people know. Kissinger and Nixon talked about, well, my God, that was close. How do we prevent this from ever happening again? Kissinger, I know, Mr. President, a mutual defense treaty. with Israel. That would, if we do a mutual defense treaty with Israel, no one will ever think of attacking Israel again. Nixon, good idea, sell that. Now, I have friends that were on active duty at that time. Ray Close is one of them, since deceased. He was part of Ajax, the operation that got rid of Mossadegh, the freely elected prime minister of Iran. So he knew this whole thing, and he was deputized to go talk to the Saudi princes and say, look, we're going to try to do this or that, and others did the same thing. Well, they went to the Israelis and they said, look, we don't want this to happen again. We'd like to have a mutual defense treaty. Mutual defense treaty, of course, is where one side is bound by law, by treaty, to assist the other if the other is attacked. Now, the Israelis said, now get this, folks. The Israelis said, oh, isn't that sweet? Thanks, but no thanks. Now, what country in its right mind would refuse a mutual defense treaty with the most powerful at the time country in the world? Well, the reasons were this. Mutual defense treaties require internationally recognized boundaries. And Israel didn't want any part of that. The other thing was, Israel had this great arrangement with the United States where if they wanted to attack Syria or Lebanon, well, they would go ahead and do it, and they'd ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and wouldn't even let the U.S. know ahead of time. A mutual defense treaty requires, a real one, requires one side to inform the other if they're going to go off half-cocked trying to attack another country or doing it. And so the Israelis didn't want that either. So the Israelis felt, look, we have all the senators, for God's sake. We've got the representatives. We've got the president. Why we don't? Thanks very much, but we don't want to have this business about defining the borders, which are internationally accepted, which they never will be, hopefully. And we don't want to have to tell you when we want to do things like bomb the hell out of Syria or Iraq or whatever. So this is the irony of the whole thing. We are not allies of Israel, even though we try to make them allies. And to call them allies is not a correct term to use, because allies in the legal sense mean a country with whom you have a mutual defense treaty. Allies in the broader sense doesn't mean anything legally.
Ray, this situation in Israel is somehow different from when the war started, because right now the early warning systems are not working because of the radars being destroyed in the Persian Gulf, around Iran, in Iraq, and in Saudi Arabia, all of these countries, in Qatar. And you see that, the early warning system that was supposed to give some sort of notice to Israeli people 30 minutes in advance, saying that something is coming, you have to get prepared. It's just reduced to less than a minute. That is a huge change for the Israeli people. On the other hand, the capabilities of the air defense system has been reduced somehow, that they need to bring all these air defense systems in South Korea, for example, because at least 4 THAAD systems were destroyed so far. And considering all these radars, I think the situation, as you've mentioned, is getting to so much desperate. And I don't know how dangerous is that for the Trump administration, because by the continuation of the conflict, as the war on the Iranian side, when I talk with Iranian officials or somehow following the media, Persian media, they see as a long war. They see it's happening, and we have to continue because we're defending ourselves. And what is the calculation on the part of the Trump administration?
I think the word calculus and Trump administration is an oxymoron. There's no real plan here. All we wanted to do is flex our muscles. And I think that not only the Western public is being denied real information about what's happening to Israel. But it's altogether conceivable that if Rubio is the funnel through which intelligence goes to the president, which he is, remember that he's the National Security Advisor. That means that State Department, Defense Department, FBI, everything else goes through him on its way into Trump.
Excellent raid.
And Rubio is well
God.
recognized
We're so good at this game.
as a Zionist par excellence. So is Trump being apprised of the situation in an adequate way? I don't know. But I think it's completely possible that the sycophants,
blueprint?
the sycophants that he surrounded himself with,
Where were you?
Hegseth, which we saw,
No, dog, we ain't
among them,
anymore.
are denying him real information. So, in addition to his narcissism, we have a new element added to his delusional narcissism, and the things he's just been saying about we're going to win and we're going to. I mean, they don't correspond to what I know, and you know even more than what I know.
I need to know.
But Americans don't know that, and it's entirely conceivable that Trump doesn't either. Now, the Russians know that. The Russians are very concerned.
Reclining.
They're involved
gaming
now,
chair,
and so are the Chinese
playing
to a
Xbox.
limited degree. The Chinese have this big intelligence ship right off the coast. What's that doing there? I wonder. So Russia and China have a lot of stake in this.
Why did it melt
almost
onto
as much
the-
as other people who really, really fear the economic fallout
so
from
weird.
this. Not quite as much, but almost as much.
I'm taking the grip
But
off
you
my
know,
Amazon
they can't
controller
let
'cause it was like
Iran
breaking apart.
become another.
I think I
Ukraine,
cleaned it.
and it is
with
the
like an
Russians.
alcohol wipe once. and it
I
was
have
like,
some experience in
was-
Soviet
that's not
foreign
what you're supposed to
policy and
do.
Russian foreign policy. Iran was always
So
the
it's just been
soft
falling apart constantly,
underbelly
and now I'm
under
like peeling it
Southern
off.
Russia,
and,
the
like,
Caucasus,
the
and all
glue
that.
layer
It was
is all
where
that's left on the-
infiltrators came in to participate and stoke the wars in Chechnya. It's
I
a
was
terrorist
debating buying
threat
the
par
sideways stand
excellence.
anyway, so maybe I'll just get another grip.
I've been talking to my Russian expert friends, and I've got them to concede
downstairs again?
that Iran is almost as important
Never seems like it.
as Ukraine. I think it is as
literally just explained
important as Ukraine. And, for people who don't know much about World War II, and I was alive for all of it, people need to be reminded that Iran served as the conduit through which all those 2.5 ton trucks produced by Studebaker in Michigan went through to make it possible for the Soviet army to prevail against Russian tanks, Russian artillery, there were 300,000 2.5 ton trucks and other vehicles made available to Russia. I once talked to a Russian Soviet major
You know what they
general,
say.
and he said, Studebaker!
You do have to know what they
He
say.
gave me a
Hey.
big Russian. He was a colonel, right, in the infantry, and
is
he
what
knew
they say. Good job.
how Studebaker enabled the Russians to meet the Germans in Central Asia. Now,
learn and
nobody
consume,
remembers
maybe.
that.
That's what we do.
Some people in Russia have a
level
historic
up
consciousness.
some of these benches.
But in America, it's a hard sell for me to tell people, look,
Bombardier cell.
the Russians had this terrible
Rusted medical kit, surveyor.
They fell apart, like the
Surveyor,
Soviet Union fell apart.
repulse,
Believe it or not, they fell
tier.
apart in about 1990, 1991. And there isn't any threat anymore. They're not even professed
that's my last
communists trying to
respirator.
take over the world anymore. And so when our President Biden says in his last
Performance
State
steel.
of the Union address,
Shredder gyro.
you
Oh, I
think
forgot to say,
Putin
yeah, I
will
didn't see
stop
those.
in Ukraine?
I need 10 Libra Pulse units.
He'll go to Poland, and then he'll go to the Baltics, Well, my God, he's working out of when the Russians might have tried to do that if they took away with it. And of course, they couldn't. So the problem is people are really indoctrinated. They hate the
10 Libra
Russians.
pulses?
They hate the Ukrainians. and
How am I supposed
to
to get 10
believe
Liverpool songs?
stories that just aren't. That's why I'm glad that you were able
I'm just a
to
broke boy trying to make
post
a living.
that picture before it's removed from X.
I bet you've never seen this
picture of
items
those.
before.
Well,
You're about to
170 now.
You're about to see
Little
magic at work.
schoolgirls in that one place in Iran killed in the first wave. I'll say one other thing, and that is that
they say haters gonna hate.
it made no sense, of
Isn't that what
course,
they say?
to kill the supreme leader. He had pretty much predicted his death. He said, "I may be assassinated," and actually,
I gotta play Bird City?
Laujani here, he's going
Bird
to be
City?
my replacement, and we
Bird
have these other
City?
people replacing
Yeah.
other people. So, I'm not wishing it, but I'm ready for martyrdom. He said that in as many words, okay? And then, when he was hiding deep in a bunker, no, folks, he was in his office. Oh, did anyone know where his office was? Yeah, everyone knew where his office. Alistair Crook had been there, for God's sake. Yeah. So, what did they do? They killed him purposefully. Now, was he over anxious about that? In my view, well, let's take the Christian tradition.
You ever been to Bird City before?
Greater love than this no man hath, than a man lay down his life for his friends.
It's about to be Bird City.
In other words, there's
All up in
precedent
here.
for that. And in a more political sense, my notion is that
Oh yeah, I can turn
Khamenei
off
said
the
to
nighttime
himself,
thing because I'm in friendly mode. I can turn
At
on
this
the scenery
point,
now.
I'm worth more dead
scenery
than
mode on
alive
monitor.
to the cause. And so if it comes, it comes. I'm not willing it. Just as this fellow from Nazareth was not willing it. But he was so much against the empire that they were going to get him eventually. He knew that. If he didn't strive against the empire, he could have died very peacefully as a Hebrew prophet in his bed. Okay?
People say that I'm fly.
And I see
They like the way that I
Khamenei
dress. They like my
acting in that same
tie.
tradition. I may be wrong, but I think the indications are pretty clear that that's exactly what he was willing to suffer
Two
for his
shots.
people.
They call me
And
Mr.
of
Two
course,
Shot.
if I'm not correct, if I'm wrong, tell me. But
You're-
they're
they
more
call you
Shia
Two
than
Pump.
Sunni in the
call you
world
Two
at
Pump.
large, and
Two Pump.
you know,
More Sunni than Shia.
they're more Sunni than Shia. Okay, but it's close.
No, it's not close, even close.
Oh, is that right?
Sunni is
We got some
majority
olives.
Sunni.
I don't think I need any
Okay,
more
so I got
olives.
that wrong, but still they're all
I
the
didn't.
Shia.
I do
Not the
need
first time I got something important
more
wrong.
mushrooms.
Yeah. Ray, the agenda on the part of the Trump administration with the attack on Iran was
Ooh,
to
ducky.
assassinate the supreme leader of Iran, make some sort of chaos in Iran, and let those
got a
people
ducky.
who
You said it for
Netanyahu
me?
said to him, in my opinion, that they're going to be on the streets and they're going to capture
No.
the government, they're
You're
going
not
to
excited for
overthrow the government, and that could be
Ooh,
that
I
could
got a
be the
purple
end
ducky.
for the Iranian so-called regime. And so far, they have failed in each and every plan they
believe I'm
had.
excited
So
about my
you
ducky.
see Netanyahu coming along with a new plan. They start attacking, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the way that, because the Iranian focus on these countries mostly, not just Saudi Arabia and UAE, I'm talking about Turkey and Azerbaijan. They were attacking Turkey and Azerbaijan as well, saying that it's Iran. Iran is attacking you. Because they cannot do it from inside. They're trying to make some sort of chaos between Iran and the neighboring countries. And they're talking even about the Kurdish people in Iraq, in Iraqi Kurdistan, to do the heavy lifting for them, because Iranian people, ultimately, they're not willing to do that. And here is what the Patriot Union of Kurdish leader, Talabani, said on Fox News about Kurdish people doing the job for the Americans,
Yeah, where's my
putting
last extract in
troops
this
on the ground fighting Iranians.
Difficult days ahead. The president is
Yes.
suggesting that he would
purple.
only accept unconditional surrender, in his words, to a reporter. So you
Okay,
don't see
perfect.
that right
We're
now,
gonna make our way over
that
there.
this is on the
No.
cusp of happening.
I don't, sir. No, I don't see that right now. I think that the regime has been planning for this for 45 years, and you can expect a fierce resistance. The definition of regime change is important. What is the definition of
watching
regime
Bird City?
change? And is there an
Bird City?
off-ramp
Because some could argue that most mission parameters
I
have been
really
achieved.
told you what Bird City. I'm
So
showing
is there
you.
an
I'm
off-ramp
streaming what
where
Bird
now
City
perhaps
is.
we can try to resolve this diplomatically?
Yeah, I think that
Yeah,
from
it's
the
just a new
administration, at
game
least
mode.
listening
There's
to
bird
them,
nests in
taking
the,
out the
in the
ballistic
in the
missile
fire
capability,
chimneys,
making
you
sure
just,
that
you go
Iran
and you,
never gets a nuclear
you search all the
weapon,
chimneys and you get birds nests and you can
was-
get these
was
ducks. Like I
the
got an alien duck.
original
I
objective.
got a
Exactly.
familiar
Again,
duck.
Exactly.
You collect
the
all
Iran-
and
the
there's more
Israelis
birds.
clearly
That's why they call it Bird
are,
City.
more
And
wanting
there's
specific
like more
regime
zip
change
lines.
to get a different leader in place that
People already looted
the
some of
U.S.
these
and
chimneys,
Israel
but I need
can
these
work
chimneys for trials. It's a trial.
I understand that.
nobody-
And I think that, Mr. Baer, the
They added new
conditions,
trials
I keep
and,
hearing the
they're kinda
comparisons
lame,
to
but
2003.
At least,
I think the
at least some of
conditions
them
are
are a
very
little
different to 2003. In 2003, there was legitimate, well-known, respected opposition to Saddam among the Shiites,
Yeah, I'm
among
not
the
gonna go
Kurds, and don't really see that in Iran now. There isn't a standard, a symbol for people to follow, and that will make it very difficult. Troops on the ground with a country the size of Western Europe, I'm not sure if that's feasible either, but there are many options, and I think the
Someone died.
US
Why'd they die?
administration is wise enough to modify their position as the battle changes and as the battlefield changes.
Ray, what's your understanding of the current situation? Because you know
not
all of
distracted when I'm
these
over here.
plans so far, in my opinion, have failed. And what is the next move?
Nima, you're asking me to predict the unpredictable. Trump, in my view, is not well. He's being aided and abetted by Hegseth, who also has strong psychiatric problems, in my view.
You got me killed.
They're both totally unpredictable, malleable, kind of. What my guess would be is that any sensible person would say, and I hope there's a sensible person on the Joint
Don't go down there, man.
Chiefs of Staff. Clearly, the chairman is not. As someone once mentioned years ago, the worst kind of thing
She
you
lured
could
the fucking
have,
rocket
actually,
shooter
was
out of me.
Colin Powell. The worst thing you could have as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff
He was fucking
is
blind
an Air
and
Force
batty.
general. Because the Air Force thinks that it can bomb the hell out of people and that can cause things like regime change, right? Okay. That really worked well in Vietnam and Afghanistan, right? Iraq. So anyhow, if there's a kind of incursion, it would be, and there may already be some special forces in those parts of Iran that are less well protected. I'm talking
way.
west and northwest
Fucking rockets
Iran.
are still on me.
But I don't see any possibility of they causing much more than marginal damage. As for the Kurds, my heart goes out to the Kurds. They have been the pawn of history, for God's sake. Enlisted in various causes and then betrayed, most often by the United States. So it's a little bit reassuring that this head of this particular faction of the Kurds is being a little bit more circumspect and saying, in effect, well, we're not going to jump in there with all our Kurdish forces. And of course, if you foster an armed Kurdish militia or army, you run into Turkey, and Turkey has a real serious problem with that. Okay, so I mean, I can see special forces. I can see some daring do from Navy SEALs, but it's not going to affect anything with respect to the trajectory of this war. And the problem is, in my view, that Trump may not be able to see that. He may be advised otherwise. And as I say, the eventual outcome would be a destroyed Israel, willing in extremis to use a nuclear weapon. That's something that people should really, really contemplate, because for the first time since the Cold War started, the old rules have been violated, and now we have a nuclear power embroiled in two nuclear powers embroiled in a war against a country that doesn't have nuclear weapons, but has two
you like watching Bird City so far?
protectors, Russia and China, who do have nuclear weapons.
Yeah,
Now,
this is perfect for you.
That needs to be mentioned. In other words, what the old
This is the right
Soviets
amount of
used to
involvement
call the
for
constellation
someone
of
like you,
forces, or
right?
the balance of power, 101, has been changed. There used to be a trilateral thing here, equilateral, Russia, China, the U.S., right?
Exactly.
Well, now it's Russia, China, and the U.S. is the short end of the stick. Russia and China do not have a literal mutual defense treaty, but they have everything else short of that. And their comprehensive treaty includes things that assure me that they're in this together, and they will not allow Iran to be obliterated no matter what happens. That's the big new factor. In other words, I've said before, these two arms, Russia and China, are isosceles now. They're the big arms of this triangle. The U.S. and who else? The UK can be a break. France, the U.S. is alone, and it's got the short end of the stick. Again, the problem is anybody telling Trump that?
Keep shooting.
God, I hope so.
Ray, a lot of these Arab states in the Persian Gulf, they have
Hell yeah.
called Putin talking
Might be the last
with
thing you
him,
ever do, though.
begging for some sort of solution on his part. And we had Lavrov yesterday talking with one of the reporters from the Arab states. He said that, did you condemn what has happened?
Listen, I need you to look up a map of which one of these
These are
cities have
huge
birds,
questions
so I
on
know
the
where to
part
go.
of Russia and what is
Huh?
happening right now with these Arab states.
This one?
Because they don't seem to understand
You're not even
the
watching.
future, any sort of future without the United States. They want to be dependent forever on the United States. And we saw
like
what
you
has
so
happened.
much.
What was the outcome of that dependence? And out of the outcome of this war, literally they have been,
Joey was right. You just don't
some
respect
part
my
of these
interests.
countries were destroyed because of the American bases in these countries.
Joey was
What
right. You just
is
don't respect my interests.
happening in the mind of Russians, in the mind of these Arab states, and the outcome of this war for these
Okay, and
countries?
you play a game called Beaver.
Well, this
You have a beaver up your butt.
this depends a lot on my idea of Putin and how clever
What,
he is,
racist?
and I think he is very clever. Okay.
You put beavers up your butt.
What I wanted to do in jumping
Go
in there
into
and beginning, it wasn't they called
wish.
Putin
I
called
wish I
that.
said that.
That's big. Okay. So I called each and every one of the ones that really count. And what was he saying? You can imagine what he was saying.
We'll
Look,
find out real quick.
we don't like this, and we hope that you come to your senses. And then Lavrov yesterday, my
I have
God,
17 minutes left. I'll just keep
citing
playing
an
Bird
old
City.
Bedouin proverb: "You can't ride two horses at the same time."
What else is available?
Two camels. I'm sorry, two camels at the same time. Wow. Okay. And he's facing these Arabs right there, and he's saying, "Look,
Hurricane
you guys are
Bird
really
City,
amazing."
Night Raid
You say,
Stella.
look, they'll never use our airspace. No, we're against
You'll
this.
find
And
another
then what do they? Oh, they use your airspace. What? So you're trying to ride two camels at the same time, huh?
What if I drop from Andy
So
Bucky?
Lavrov is, as I say, not only incredibly strong, and I think Putin is
I
lucky
need
to
one.
have him. I mean,
What
he's
is that?
almost as old as I am.
First of all, it's
for
a
God's
rubber,
sake.
and
But he persists, and
Rubber's
he's
the thing
very
I'm most.
strong. And again, I think this is a function of how strongly the Russians feel about Iran. Maybe just a tad short of how strongly they feel about Ukraine. They're not going to let Iran fall apart.
Surprised nobody's killing all the arc in here. This is a good place
Thank
to go
you.
to
Thank
kill
you
arc,
so
I
much,
guess.
Ray,
Everyone's
for
just-
being with us today.
everyone's
Yeah,
too
man,
busy
let
with
me
Bird
say
City with
one
the birds
other
and the
thing,
wires. Or they're gonna go
Sure,
off.
go ahead.
The question is, of course, still yell it. Something that Lenin
this building's
wrote.
got
What is there? What's to be done? What do we do?
Bird's nest on it.
And I appeal to people who are mensch, people who have human feelings. Keep
loves Bird City. He just goes, Bird
humanity
City,
alive.
Bird City.
And so the question is, what do we do to prevent our government here in the United States from from endangering even
I don't even
more
know where
people,
I've been or where I haven't
and
been.
from a
There's
self-centered
so
point of
many
view,
rooftops.
our own selves, and not only because
So many
gas is
birds'
going to
nests.
double in price, because people are
There
going to
wasn't
die
one there, I
like
checked
little
it.
girls, okay? And I just would
literally
mention
went
that
to
we
one.
have this this group called
No, I
Sam
cried for a
Adams
little bit.
Associates for Integrity
lied to me.
in Intelligence. And we made our next to the last annual award to Aaron Bushnell. Now, Aaron Bushnell was the Air Force person who self-immolated before the Israeli embassy in Washington. A year ago, I think, a little bit more than a year ago. And I just want to read what he said because he addressed this problem frontally. What do we do? Okay?
Wait, did I look up
Now,
what was available right
Aaron
now?
Bushnell knew what was
Matriarch,
happening. He
damn,
was involved with the Air
Electro.
Force, okay? He could see what was happening in Gaza.
You know what? There's a decent amount of Libras in Electro Dam.
Genocide.
I could do a
Forced
last minute
starvation.
for Electro Dam. What do you
Quote,
think?
I will no longer be complicit in genocide in Gaza. I am about to engage in an extreme act of protest.
What?
And
didn't-
as he
what'd you say?
set fire to himself, he
You
was
started,
shouting,
you whispered it like a
"Free
little pussy. Say
Palestine."
with your chest.
Now he was
on it.
taken to the hospital.
No, if you want me to hear it, say it with
Reporter
your
was
chest.
there.
Otherwise, I'm gonna pretend like you
He
didn't say
died.
anything.
But
Sounds like you queefed.
what I'd like to leave with you here is that shortly before his final act in this world, Aaron Bushnell posted this on Facebook. Quote, many of us like to ask ourselves, what would I do if I were alive during slavery or Jim Crow or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing genocide?
That was almost
The answer
very
is
unfortunate.
you're doing it.
Hey, another
You're
duck.
doing it right now. Now, I lived in Germany for 5 years. There are Germans in the thousands that wish that they weren't just remaining silent, sitting on their rear end
need
and
some
saying,
mushrooms.
they're not coming for me. Whether or not they're coming for us, I think as
Better yet, give me more
ethical
ducks.
people, as people
You know
who
what I'm
have
saying?
human feelings, we have to examine our conscience and
Another
say,
duck.
well, we're doing it now. And what is it? Is it
we're
nothing
in
that
it,
we're
we're in
doing? Are we in despair?
We're in the money.
Well, 250 years ago,
Where's the nearest extract?
the founders of our country didn't let
I might just
themselves
take this
fall
one in
into
3 minutes.
despair. They revolted. That's maybe something in the nature of that is necessary now.
Lemon.
Hopefully non-bloody, but we're doing it now.
How about you can get
Please,
down safely?
all Americans who are listening to this and others, examine your conscience and see if there's anything that you can do now. And I dare say,
How do I even get
all
there?
of us, each and every one of us, has the possibility to do something, and now is the time. Thanks for letting me say that, Nima.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
Bird City. Bird City. Do, 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 do.
Now, just hours before Israel strikes on Iran, US President Donald Trump, on his Truth social media platform, said, "We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue.
board.
My entire administration."
If there's no work, there's no income.
Okay, that's Bird City
Of
complete.
course there is fear.
Look at this,
There
dude.
were
We're
many
knocking,
strikes where
we're knocking him out. One after another, dude.
Through the
Killing it.
bribery of our
90K?
politicians and God knows what else.
90K?
So then I'm going to try
plate?
something new for the first time. I'm going to try showing you guys
blueprint?
videos.
A blueprint?
God help me on this. And so I'll start by saying this portion of the interview, and then I'll show you the interview itself. So Caroline Levitt went to Fox News in
tell me I'm
Maria
killing it right now. Tell me I'm
Bartiromo, and Bartiromo asked her, "Hey, are we going to have ground troops?" And is there going to
don't
be
think
a
I need one of
draft?
those, right?
And she did not deny any of that and said all options are on the table. I'm going to show
pretty
you
sure I
her answer
don't.
in a sec. So
You
some
know?
interpreted
You know if I
that
need any
as
more?
meaning that even the draft is on the table.
You know if I need any more? Olives. I need 6 olives.
Because
So I don't need
Bartiromo
olives
did
anymore.
ask about the
Why are
draft,
they still highlighting
and
that?
Caroline Levitt did not eliminate it as an option. So now people say, "Oh, that's unfair." Maybe I don't know. You're going to see her answer in a second. You could be your own judge.
Learn
But
and
it look,
consume.
it does.
Learn and
Draft is a long way
consume.
away, and you like
What
that's
are you yawning
not.
for?
We don't need to focus on the draft,
Oh,
the possibility of a draft,
sleepy Justin.
because sending in the ground troops now with or without a draft is already horrific enough.
Kinda
Look at all
pathetic when
those
you think about
guys that I just read you the name of, guys and girls, right? They're already passed away without any draft, and now a 7th person passed away. All right,
Yeah, how much did I make from
so
selling those
but
ducks? 36,000.
Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote on X, how
Look
about
at
the
that.
answer is, and now in all caps, no draft
You
and
wish.
no
You
boots
wish
on the
you could make that
ground
kind of money.
because we campaign. And now
Selling
back
the
to caps,
ducks.
no more foreign wars
Right?
or regime change. And then she
Wait,
says,
but you wish
liars,
that?
every single one of them, not my son
Justin?
over my dead body. And I
Don't you wish that you can make that kind of money selling the ducks? Oh, whoa. Are ducks only good? Yeah. Yeah, you can collect them or sell them, that's it, yeah. Maybe in the future they'll be worth something, you know? I know. No, you're supposed to well, some people get their full inventories full of ducks. They like that. Ooh, look at this. I'm out here, the AI are about to get ran on. Look at this ammo. Look at this ammo that's about to be. Look at all that ammo. I need to make more heavy. Okay, what are we gonna bring? We bring a wolf pack? Yeah, we'll bring a wolf pack. Why not? Oh my god, I had the